check. Oh, oh. Bueno, bueno, bueno. Uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos, uno, dos. 1, 2, 1, 2. Uno, dos, uno, dos. Oh, oh, oh. Uh,
So one more time, the first heat can paddle out any time, but the future heats are gonna have 3 minutes prior to finish the heat in progress to paddle out. It's really easy paddle out, so 3 minutes are enough. Así que muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí en la Marginal de Arecibo. Esta es la Marginal Surfing Pro. Vamos a estar dando comienzo a las 8 de la mañana. Esos son aproximadamente 23 minutos restando para darle el comienzo. Vamos a comenzar con la ronda de los caballeros. El primer hit va a estar Juan Carlos Gerena de Puerto Rico, Top Texter de Estados Unidos, Ramón Santiago de Puerto Rico y Mark Wickledge de Estados Unidos. Ese va a ser nuestro primer hit. Top Texter show up by the Beach Marshall Tap Texture.
Well, good morning yet again. It is 7:42 in the morning. We're scheduled to start at 8 a.m. Water patrols in the area. I guess we're gonna start clearing out the competition zone within the next couple of minutes. We're gonna have water patrol kind of push you guys over onto the left. So if you can kindly start doing so, there's another pico they call El Pico towards the left, so we can get this started at approximately 8 a.m. So cooperation is highly appreciated. Thank you so much. It is approximately 7:43 in the morning. Vito Rodriguez on the microphone with you guys all day. He's giving you all the technical needs. He's the original AI robot, you know what I mean? He's giving you all that info. Thank you for that. He's the original ChatGPT for surfing. Ask this guy anything.
Thank you for that. And I have some information, a friendly reminder, safety reminder by our lifeguards. It's like right in front of the tower. It can get really, really shallow. There's not too much water right now there, so it's not recommended to try to paddle out or in by the front of the tower, because you can step on so many sea urchins there. So you want to paddle out. You want to paddle out by the jetty, by our left side, just to play safe. It's a friendly reminder.
Thank you, Pito. Yeah, just a friendly reminder, unless you want to take sea urchins around the world with you, they will stay with you for a while. Not the most comfortable feeling in the world. So basically, if you can, just be very careful right in front of the tower. Just a heads up. The lifeguards are concerned for your safety.
Gracias, Oscar.
Bueno, y quiero darle los buenos días a todo el staff, todo nuestro staff, todos los voluntarios, todo el personal de trabajo, todos los compañeros de trabajo. Muchas gracias por estar aquí tempranito una vez más. Los buenos días a Ramsey Morales, que está allá afuera en la motora acuática. Tuto Viera también está por ahí desde tempranito trabajando fuertemente. Gracias, Tuto.
We also want to send a special thank you to the WSL staff coming out here, second years. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun. Enjoy Puerto Rico. We're here for a few days. It's going to be nice. So thank you for being here yet again. We really truly appreciate the opportunity.
So a little less than 15 minutes to the start, we're going to start one more time to ask all the free surfers start catching your last ride, please.
Is it your last ride or a party wave? Either or, we won't mind. But however, you still need to clear the area. Water safety, we're going to ask you to please start hushing these free surfers onto the left. Water safety will be hushing you guys over very gently. So thank you guys, really appreciate it. We're about to get the party started. You can just start paddling. You don't necessarily need to catch a wave. As you know, water safety, Francia, ayúdanos con el tema. So please, we're trying to get started relatively soon. Move on over and out. Heat number one, stand by. Heat number one, standing by. Well, Pete, you know what's interesting? That last year, the winner here, Poulos, right? Poulos? Dimitri? No, Dimitri. And he's currently sitting in first, leading the tour right now.
right, 748, please clear the area. Please start clearing the area officially. Please, a little respect goes a long way here. Water safety is kindly asking you guys to please get on over to the left of the peak. We're trying to get this party started effective immediately. We don't want to run behind or anything. So, a little bit paddle to the left. Thank you so much. I can see you, 50 is Puerto Rican. A little bit. Start to get a little bit more. Buenos dias.
Sprinkle it.
All right, pushing on over to the left. Heat number one coming up next. Heat number one
Coming up next.
We're 10 minutes away from start the first heat. So, yeah, pretty much the first heat can catch waves until we ask you to stand by or the whole position's status. So, yes, we are like 9 minutes away from the start, as we are asking all the free surfers, but we are playing safe. We just want to play safe, go early. We're early birds.
We're early birds. Early birds here.
So after 4 days of action here with the ALAS Tour, the ALAS Global Tour, ALAS is known by Asociación Latinoamericana de Surfing. So we're going to start now with the WQS, World Qualifying Series from the World Surfing League. And we're so excited because it's promising a lot of action here as I look at the draw. There's big names here. Yesterday, everybody was shredding out there like crazy. There was so much action last night here. And I'm so excited for the next 5 days. My name is Pito Rodriguez, along with Alfred Bobé, but Alfred, they're going to steal Alfred from me.
Yeah.
This is going to be in the webcast, Alfred.
Yeah, they're going to put me in a little box for the next couple of days. We're in front of a camera. You can catch us online. You can either catch us on the WSL website, also on YouTube. All you have to do is Google the Marginal Surfing Pro. All right. We're about to get started. We're a few minutes away. Surfers in the water, please stand by. Surfers in the water, please stand by. Water safety, it is absolutely necessary to get these guys out of the competition zone. Start paddling. Please do not wait for any waves. We're asking for all due respect here. We're about to get started. Please start paddling away from the competition area. Water safety, please, thank you for your help. Anybody that does not have a colored lycra on from the competition does not belong in that area. So please, yet again, start paddling out of the zone. If you don't have a competition jersey on, you don't belong in the competition zone for the time being. Please and thank you. Yeah. We're super excited. All the judges are excited here. We're about to get the party started relatively quickly here. So we're asking yet again, you guys are just sitting there waiting for a set like you're going to get barreled, but you're not. So please, thank you very, very much. Start paddling. Rance, ayúdanos el que no tenga un licra fuera de la zona. Aquí tenemos los head judges preguntándonos y pidiéndonos que por favor saquemos esos que no son competidores fuera de la zona de competencias. All right, you guys are sitting there. I remember faces. Please, yet again, the head judges are requesting for the area to be cleared up. Rance, muchas gracias, Rance. Te tienes que poner un poco agresivo con estos free surfers, por favor. Disculpa, pero sin miedo. Puedes en confianza decírselo y empujarlos fuera de la zona. Away from the competition area. Surfer right next to the surfer in red. Free surfers, please move over. We're about to get started in a few minutes. Thank you. Surfers in the water, please stand by. Heat number 1, please stand by. All right, you guys need to keep on pushing over. On pushing over to the left. You're still in the area. That is the waiting zone for the following heats. So you have to keep on pushing further down the line. Thank you so much. Surfers in the water, please stand by. Muchas gracias, Rances. Favor de quedarte en la zona, Rances, asegurándote. En lo que comenzamos. Muchas gracias. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Truly appreciate that. We're about to get the party started. Stay tuned. Gracias, Rance. Quédate ahí mismito en la zona. En lo que comenzamos, estamos por comenzar. Así que, muchas gracias. Y buenos días, Puerto Rico. Buenos días, el municipio de Arecibo. Queremos darle las gracias a nuestro honorable alcalde, Carlos Tito Ramírez. Queremos darle gracias a Winmar, Corona Extra, claro, a Sai Express y el hospital Dr. Susoni. Así que los dejo aquí con estos 4 minutos que vamos a comenzar ya. Please, surfers in the water, stand by. We're about 4 minutes away here or less. I'll leave you with the voice, technical commentator here, Pito Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alfred Bobé. As I want to remind all the free surfers, you guys are so close to the heat area, to the competition area. So I will suggest you guys to keep paddling toward the west. There's a peak that is called like that, the peak, El Pico. So you can paddle there, and there's some waves there that you can practice and wax your feet. But right now we have you guys too close to the contest area. So I'm gonna ask you one more time to start paddling towards the Pico or just come in. And Ramse, estos free surfers están muy cerca de el Rastrial. Necesitan moverse para el Pico o se tienen que salir del área. 2 minutos, 2 minutes. Ramses, tú me escuchas allá afuera, ¿verdad? Okay. So free surfers, you have to come in or you gotta just paddle all the way to the west to the other peak. And I will appreciate your help, your cooperation. Guys, if you look to your left side, you're gonna see the white water down there is where you are allowed to surf, not here. 1 minute to start. "30 seconds, surfers in the water." I'd like to thank our water patrol, Ramsey Morales, and all the free surfers as well. Thank you for your cooperation as always. Surfers in the water, ready for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8. Sorry, that's the start of the heat. So in this first heat of the day, Juan Carlos Herena Martinez from Puerto Rico is in red. From USA, Top Texter. In blue and white from Puerto Rico, Ramon Santiago. And in green from USA, Mark Whitledge. This is our first heat of the day, as I'm going to call next heat. Check-in by the beach marshal. Dane Levy, Charlie Denham, Sebas Jompart, and Sean Goldsmith. You guys are next. And it's white up and riding. This is Ramon Santiago. And Juan Carlos Herena in red. It's going to be his opening wave. 18 minutes in the clock. Oh, we got a loose bore in the inside. If you guys can make sure that bore gets to the shore safely, or maybe save it. And Juan Carlos Herena in red going to be his.
Buenos días, yo sí, ese es el mío. Este es el mío.
See him. Hola, cabrón.
Cuando subes ahí, es esa.
And Juan Carlos Herena in red. It's going to be his opening.
Este es el mío. Ok, muy bien. Vaya. ¿Tú lo quieres más alto?
Ahora, ¿me escuchas?
Sí.
Estamos ready, mi gente.
Buenos días, Puerto Rico.
Sound check.
Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Bueno, ahora sí, buenos días.
Buenos días, Puerto Rico. Wow, buenos días. Aquí estamos en la Marginal Surfing Pro. Mi nombre es Alfredo Bobé y aquí con mi compañero Carl Martínez. Una vez más, aquí nos encontramos.
Día Alfred, Alfred Bové, soy el licenciado Oscar Martínez Borral de la Federación de Surf de Puerto Rico. Le damos la bienvenida a todos que están viendo aquí a través de live. Y para los que no están viendo en inglés, welcome to la Isla del Encanto. Good morning, everybody. It's 8:07 local time here en la Marginal de Arecibo. Este es la Marginal Surfing Pro, presentado por el municipio de Arecibo y su honorable alcalde Carlos Ramírez Sarri. Gracias por el apoyo, gracias a Arecibo por irnos y vamos a estar 5 días aquí con los mejores surfers de toda la región. Vamos a estar vamos a tener otra gente también entrando. Nico Moreda anda por ahí, van a ver alguna gente ayudándonos, pero la cosa está buena y ya está el hit número 1 en el agua. Ya comenzó esto tempranito a las 8 de la mañana hoy. Acabamos de terminar lo que fue el ala sliding evento.
Increíble evento.
Que acabamos de ver. Y estamos, ustedes saben, los detalles técnicos arrancando. Tenemos el mejor equipo técnico para darles a ustedes la mejor experiencia que puedan ver durante los 5 días de competencia. Va a haber artesanía, va a haber gastronomía, va a haber música en vivo. Vienen bandas como Viva Nativa, Auger de Fra La Vega, Millo Torres, La Migra. Así que la vuelta buena.
El municipio autónomo de Arecibo. Así que va a estar súper bueno. Vamos a tener una semana, varios días de acción aquí en Puerto Rico. Esta es la segunda vez que el WC se encuentra aquí con nosotros, el Qualifying Series. Ya hemos comenzado en este primer hit del día. Creo que hoy vamos a tener como 24 hits, ¿no? Que va a estar bastante activo. En el agua ahora, en rojo, tenemos a Juan Carlos Herenas, el puertorriqueño de Isabela, Puerto Rico. Por incluso también tenemos en verde al competidor Mark Whitledge, ¿no? Y Ramón Santiago en blanco. Y el competidor que también es puertorriqueño, Ramón Santiago, es de Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, ¿no? Y Tab Texter de los Estados Unidos. Bueno, este hit ya ha comenzado, está en el agua. Quedan 11 minutos con 44 segundos. Esta es la ronda de 128 competidores, así que vamos a tener varios días largos, ¿no? Pero por el momento, el competidor en rojo se encuentra en la primera posición con un 3.33, seguido por el competidor en verde, que se encuentra con 2.9, y Ramos Santiago con 1.5. Y bueno, estos hits son de 20 minutos, ¿es correcto?
Estos hits son de 20 minutos. Esta primera ronda, como dijiste muy bien, esta es la ronda de 128, round of 108.
Hay hits.
Como estos 120, 40.
Wow.
Ha hecho, ¿verdad?
Los hits, ¿no? Que va a ser bastante activo. En el agua ahora, en rojo, tenemos a Juan Carlos Arenas, el puertorriqueño de Isabela.
Clasificar a los Challengers. A Gerena, que ahora mismo va a querer combinar aquí, dando esa maniobra, dando y atrás al otro local. Ramón Santiago, ahí va.
Qué bello, ese drone shot super cool, ¿verdad?
La gente cree que están tirando aéreal y están en hondo, pero eso es...
No, eso es súper llanito, especialmente con la marea baja, ¿no? Eso es una zona llena de erizos. Que si te quieres llevar erizos alrededor del mundo y te los quieres llevar a tus pies, ahí van a estar, ahí los vas a encontrar de seguro. Y bueno, antes de que comencemos, quiero enviarle mi fuerte, caluroso abrazo a todas las personas de Jamaica que en realidad tuvieron una noche bastante fuerte, así que todas esas personas que tengan familiares o se encuentren, aquí les enviamos nuestro corazón. En realidad, desde Puerto Rico nosotros sabemos lo que es sufrir un tema así de huracanes y de esa categoría y magnitud, así que nuestros corazones aquí desde Puerto Rico hacia todas las personas de Jamaica, así que
van a isla caribeña, Jamaica, y huracán ya una categoría menor, está entrando el ojo por ahí mismo lado este, así que nuestro corazón para todos nuestros hermanos caribeños que están pasando. Sabemos que ya hay brigadas que están formando aquí para dar ayuda humanitaria.
Muy bien.
Como mismo hicieron.
Muy bien.
Pues aquí nos ayudamos. Bueno, me uno a las palabras de Alfa. Corazón, la oración. En mente, vamos a tirar ahí.
Sí, noticias buenas, vamos a gozar, papi, porque
el score de rojo, Juan Carlos Arenas bajó un 5-3-3, así que se pone más sólido en la primera posición. Dejó Isabela.
Juan Carlos Arenas, el puertorriqueño de Isabela, Puerto Rico. Pero incluso también tenemos en verde al competidor Mark Whitledge, ¿no? Y Ramón Santiago en blanco. Y el competidor que también puertorriqueño, Ramón Santiago, es de Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, ¿no?
Oh, mira qué lindo.
Y Tab
what a beautiful scene. We live in a beautiful place.
Está en el agua. Quedan 11 minutos con 44 segundos. Esta es la ronda de 128
competidores. Alcalde, que son el auspicio de las marcas privadas y a Windmar Home, placas solares y baterías. Están energizando parte de este evento solamente con energía solar.
Wow.
Así que nos estamos haciendo esta transición de no
qué cool.
Usar plantas eléctricas y también a usar la energía renovable. Darle la clase a Windmar Home por ese apoyo. Igual a Claro por este broadcast, gracias a Claro. Internet de de calidad.
Súper rápido.
No se pierdan ni un segundo de la acción durante los días. Gracias a Claro Puerto Rico y a todo su personal de las 6 de la mañana dando ahora mismo nada a Sayek combinar aquí cerrando esa maniobra cerrando y atrás al otro saludable para nuestros atletas. Sayek es la que más ha vendido allí
súper lleno, ¿verdad? Es súper refrescante, así que pasen por allí, mi gente, sin miedo. Que no se te olviden, ¿quién más tenemos por aquí?
B-Media, importante. B-Media es los billboards están alrededor de toda la isla, están dando toda la promoción de este evento. La Roche Posay, eso es un blog buenísimo, montaron un bus allí bien nítido, así que los que van a visitarnos pasen por el bus de la Roche. Un sunblock de alta calidad. También tenemos acá 105, una emisora local que está dándole mucha publicidad a este evento. Esperamos la vía de miles de personas que van a estar visitando durante 5 días. Y Corona Puerto Rico, Corona frita, que las tienen
Fresquecitas.
Esa barra está abierta como a las 10 de la mañana. Así que los que vienen a ver
El que le gusta la cervecita de desayuno,
ahí la tienen también. Y que no se nos olvide el Hospital Metropolitano Dr. Tony. Cuando vemos el replay aquí en rojo, ahora mismo me toca 3 y fueran maniobras en el outside, cerrar la ola. Puede ser premiándolo. Rojo, Carlos Gerena Martínez. Ahora con un así. Carlos
sí, estos dos surfers son de la misma playa en Isabela. Típicamente los vas a encontrar allí en Hobos, en la peña, dando caña, como digo yo. But back again, here's the action in the water right now. This is round of 128, heat number 1. We're just getting the party started for these next couple of 5 days of competition. And Surfer in Red right now seems to have control of the situation from the beginning. He cracks it open with a 5.33 and a 3.33, followed by Surfer in Green. Surfer in Green with Ledge, and he's got a combination score of a 5.4, I'm sorry. So he's got a 2.9 and a 2.5, and in third currently sits Surfer in White. It's not a huge ask for Surfer in White. He only needs a 2.32. However, with priority, Texter probably holding on to his bullets here. He needs only a 5.27 to get back in the game. So with 5 minutes on the clock, there's ample time. We'll see what happens. These are the early rounds, and here we go, up and going.
7, he starts off good. Fill in. Out of the whitewater.
All right, a little gobbler. Yeah, you can just see how shallow that section is, man.
The locals are really.
And out of the back, Burger. Yeah, it looked nice. It looked promising. It would have been awesome if he had the good grab on it, but unfortunately he didn't. Out of the back, this guy's been sitting with priority. Texter squares it off. Actually, is this green? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry. I'm almost colorblind, but not really colorblind.
So we're going to be running a little English and Spanish broadcast. But listening to us out there, we have a big Latin that looks
yeah, you can just see how shallow that section is. And out of the back, Burger. Yeah, I mean, he's currently leading the heat, so you figure, let me just bump it up a little bit, you know, and try to. And that was almost the replay for Green. Green had a nice looking bottom turn with Ledge.
Yeah, we're gonna be going back and forth.
Maybe he had the good grab on
it.
Yeah, this is Green on his backhand, squares it off, gets a nice little turn on that. Unfortunately, falls a little bit behind the lip, but I don't think the judges are going to award him. Well, there it is. White jumps and takes over that shotgun seat.
377.
He's asking for a situation like, hello. Yeah. Some of you got the good grab on it, but unfortunately he didn't. Out of the back, this guy's been sitting with priority. Texter squares it off. Actually, is this green? Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry. I'm almost colorblind.
Go by there, pass there, get breakfast going.
Yeah.
Santiago, he
does.
Umbrellas for rental. He's got a
beach chairs.
So these guys are also happy with
Look at that. Look at those colors. It's early in the morning, people, so feel free to come on down. Join us. We have food. We're going to have music. You can see the stage all the way on the right side of the street there on the top side. That is our tent in white closest to the beach. You see the red tents, and that's basically the athletes' area. That little ledge you see, that's how the athletes jump into the water, kind of give themselves an advantage. Trying to get, the water gets a little bit deeper. But anyways, for the time being, right now, Surfer in Red is currently leading the heat with a combination score of an 8.66. Followed by Surfer in Green, Willage. Willage has a combination score of a 7.13. Bumping back down, Surfer in White, Santiago. Ramon Santiago is now looking for a 3.37. And we go right on cue. Surfer in White trying to stay alive. Gets a little bit hung up on that section. We got 1 minute on the clock here. 1 minute on the clock, priority blue. But so far, it seems to me like Surfer in Red is going to close the door on this one. Yeah, nice little floater there. Also digs a rail a little bit there. Yeah. That's his trademark move, by the way. I've seen him quite a few times. Yeah, and that's what he likes to do. A little reverse. That is going to close the door on this one. That's the replay for Red. He's trying to get rid of that 3.33. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to do the job for him. Fortunately, comes loose at that, and he's just trying to go for it. 11 seconds on the clock here.
0.7.
Yeah, Surfer White is digging here. Seems to be like the clock is not on his side. And that was heat number 1. We're starting from the bottom here. 128 competitors. 2 of them are gone at the moment. 126 left. That is right. Good math there. Bueno, heat number 2 coming up next. That's going to be interesting as well.
Dancing in this heat, place Carlos Herena Martinez from Puerto Rico and Mark. First dance next round, which round of 4.
Yes, it's round of 81 or something like
round
that.
of 96.
Yeah.
Next round, we got a lot of.
We have a lot of numbers.
Yeah, we'll be running through all of the round of 1 today. We're going to be running half of round of 96 men's.
And Juan
Women are
Carlos
off.
Herena in red.
Starting
Tomorrow, that's right.
Thursday.
It's going to
So
be
we'll
his
be just running
opening
men's,
wave.
but this is
18.
high level surf from 1 all the way. So stay tuned. Who do we have?
Well, in this heat, out of the USA, we got Dane Libby here. We also have Surfer in White. I'm sorry, Surfer in Blue, Charlie Denham. We also got out of Puerto Rico right here, one of our local Groms, Sebastian Lampart in White. In green, we got Sean Goldschmidt from Peru. And then we have pretty much 2 Americans versus a Puerto Rican and a Peruvian. This is going to be interesting heat here. Heat number 2.
Sure, Sean got in last night.
We also have Surfer in
Yeah,
White. I'm sorry, Surfer in Blue, Charlie Denham. We also got out of Puerto Rico right here. That's right. I see it on my list here. His name is in red, so it's a local lucky golden ticket. Right? Say we got Dane Libby here.
White.
We also have Surfer in White. I'm sorry, Surfer in Blue, Charlie Denham. We also got out of Puerto Rico right here, one of our local Groms, Sebastian Lampart in White. In green, we got
There
Sean.
was a young blood from Puerto Rico. He's the son of Rastrial Lampart, the local legend. Ref lost a lot of years. He was a competitor in his time. Place later in the East Coast.
Yeah, I just saw a photo recently from Aviones Boys.
Yeah, he used to come down here when he was a Grom and surf a lot, like those Aviones and Raf, Alberto, some of our local legends. And this is that second generation. The sons and daughters of those rippers are now out. Gonna see a couple of them. The event, some of those new young guns from Puerto Rico. We're also gonna be seeing today at JJ Martinez, also a son of a great surfer from Aguadilla, called him Lion.
Little Lion, Simba.
Simba. So we're also gonna see Manny Valen, the first generation surfer though. Eliangela Bert, son of two great surfers, and Juan Carlos. Both trying to get it going. As we saw, it's a little slower this morning. The waves were pumping yesterday. I was here all day. The waves.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of an in-between weird period based on a hurricane and stuff like that. That's kind of gutting across the Caribbean and also Jamaica. But as soon as that kind of gets up above us, northwest of us, we're going to be seeing some heavy sets coming in. Up and going red, surfer in red with an up and down. These are the early rounds here.
White starts 5. Definitely, you got to close out those.
And some heavy sets coming in. Up and going red, surfer in red. I absolutely agree with that one. These are the early rounds.
Got a great national panel up there. Live action. Bottom. Just reminding our audience, judges don't hear what we're saying at all.
No,
so they're not influenced by our perception. No,
right.
As comment, say what we think about the scores, but the judges are not influenced all by.
Right, we're stuck in a booth. We're not doing technical announcing. Technical announcing is a lot more. You have to be non-biased here, and so. But down here, we can just free float and talk as much as we want about it. I try to at least. But yeah, there you go. 2.5 actually. His new wave come in for Surfer and White. Comes in at a 3.5, so he backs that up with a 2.5. He's currently sitting in first. Surfer in blue, however, comes in with a 4.33. Surfer in green has a 2.27. So far, we're 15 minutes on the clock here. Surfer in white with a combination score of a 6.0. Currently in the driver's seat here. So gets up above us, northwest of us. We're going to be seeing some heavy sets coming in.
That one of blue came
up
in
and going red,
Surfer
surfer in red with an up and down.
Used the rail good in that first turn and then closed it out. It wasn't a big close. That's why it's
we're in a little bit of an in-between weird period based on a hurricane and stuff like that. That's kind of gutting across. Yeah,
10s, 11s,
the Caribbean and also Jamaica. Yeah, you want to have, but as soon as that kind of get a halfway decent score, I would like to meet the battle 50% up front. It's easier to fight from there than all the way from the back. These early rounds also are kind of showing us the people that are getting on to this tour, this qualifying series. So we see a variety of levels of talent. So these early rounds, some of these competitors are a little bit more hesitant than others, as you can see with the scores on board here.
Once you get into the later rounds,
exactly.
You're not going to get the scores.
Right.
That final we saw of the Alice Latin last weekend.
Oh, yeah.
It was just crazy. Everybody was throwing 7s and 8s.
7s and 8s, and they just kept switching the leads. Yeah. Eventually, the Costa Rican Antequeras got the better hand of it. Manuel.
And then he had a combination turn. I saw that heat. It was great. And
that was a great final.
The public came here, all the people from Arecibo and great finish. Having as a surfer coming out and having, but it's not very normal because not in like big coliseums or stadiums. This year in La Marginal, it is a coliseum. The municipio has actually called it the municipal surf coliseum.
That's beautiful.
After the ISA World. And because people just can be so close right here. It's not like a big sandy beach. It's actually a walkway where everybody can come and see the event, and it's for all our athletes.
I see green on his backhand. Green is trying to get something going with that 2.27. That's just going to give us an idea more or less like where these surfers stand. But so far, the second priority, we got surfer in white, with a combination score right now of a 6.0. But there it is, surfer in green. Goldsmith, he's currently taking the lead. He's got a 5.67 and that backup score of a 2.27 with 12 minutes on the clock. Priority red, right? Surfer in red, Libby. He's got a little bit of work to do, but it's not impossible. He's got plenty of time on the clock.
Surfers are just trying to be patient and waiting for the set wave. Others using another technique of staying busy.
Right.
I think for today in these slow mornings where the flow hasn't filled in,
Absolutely
you gotta
agree with
stay.
that one. I agree.
Rastrial got that national channel. Look like good wave, but then you'll have
Oh
in
yeah.
the bottom. So
Oh yeah.
surfers that are staying busy, it's been working. That's
Luck-
what we saw.
Luck of the draw.
And now that also canceled out a little slow this morning. Thought of what yesterday I saw like 5.
Yeah, yesterday
practicing.
afternoon was super fun. And it was pumping. Green on his backhand again.
And under priority.
Yeah, that's right. And that's like, it's exactly what you're saying, Oscar. That stay busy.
Yep.
You never know what you're going to get. You might get lucky and get a little nugget.
Once the swell fills in, well, then you can be a little bit more patient.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big set wave. More opportunity, but right now, it's the name of the game. Stay busy, catch a lot of waves.
afternoon was super
Make
fun.
more opportunity.
And it was
ramp
pumping.
there,
Green on his backhand
Rastrial
again.
is getting
that's-
known as a error.
Yeah, especially that last section, a little gobbler zone.
And we saw it the final of the ISA World Championship. Saw him here, Gabriel
Yeah.
Medina, one right off.
Incredible. Gabriel's performance was
We
insane.
had Jago Lora, which is current.
Current world champion.
That's right, and
that's exactly what
you're
saying. Tearing this place apart.
They love all the ramp. So
Yeah, I mean, it showed us how to surf this place. You know, we've been here for years, but then watching these top level competitors, as we see Libby in red here, trying to make a case for himself, gets a couple of cracks at it. Surfer in red is back in the game here. This is the halfway through point. You only need 2 waves. That might have been the good one for Mr. Libby in red. We'll see what the judges award him for that last wave, but seems to me like it's a good one. Here's the replay. Bottom turning, squares one off the top. Gets a nice little second hack out of that. You know, but just he's staying from top to bottom the entire time. And I think the judges are looking at that as well, like his timing with the wave itself. So that's the flow that they're looking for, speed, power, and flow. And I believe that based on that, the judges will give him a relatively decent score. Like I said, we're here. We're only this is based opinion based. We're not the judges. So, but here's Blue. Second nice little turn, comes a little bit loose on that one. Nice little cutty there. Well, he goes closing that section down. Surfer in blue.
Shows a power in this stuff.
This is Charlie, yeah.
But look at the moves
Here's
those guys
red,
are
up and going. Libby's staying busy. Give him something to think
I
about.
think Libby's gonna go. Is gonna move to the top second because he got 2 waves back to back right now.
And they're about to drop. That's right. As soon as they come in, we'll know what Surfer in red. There it is. There it is. With a 7, like I said. Trying to make a surfing top to bottom, buddy.
A lot of flow, no downtime.
Surfer, right.
That's what the judges are looking for. That's
Back in the
speed,
game
as you
here.
said, Alfred.
This is the halfway through point. You
gotta
only
check.
need 2 waves. That might
Definitely
have.
had the flow in that one. Speed was good. Power in his turn.
Good,
So
right.
judges like that. And
Smart.
they best
So far, the high score of the day was second heat here in the water. But yeah, like I said, you know, the judges obviously will reward you for that type of surfing, and that's what they're looking for. There's a surfer in white out of the back. Sebastian, our Puerto Rican, on his backhand, beautiful, cracks the whip, and that's another one. That's a good way for our local surfer here, Sebastian Leon Sebastian trying to make a case for it. Surfer in white, definitely trying to get rid of that 2.5. From what I've been seeing so far, he's probably going to be able to get that done. 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here, 7:30. So we'll see that last wave for Surfer in White and what the judges award him for it. But Surfer in White cracking a whip out of the back. He definitely wants to stay in the conversation. Libby comes up with a 7.0. I think we're waiting for another wave for Libby.
Surfer in blue.
Yeah, so that might catapult him onto that first transfer spot. Now the question becomes, like, what's going to happen with these last 7 minutes on the clock? These guys are relatively close in score, but Surfer in White also laid down the law on that last. Here's Surfer in White. Let's see how it looks. Sebastian, our nice 6-12 there. Backhand, beautiful. Gets another turn. The whip. Shuts the door on that.
Another one. That's a good wave for our local surfer here, Sebastian Leon.
Surfer in Green up and going. Surfer in Green currently sitting in fourth for the time being. He's got a 5.6 and a 2.27. From what I've been seeing so far, it's probably going to be another turn. Just another turn. Oh, there it is.
Into first place. He's the first one in double digit.
Surfer in Green up and going.
Surfer
Yeah, you do.
Green currently sitting in fourth for the time being. Got an 11.0 total heat score right now. So that's
There's a Surfer in White out of the back.
Sebastian,
our Puerto Rico.
Later round.
Sure. So here we got Surfer in Red, Sebastian Leon Bart. He's bettering his situation. He comes up with a 5.13 there. 5.13. So as of the moment, they're about to let us know what his need is. Nevertheless, he comes up with a 5.13 and a 3.0. He's currently sitting with third priority, sitting in fourth right now with a combination score of an 8.63. Surfer in Blue with priority is slightly above him with a combination score of a flat 9. But Libby in Red,
smaller wave.
and there's Sebastian yet again. We got 5 minutes and 20 seconds here. 5:20 on the clock. This is heat number 2. Heat number 3 coming up next. Heat number 3 is going to be a fun heat as well.
Got tight.
Yeah. But Libby in Red,
That's
going to be a heater.
All from the United.
And there's Sebastian yet again.
WSL QS 4000 North America, qualifying our North America surfers for the Challenger Series when we see Red.
Yeah, Red is trying to get rid of that 4.0 there, which is he's not sitting
Charlie
in a great position, but nevertheless he's Red
up and
going. 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Give him something
So anytime you win a heat, I guess it is a great position, right? But Sebastian's got a little bit of work to do. He needs approximately a 4.35 or so, according to my calculations here, to move on, which is not a huge ask. We got Surfer in Blue here. Charlie trying to get out in front of that. Can he do so? Fortunately not. He gets a little bit hung up. But yeah, that's the case scenario. Right now, currently sitting in fourth. We got Surfer in Blue. Sebastian only needs a 4.35 calculations here to move on, which is find himself we got back in the driver's seat. We got that replay for Surfer in Blue. Couple of turns on that. Unfortunately, on that last one, it would have been nice for him to have closed it. It would have made a bit of a difference, I believe. But yeah, that's the case. However, it's on the judge's hands. We got 3 minutes and 45 seconds. It would have been nice for him. I heard Mitchell Salazar is going to be around or something like that. It's my favorite announcer. I'd love to meet you, buddy, if you're out here. You can hear me. My name is Alfred Bobay.
I guess they're hearing me like really far. I'm getting some text right now, so we're going to be working on that.
Okay. Can they hear me?
Yeah. Alfred,
all right, right on.
Alfred is good. We're just working on my microphone right now.
Well, all right, look at that beautiful view of this beautiful tropical island.
Arecibo, Puerto Rico.
You cannot go wrong visiting us here. La Isla del Encanto, Island of Enchantment.
Así mismo es, Alfred. Vemos ese...
Aquí la gente llega y no se van.
Así mismo, nadie quiere irse de aquí. Aguas calientes, gente buena gente. Hay playas, hay ríos, hay bosques. Hay restaurantes,
hay coronas,
hay música, hay de todo.
Hay Don Q, café.
De todo aquí.
¿Ah? ¿Qué es lo que hay?
Café con ron.
2 minutos con 30 al competidor en rojo con esas dos olas de 7.0 y un 4.0 se encuentra en la primera posición aquí con 11, con un combo de 11.0 ahí. El próximo competidor que está el más cercano de todos viene siendo el competidor en verde. Y verde está en la segunda posición con un combo de 9.47. Así que el competidor en azul por el momento necesita un 4.81 o mejor. Y el competidor en blanco anda en búsqueda de un 4.35. Blanco con prioridad, el blanco ahí con sus últimos 2 minutos en el reloj, a ver si puede colocarse con la madre naturaleza y puede conseguir ese backup score que anda buscando el caballero Sebastián Leonpart de Puerto Rico. Y bueno, Taylor Tice viene por ahí, Shane McNulty, Shane Frontino, and Ethan Hollinger. You guys are up next. Heat number 3 out of round 128 here. 1 minute on the clock. Surfer in red driving down the line. Surfer in red with a nice looking maneuver. I couldn't quite see from my drone shot, but Libby trying to better his situation within the last minute of the heat here. Libby is trying to get rid of that 4.0. We'll see what happens. Maybe when the replay comes in, I can get a better look at it. But 41 seconds here, 40 seconds on the clock. We're finalizing this heat number 2, round of 128 here. Starting from the bottom. Let's go.
Now we're here.
That's right, baby. And then we got Surfer in white with 25 seconds. Sebastian Leonpart. Sebastian, we're not sure exactly what you need, but for the time being, you only need a 4.35. Surfer in white. Out of the back, we got Surfer in blue. Charlie trying to make a bit of a comeback. Charlie currently sitting in third. Surfer in blue needed a 4.01. Oh, I'm sorry, 4.81. That's what it's asking. That's it. For heat number 3 in the books.
So we're on, guys. This is on. It's Alfred Bobet y Oscar Martinez. We're here in the booth. If you guys have any questions or any observations on this live, you can write. If you got our numbers, you can write, or if you can write to the Federation account. I heard we had some sound issues because you could hear Alfred, but you couldn't hear me very well.
I'm sorry about that. 1 minute on the clock, Surfer in red, driving down the line. Well, I guess this is an official microphone check to the people out in the world, so feel free to text. Oh, God, I would give you his number, but you'd probably kill me. But if you have it and you're listening to us, let us know how we sound. Yet again, my name is Alfred Bobe Jr., along with Okan Martinez, our Federation president. And that was heat number 2. Now, heat number 3 coming up next. 5 seconds, Sebastian Leonpart. It's on standby now. I guess they're waiting for the last couple of waves to come in to see if it betters the situation for red and also for Surfer in blue. Charlie only needed a 4.81 or something like that to get himself back in the game. He was currently chasing Sean, Surfer in green. We'll see what the judges award Surfer in red. He was currently leading the heat. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. He was still sitting in the driver's seat. But the question becomes Surfer in blue, who was currently sitting in third, and we're waiting for his last score to come in to see what that does for Surfer in blue and Surfer in white. Those are the last 2 waves that we're waiting for to see if they met their requirements here.
The judges are probably looking at those replays. We got an international panel. It's all WSL QS judges. They flew in yesterday.
Yeah.
Have the tour director, Brian Ruby. He's here also. He's been here for a couple of days now. So that's who we got up there. We also got 2 local judges. We have Sammy Martinez, who is our head judge. when we see white
We're
here,
right up and going. This is the following heat here. Already started in the water now. I'm not entirely sure what happened with that last heat,
we'll see. Let's see.
but we'll take a quick look here. And it seems like the previous heat, the winner was red, also moving along. Surfer in green. Those are the last two surfers from the previous heat that are moving on. But yeah, Oscar, cuéntame. Talk to me, buddy.
We're having fun, getting it started again. We've got our second week of competition. This is La Marginal Surfing Pro 2025, presented by the local municipality of Arecibo and its mayor, Carlos Ramirez Irizarry. These guys are believing in surfing, and Arecibo is turning into the capital of surfing of the Caribbean and all of Puerto Rico. And thanks to leaders that are seeing how surfing, it just helps the region. You know, it brings economy. All these surfers coming over here. The restaurants are full. All the Airbnbs, local Airbnbs, are completely booked. A lot of movement. So you know, surfing is a great sport. It brings great people from all around the world for our coastlines, and the city of Arecibo has seen how this impacts in a positive way their local economy. So shout out to the mayor, Carlos Ramirez Irizarry, and all of his staff. You know, it's a big group of people behind this event to make it happen. And you know, they believed in the sport. We brought this to them a couple of years ago. This is a dream I had. When I started as president, I wanted to bring professional events back to Puerto Rico, and we did it. We've had 2 ISA World Surfing Championships in the last 4 years. We had the ISA World Paddleboard Championships in San Juan. We had the qualifiers last year right here in Arecibo, and now back-to-back years bringing the WSL QS to Arecibo, Puerto Rico. That helps in the development of our sport. It's a lot of work, but it gives jobs to a lot of people, and it gives more opportunities to our local surfers. So thank you to the municipality. We're just following the steps of other great surfing countries like El Salvador, who has turned into a mecca of the sport down there. You know, those guys just having pro events after pro events after pro
El Salvador
events.
is a new reformed city.
Yeah, it's Surf City.
So we got some scores here. Surfer in white, Frontino. He drops a 3.5. His first wave comes in at a 2.83, which is his new backup score. And then he drops a 3.5 on his second wave. He's got the early lead, Shane, out of the USA Surfer in white. And we see Blue up and paddling here. McNulty on his backhand gets a nice little turn out of that.
Boom.
Beautiful form. Cracks a third turn.
I'm liking that one.
Yeah, there you go. That's going to get the judges
one.
something to think about.
7.50.
Oh, right. This guy's giving us scored. I love it.
Big turn also.
Hollander over here in green also trying to make his case. So that was the opening waves for Surfer in blue and Surfer in green. However, in red with priority and yet to strike is Taylor Tice out of the US of A. And yeah, this is the case scenario for the time being. We got 16 minutes on the clock here. And we got the replay for blue, the goofy footer. It's one nice little turn and runs away from my screen there. But that was a small replay.
We're warming up, guys. So
we're warming up. The cameramen.
We got 5 cameramans.
We are professionals.
We are, but it's just the day starting. Here we go. We're going to see this heat. Here is blue. That was from the other heat. This is this heat replay. That 2 turn.
Beautiful.
3 big turns and then closing it out 6-12. So I think that's going to be a pretty solid score. And white also just banging that.
Well, yeah, so McNulty, we're going to wait for his score to drop. From what I'm seeing, Shane, Surfer in blue, is about to drop a bit of a bomb. 7.5. You did say that.
The judges don't.
Are you sure they're not listening to us?
But we look at a lot of surfing.
We have a lot of power.
We know the criteria. We see a lot of heats. For those who are listening to us, we run 7 national events a year. So
That's
the
right.
Federation, Puerto Rico Federation, with a lot of hard work. We run 7 national events. It's the 5th year running, and all our local staff, which includes my good friend right next to me, Alfred Bobe Jr., and Pito Rodriguez, which is up there in the beach commentator. They are our local commentators. So these guys are doing this every month, at least once or twice a month.
We're doing it.
So,
And now we're doing even more because we just have, the WSL in town, which is the big show for us. This is like the Super Bowl for us,
yes,
right?
sir.
It's like the World Series for us, right?
Yep.
We also have Ales Tour, who has joined the party. Corona also has been hosting a contest here for a really long time, and I believe next year we're gonna take over that whole tour as well. So yeah, we're busy at all times. I love surfing. I love the game of surfing. I'm a freak about it, and it's my pleasure to be here
And
to
we're
learn.
all surfers.
Yeah.
We love it. We love to surf. We love to see our competitors do well. And this is what we do. This is what we live for, guys. When we see the lighthouse, beautiful, iconic lighthouse there of
Yes.
Arecibo. If you're down here, there's so many things to do. There's beautiful beaches other than the surfing beaches. Right next to that lighthouse, there's a beautiful, calm beach for kids to go.
Yeah, super safe.
And there's some rivers real close by. There's caves you can go to in Camuy. There's La Cueva La Ventana right here in Arecibo. There's
Cueva del Indio.
Cueva del Indio, which are the ancient our ancestors who lived here. So there's a lot to do if you come down here to Arecibo other than watching the event.
All right. So here's the case scenario right now. Ty's surfing in red with priority. He needs a 6.3 or so to get his party going. But so far, McNulty with a solid 7.5 holds the lead. Combination score for surfer in white comes in at a 6.33. He's working with a 3.5 and a backup score of a 2.83. Ollinger got his opening wave. Surfer in green comes in at a 4.67. So this is the case scenario with 12 minutes and 45 seconds here on the clock. Priority red, second priority white, third priority blue, fourth priority green. And yeah, this is heat number 3 out of 24, I guess, for today. We're going to be featuring these first 16 heats of this round. And then we're going to go into the round of 96. And we're going to do 2 heats of we're going to do the first 8 heats of that round. And then we're back on tomorrow. Give you a quick little rundown of our scheduling here. We're going to be running the men's round of 128 pretty much all day today. And then we're going to jump onto the round of 96, and we're going to end the day with that. So we are scheduled to end the day at approximately 4 p.m. here Caribbean time out of Puerto Rico, Arecibo, Puerto Rico. And all heats are 20-minute long. Surfers usually paddle out as soon as the other heats finish. Nothing crazy here.
Here we go. Red getting it started. He waited a long time for this wave, but cracks that first section. Loses a little of the flow there to hit that second section. Still keeps it going. 3 good turns, trying to close it out here on the inside. It's like 6 inches deep. Watch your fins, buddy. Whoa.
Yeah.
So shallow right
Super
there.
shallow. Super shallow. But that was Surfer in Red. Tice, he had been waiting for that wave for a while. We'll see if it pays off for him. He needed a 6.33 to get back in the game here, or at least get started. That's the replay here. He gets a couple of turns, kind of digs the rail a little bit. Little nugget to work with.
Yeah.
Kind of drives across and it just gets as much. He's like, yeah, can you see me now?
Yeah. You gotta
Surfer in Red, Taylor Tice.
I remember one of our coaches used to say, you have to be a used car salesman.
Yeah.
You got to sell your waves to his judges. Look at this guy.
This guy's selling
surfing.
with a 7.5.
And he's going to get another good score.
Shane McNulty over
I'm
here.
going to throw it out there, 6.0.
Thank you. I like your numbers. I'm not throwing numbers out just yet, but keep coming. I like
Here
it.
we go. White.
Oh, Scott is claiming a 6. Surfer in White, Frontino, Sean. Sean came in as a wild card here, and he's in the show. Sean out of Peru.
go.
That was it for Surfer in White. We got 9 minutes and 55 seconds, a little bit under 9 minutes, 50 seconds here. And yeah, this is the case scenario so far with one single wave when leading the heat. Surfer McNulty, Shane in blue. This is the replay for White. White's got a couple of waves under his belt. Based on his combination score, he's currently sitting in second for the time being. We'll see if that's the case scenario for the rest of the day, or at least the heat. We're also waiting for Surfer in Blue's second wave to drop. That's going to better his situation.
Yep, I think he's going to go to the double digits there. Put him in
Well,
solid first place.
Red came in at a 4.5
With his last wave,
with that last wave.
He
So
had good flow, but definitely we saw he lost a little of that control there on his second turn. Here's
oh my God, these guys are listening to you.
Wow, 6.0.
6.0 for McNulty.
I'm going to have to sit up
Shane,
there
you're
as a
going to have to
judge.
go judge up there. Jesus Christ, Oscar. Good job there.
So everybody who's listening and doesn't know very well how this works, it's basically a 5-judge panel, 5 judges throwing down scores. The highest score is thrown out and the lowest score is also thrown out. And then the system gets an average out of its 3 best scores. So that's basically how it works.
Well, out of the back there, we got, with priority, Hollander. He's got a 4.67. He's looking for 3.33 or better. McNulty comes in with a 6. He's currently leading the heat with a combination score of a 13.5 there. And yeah, Surfer in red right now jumps onto that second transfer spot. So with 8 minutes on the clock,
It's going to be hard to take Blue out.
that's right. Surfer in white and Surfer in green got a little bit of work ahead of them. Ethan only has 1 wave. You know, he's sitting relatively well. 7 minutes and 45 seconds, buddy. I don't know if you can hear me.
This is in between.
He's calling for time there.
Yeah. Pito's giving him the
Yeah,
information out there. We're inside. Alfred and I are inside this really nice production booth. We got the AC going.
Yeah.
You know, we're just really nice here because it's hot out there. It's going to be a hot day. Un día caliente en la isla.
Super hot.
Yesterday we had like 100-degree temperatures down here, so it got pretty hot after like 5 days of rain for that last event. So it's hot and it's humid.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny. It's not funny, but
Blue,
we were cloudy here for a long time. Blue up and going on his backhand.
This guy rips, man.
McNulty again trying to get rid of that 6.0. He seems to be picking out picking out a couple of nuggets. He comes loose at the end, but here's Green.
Just looking for a 3.33 and just banks that first turn.
That's right.
See if he gets another one.
Will it be enough? You tell me the numbers there. You're the numbers man.
That's a hard one there. It's going to be close because he had a pretty good first turn.
Yeah. Is it a
but I don't know if
3.33?
he's going to make it all the way up there. We have to compare. The judges are definitely going to compare with the 3.5s of white and red.
Yeah.
And they're going to make their decision if it's better or worse. That's basically how this works also. Judges have replay. They can see any wave they want. They'll see it and then they'll compare it with the last wave, trying to get the best scores out. And there it is. It was the score, 3.93. Judges are looking for. I really like that power from Surfer in green. Just one turn gets him the score.
Yeah.
But it's one solid turn. You know that.
Yeah. I mean, it was enough. You know, he was looking for a 3.33. He got a little bit over that. The judges were being relatively generous. However, here we are with Surfer in white, Frontino, who started really busy. Now he's falling a little behind with almost 5 minutes, a little bit over 5 minutes on the clock. That was a nice little floater on that section. He was looking for a 4.73. You know, the question of the hour will always be, is it enough?
I think if you compare that with Surfer in green, Surfer in green was definitely a lot more powerful, a lot more 6 to 12. I think that wave from white is not going to be a 4.73 when you compare it to the scores of green.
Right.
That green's first best score, 4.767, was also one turn basically, but it was that big closeout turn where he threw the tail out. So that's what the judges are looking at. They're just comparing scores, making sure they have the criteria well, and that the surfers that advance are the ones that got the best scores out. So
yeah. 5 minutes on the clock here. These are the final 5 minutes of heat number 3.
5 minutos que estos últimos 5 minutos, ahora nos vamos con la entrevista de uno de los ganadores del último hit. Y estos últimos 5 minutos están traídos ustedes por Corona Extra, Corona Puerto Rico. Va a haber happy hour aquí, 2 por 5 durante todos estos días de competencia. Así que estos últimos 5 minutos te los trae Corona Puerto Rico.
Well, we're standing by for an interview. As soon as it does come in, I'll cue you guys in. But so far, with 4 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock here, Surfer in Red with priority. Surfer in Red needs a 4.11 here, and he will find himself back in the game. It's not a huge ask. He already has a 4.5 and a 3.5, so I'm sure that Taylor's going to be able to potentially get that done. However, the time is not helping him as the clock winds down, making it a bit more difficult for him. Yeah, and Frantino also, you know.
We're back. We are, just waiting on these last 3 minutes of this heat number 3, round of 128, La Marginal Surfing Pro 2025. We're really happy to have all these surfers back in the water. When we see Red, who's looking for a 4.11, and this, he goes right. See?
There goes Tice, Taylor Tice here.
Boys are, let's see if
off
we can
the
punch,
screen.
We can punch the Red right there.
All right, we'll see what Green did on that one. However, currently sitting in second, Ethan, his little square hat off the top there. Kind of stay in the pocket. That's little powerful turns onto the inside. That's going to be a good wave for Surfer in Green.
Boom. Yes.
Ethan,
powerful surfer.
A couple of power turns there. He's just trying to make sure he shuts the door down on Surfer in Red. Surfer in White also trying to make a comeback here. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, priority McNulty. McNulty currently leading the heat with a 6.5.
Okay, so we're going with the interview right now for last heat winner with Ramoncito Diaz Zambrana. He's got him out there, guys.
Here we are with Dane Levy from the United States, winner of heat number 2, second time in Puerto Rico. How was the surf out there in that heat?
It's super fun. The waves are fun. The water's warm. Stoked to be here.
So it was a little bit slow, or you could make some maneuvers, combination, and everything.
Yeah, the start of the heat it was a little slow. I don't think I got my first score until about 10 minutes, around 10 minutes. But after that, kind of got on a little flow with the ocean and had fun.
Okay, well, congratulations. See you in the next heat. So leave it there. Leave it to you.
Bueno, muchas gracias Ramoncito por ese interview. Ahí, espero que lo hayan escuchado. Estamos tratando de resolver el tema del audio. 1 minute and 25 seconds, 125 on the clock here. And so far, McNulty in blue bettered his situation with a 6.4 now as his new backup score. And Tice, currently sitting in second, takes over that shotgun seat with a 5.5 and a 4.5. With 1 minute on the clock, Surfer in Green is looking for a 5.34. He's got fourth priority. And with second priority, we have Surfer in White, who now needs a 6.13. 45 seconds on the clock. It seems to me like things are relatively quiet and is going to stay as is. So early prediction here, what I'm saying is that Mr. McNulty, Sean, could potentially be winning this heat within the next 30 seconds, followed by Surfer in Red. Winning the heat would be McNulty with a 13.9. However, it's not over till the clock hits 0. Surfer in Red was taking a dig at it. I wish I was able to see what is going on. I got this drone shot. And we got 5 seconds on the clock here. 5 seconds on the clock. And that was it for heat number 3. Winning the heat with a combination score of a 13.9. Mr. McNulty also moving on, sitting shotgun. Second transfer spot goes to Ethan Hollander out of the USA. Congratulations. Heat number 4. Heat number 4 coming up next in the water. We're going to be seeing Taj Talbot out of Costa Rica. Adam Bartlett from the USA. Baylor White also, along with JJ Martinez, our surfer from Puerto Rico, in green. So this is heat number 4, 20 minutes on the clock. Clock is already running. Here we go.
Here we are. It's heat number 4, round of 128. Who do we have in the water there? I see a local boy, JJ Martinez, right?
That's right, JJ Martinez. Aquí estamos. This is us. Hi, Mom.
Hola, mami. Bendición. Muchas bendiciones que me estás viendo por ahí. So thank you. And we're here. It's Alfred Bove, Oscar Martinez. We're starting this off today. We're in heat 4 already. We got a local boy, JJ Martinez from Isabela. We have Baylor White from USA, Adam Bartlett also from USA, and Tosh Talbot from Costa Rica. So great level. And guys, this is our merch here. We got our merch, local merch from La Marginal Surfing Pro. If you want to get your hats, get your shirts, come by La Marginal de Arecibo. We got Ocean Vibes. It's a local brand who did all of this. So we're helping the local community here with this event. It's not only the athletes. We have a lot of local Arecibeños who are putting their part, and giving jobs to more people. Those people, we have our security staff. We have the people who are cooking the food for everybody every day. We have the people who did the shirts. We have some judges. So we're giving jobs that a lot of people need. And this event really helps out, not only in the sport, but also the community.
Yeah. So out of the back, we saw Surfer in green. Gracias.
Surfer in green is JJ Martinez, local boy. We're trying to refresh. Right. Scores in there. And Tosh from Costa Rica starts with a 4.0. And our local boy, JJ Martinez, starts with a 2.67. JJ comes from surfing family. His dad, Lion, he's always in the water in the big days. He's out at backdoor, tabletop, middles. Here's green.
Well, that replay for green.
That's a good turn. That was one turn, just 0.67. Got great flow. Guys we've seen him grow up and how his surfing has been evolving in the last few years, and he's got a great style. Some of them used to compare him to the late AI. Obviously, he's a world AI is uncomparable, but JJ's got that style.
And that's his idol. So he
studies his surfing.
He studies videos on and off.
That's who we see him surf, and he definitely has a lot of his style.
Isn't it how beautiful is it that somebody like Andy Irons is still influencing kids today?
Definitely. Here we see green. Boom.
Yeah, we go Surfer in green.
Wait for it.
JJ Martinez gets a little hung up,
But yeah, he was. Andy is definitely an icon of our sport. A huge loss for the sport of surfing.
Yes.
We all felt that a lot.
He was ahead of his times.
Definitely.
Paved the wave. Get it? Paved the wave.
Look at green here. Look at that style. Just boom. Off the back. It closest off. Get a little bit better score, but he gets a 3.10 just off that one turn. So the judges are liking those turns. You just gotta combo those up.
he is in the game. You know, you have to play the clock properly here too, as well. You know, like sometimes priority can make or break a heat. And so far, he's staying busy with a 3.1 and a 2.67. However, getting the better hand here is Surfer in red. Talbot here.
Tico, pura vida.
Taj.
Saludo. Here we go.
This is
red.
replay here. That was his first wave we missed. He punts it up.
Oh, can't get
Comes
that.
loose.
That's that. Yeah, that right we missed. And here's Blue throwing that tail out the back also.
Yeah, it's Bartlett. And yeah, Green up and going. JJ Martinez from Isabela, Puerto Rico gets attacked by the turtle there. Gets his leash pulled, you know? Some turtles here are a little bit more aggressive than others, but, you know, for the most part, it's absolute beautiful species. But yeah, you know, sometimes in life you're surfing, driving down the line, and boop, here goes a turtle. All right, Surfer in blue, 4.4. 4.4.
Here we are.
And we are
Check.
figuring these microphones out still. This is day one for us. We have 5 days. We got 14 minutes on the clock here. So far, Surfer in red, Taj Talbot out of Costa Rica. He's holding a 4.0 and a backup score of a 2.83.
We're seeing Green from the back shot there from the drone. That was pretty cool. We got a really good drone operator. His name is Manuel. Caribbean Drone Services is his company.
Nice.
Guy's a professional and he surfs, so you know he knows what he's looking for, what to follow. Great guy. Local shout out to Manuel and his company there. Here we see Green, JJ Martinez trying to better his situation in this heat. He's currently in the second advancing position.
Yeah, he is.
But Blue put down a 4.40, so he only needs a 1.37 to advance right now, and there's 13 minutes, 13 seconds on the clock.
Well, that's right. So far, leading the heat. Surfer in red. There's a replay for White. I believe this is his first wave. Surfer in white, literally. Last name White as well.
Yeah. White is in white. So we have very busy heat. There's a lot of waves being surfed in this heat right now. It's heat number 4, round of 128. Sun's out. A beautiful day down here in Puerto Rico. And we're stoked to have the WSL QS back in town for the second year in a row. It was 11 years that we didn't have a QS event here, Alfred.
Too long.
11 years, not a lot happening with
Replay with Green.
Oh, that was a
good time where he came loose at the end. Was it the excitement? I don't know what it was.
Maybe.
But it
looked nice.
I mean, it is. I know, like, this is the round of 128, and it's important for a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
You know, they've been dreaming about this moment. This is the big stage. Is the qualifying series here, the QS. You know, and these are the stepping stones that you need to stomp in order to move your way up. Well, this is the view from up top here. We got Taj here. He's currently sitting in first with a 4.0 and a 2.83. We got 11 minutes, a little bit over 11 minutes on the clock here. Surfer in white with priority. He only needs a 2.07 in order to advance. And also, we're looking for Surfer in blue. He needs a 1.37. So it's not a huge ask for any of these surfers. Halfway through this heat there, split peak. $10 minutes and 37 seconds here. So now we have priority Surfer in Blue. Surfer in Blue currently sits with a 4.0. That was his opening score. Out of all the opening scores, this is the best of them. So therefore, he only needs a 1.37. 1.37 would get him sitting shotgun for the time being. For 10 minutes on the clock. However, Surfer in Green may have something to say about it. Surfer in Green yet again. Hold on, Martinez. He comes loose there. You know? A 9 minutes and 20 seconds here. 9:20. Surfer in Blue catapults and jumps onto that first transfer spot. Bartlett, Surfer in Blue. You see him up and going there. 9 minutes on the clock here. Now, Surfer in Green. He needs a 3.74, and he's looking for a 3.74 or better. All right, red up and going here. Tosh was sitting in first, gets a little bit caught behind. All right, also Surfer in White. All right, that was a replay for Blue. Blue Barley comes up with a 5.1 and a new backup score now of a 4.4. So Surfer in Blue currently takes the lead with a combination score of a 9.5 here. And 8 minutes on the clock. Surfer in White also. All right, I think we have an interview coming up here. Let's see. On the microphone, let me know when, people.
Okay, here we are with Shane McNulty from the United States, winner of heat number 3. This is your first time in Puerto Rico. How is your experience? How was the heat?
Yeah, just first and foremost, I want to give all glory to God. Jesus, this was super good opportunity. I'm super stoked to be here, and yeah, I'm loving the country so far. I flew in yesterday, long layovers and stuff, but I'm stoked to be here. Got my free surfs in, and my boards are feeling great. Sharp eyes under my feet, feeling really good. And yeah, I'm just digging the country so far. It's super nice, and everyone's welcoming. Super stoked.
Okay, well, welcome to Puerto Rico, and go for it, you know?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take it to you there.
Well, thank you, Ramoncito, for that quick little interview there. We got 11 minutes. I'm sorry, we got 6 minutes here. 6:40 on the clock, a little bit under. So far, Surfer in Blue currently leading the heat there. Six minutes, 22 seconds. Surfer in Green currently sitting in fourth. He now needs a 3.9 or better. Surfer in Red with priority Tosh out of Costa Rica, Albert. He's looking for a 3.0. It's not a huge ask. And Mr. White, Surfer in White, if he's looking to take over the driver's seat, he only needs a 5.37. Although, however, he's currently sitting in that second transfer spot. And there it is. We got to change the situation right now. Taking over the driver's seat out of Costa Rica with a combination score right now of 10.9. We have Tosh Talbot. He just dropped a 6.07. Now his new backup score is a 4.83. We got Surfer in Red on his backhand attack there. We'll see what that looks like. We got 5 minutes on the clock here. We got 5 minutes on the clock. Surfer in blue with priority. Second priority goes to Surfer in white. Surfer in white currently sits in fourth. He needs a 6.5 or better to find himself back in the game and advancing. Also, Surfer in green, J.J. Martinez de Isabela, Puerto Rico. He's looking for a 6.13. So he's currently sitting in fourth. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and the clock is ticking. Time is winding down. And right now, out of Costa Rica, Surfer in red with a combination score of an 11.14 currently leads the heat. Heat number 4, round of 128 here. Heat number 5 coming up next. We got green up and going on his backhand. He doesn't need a huge ask. However, he's got to get some work done. Surfer in green, a nice decent wave. Here's blue yet again. Bartlett out of the US of A comes undone. He's just trying to make it happen, trying to shut the door on J.J. Martinez to see if he's able to do that. We got 3 minutes and 3 minutes and 40 seconds here on the clock. So as the clock winds down, we're going to be waiting for the last wave for Surfer in green and also for Surfer in blue. I don't think it's going to change his situation. Surfer in blue has a pair of 5.1s, therefore currently sitting in second with a combination score. Here's the replay for Surfer in green. It's a nice little turn, squares that one right off the top, gets that little fourth turn and closes that section out. Should be a solid score for Surfer in green. We'll see what the judges award him for it. That's the replay for blue. Throwing the fins up in the air like he just don't care. 2 minutes and 50 seconds here. 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the microphone here live. It is Alfred Bobet. My name is Alfred Bobet Jr. Here stuck on this booth, but I love it. 2 minutes 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, you got red up and going. Squares that off. Tosh out of Costa Rica comes on loose, but that's a 6-12 snap right there. Blanco, Surfer in white. Mr. Blanco. It's a little two-turn combo there. He's got a 3.7 and 3.3. He needs a 6.5 to get back into the conversation. So far, Martinez in green has a 4.43 and a 4.07. He still has an ask of 5.77 to get back in it. We got a little bit, 2 minutes under. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds as we see the replay for Surfer in white. Surfer in white. That's a couple of turns out of that. 1 minute, 25 seconds here of heat number 4. There you go. Surfer in blue, currently sitting in second, trying to solidify his status. Yet again, comes loose. I believe Bartlett has a injured ankle, to the best of my understanding. 1 minute on the clock here. 1 minute on the clock. Surfer in green with priority. Surfer in green needs now a 5.77 to punch his ticket onto the next round, the round of 96. As we just saw, Surfer in blue coming a little bit undone. 40 seconds on the clock here. 40 seconds. All right, we're finalizing this heat. We got the last 10 seconds on the clock here, more or less. So far, holding priority and needing a 5.77. Surfer in green. Priority just changed. We got green up and going. All right, red. And that was it for heat number 4. Heat number 5. Logan Rad coming up next. All right, this is heat number 5. In red, we have Mr. Rad. In blue, we have Mr. Smith. In white, Self Eugene. And in green, Persidok. Persidok? Sorry, I'm butchering that name so bad here. My apologies. All right, we got Reef here. This is heat number 5, heat number 6 coming up next here. All right, you got Surfer in red. I believe it's Logan Rad here. Nice little looking wave there for the goofy footed Logan Rad. Unfortunately, we don't have any scores up on the board. The guys are working on it. I'm also out in the dark here. Trying to wait for some scores to drop. But that was Logan Rad. All right, there's like Logan Rad here. Surfer in red, that was a replay. 3-turn combo there. We'll see what the judges award him for it.
Claro, internet de alta velocidad, Asahi Express y el Hospital Dr. Susoni. And it's green up and right in Reef. Percy Dog from USA looking for speed. Putting his maneuver, closing maneuver. That'll be for surfer in green, Reef. Percy Dog. Green, your score came in as a 3.83. 3.83. Green. And he's red up and right in our heat leader. He's going to put a companion to the 7.17 that he got on his opening ride. That's Logging Rat. And that'll be it for Rat. As we are watching White up and riding to smack sail from the Dominican Republic. The regular footer, that'll be it for White. Minutos 40 segundos. 13 minutes and a half in the clock. Priorities in blue, second priority green. Red. Your second score came in as a 2.83. 2.83. Red. Max. White. Your opening score came in as a 4.1. 4.1. So only blue with no score on the screen board so far and priority. And blue, you need 4.11. White is sitting in second place only with one score of a 4.1. In third place, green with only one score of a 3.83. Red is in the lead with a 7.17 and a 2.83. And blue with no scores so far.
Bueno, tenemos un interview.
Hit número 4. Cuéntame, ¿cómo estuvo ese hit?
No, las olas estuvo bien divertidas. La verdad, las condiciones un poquito más difícil de lo que se ve. Me costó un poquito. Me caí en un aéreo bien bueno y otro a la backside, pero no, las olas están súper divertidas. Mucho mejor que el año pasado, que estuvo grande y bastante cerrón, entonces súper feliz.
Qué bien, esta es la tercera vez de tú venir a Puerto Rico. ¿Qué tal te ha tratado esta bienvenida aquí a Puerto Rico?
No, me encanta Puerto Rico. Competí en el evento del Corona y el Alas allá en Isabela. Y no, feliz de estar aquí en Arecibo. Las olas están súper divertidas y estoy súper feliz que el QS está viniendo a otros lugares ahora y no solo en los estados y viniendo a olas mejores, entonces eso me pone muy feliz.
Oye, pues muchas felicidades. Te seguimos entonces para el próximo hit, ¿ok?
Perfecto,
¿Cómo no?
gracias.
Llévatelo, ahí lo tienen.
Bueno, mi gente, aquí continuamos con la acción. Muchas gracias, Ramosito, por ese último interview.
Fourth place surfer in blue. You are looking for a 3.11. 3.11 is what you need. Elias, your opening score came in as a 1.0. 1.0. Priorities in green, second priority white, third priority red, fourth priority blue. 10 minutes in the clock. And it's wide open riding Max Self from the Dominican Republic. La República Dominicana aquí gozando en su backhand, atacando esta a izquierda. Eso es todo para Max Self de la hermana República Dominicana. Cuando estamos viendo al competidor en azul, este es Elias.
Here. I am back. Logan Rad. Mr. Rad in red. Currently leading the heat with a 7.117 and a 5.0. We also got Surfer out of the Dominican Republic. Max Self. Self Eugene comes in with a 4.1. Surfer in green. Persidoc. He cracks it open with a 3.83. We got 8 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock. A little bit under that. But these guys are sitting relatively close to one another. We got these opening waves. We got Eugene with a 6.0 and a 4.1 as his backup score. He's currently sitting in second. He's got a combination score of a 10.10. But Logan, with his one of his first waves, came in at a 7.17. Third wave comes in at a 5.0. He's currently leading the heat with a combination score yet again. 8 minutes on the clock. 8 minutes. This is heat number 5. Round of 128. Heat number 6 is coming up next here. And we got this little drone shot as it backs away. Green. This is white with the replay here. Max Self. It's a nice looking wave there. He's currently sitting in second. I believe that was his 6.0, which was his second wave. He started the party with a 4.1, which became his backup score. Nevertheless, Reef in green, not too far behind. He's got a pair of, he's got a 3.83 and a 3.33. But Elias Smith, he's got a little bit of work to do on the second half of the heat here. Oh man, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. Arecibo, La Marginal here. That's the beach marshals area, more or less. This is where the competitors enter. That little way you see there sometimes gets a little bit exposed with the low tide. But for the time being, with 6 minutes, 45 seconds, Logan Rad out of the US of A currently sitting in the driver's seat with a 12.17. He also has priority, so within the last 6 minutes, he's definitely controlling the situation. Six minutes on the clock here. 6 minutes on the clock. These guys are eyeing each other out. Surfer in green, he's a 6.27. And Surfer in blue, Mr. Smith here, Elias Smith, he has a little bit of more work to do. He's looking for a 9.1. I try to chop that up a little bit and trying to get himself back in the game. But for the time being, Surfer in blue needs a 9.1 or better. And Persidoc in green, he's looking for a medium range type score of a 6.27. Nevertheless, if Mr. Max Self Eugene out of the Dominican Republic, if he wants to take over the driver's seat, he's going to need a 6.18, but he's currently sitting in that second transfer spot. As we're looking at Surfer and Green, Persidoc trying to get back in the conversation there. That's definitely not going to do it for the young lad. We got 5 minutes on the clock. We have 5 minutos en el reloj. We got Logan Rad, who's currently leading the heat there. Surfer in red out of the US of A. Currently has a 7.17 and a 5.0. We'll see if that's enough to get rid of that backup score with 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock here. So this is heat number 5. We're driving down the line here. 9:40 in the morning. Heat number 6 is up next, and heat number 6 is going to be featuring Bain Malton Bain, Mateo Wonder, Victor Camarena, and Colin Shin. Those guys are up next, heat number 6, in approximately 4 minutes or so. But at the moment, Green with priority. Green's got a lot of work to do here. Persidoc has a 3.83 and a 3.33. His last wave came in as an up and down. Not going to make a difference here. However, with the 1-2 punch, Logan Rad, Max Self out of the Dominican Republic, currently with the 1-2 punch. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. 3:40 on the clock. All right, Surfer in Green, Persidoc trying to give himself an opportunity. Taps the lip there a little bit. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference for the competitor. Reef, Persidoc, and Green. On his backhand, though, Elias Smith here with a 1-2 combo. I don't think it's going to be enough to woo the judges here, but that was the second wave. He needed an excellent score. That did not look like it to me. Nevertheless, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Logan Rad in the driver's seat, sitting shotgun, Surfer in white. Max Self, he goes replay for Green. Falls a little behind on that section. 2 minutes, 20 seconds, 2:20. One minute 45 seconds, 1:45. Things are relatively quiet. One minute 30 seconds. Priority Green, Surfer in Grand Persidoc. He needs a 6.27 or better. Surfer in Blue, now he's looking for a 6.0. His last wave came in at a 4.1. Now his backup score is a 1.0. It's 1 minute on the clock. He's got second priority. However, the ball is on Persidoc's side of the court. Surfer in Green. He can lock down a 6.27 or better. He'll find himself punching his ticket onto the next round. However, winning the heat so far with a 1-2 punch is Surfer in Red, Logan Rad. Followed by the Surfer out of the Dominican Republic, Max Self Eugene. We got 40 seconds here. 40 seconds. Heat number 5, Cinco. Heat numero 5. A Surfer in Red, nice little nugget there. Well, that was it for heat number 5. So far, that's the scores on the board here. Winning the heat with a combination score of 11.14 and advancing to the next round. Tash Talbot out of Costa Rica, and also Adam Bartlett. All right, this is heat number 6, about to get crackling. Up next, Mayton Bain, Mateo Wander, Victor Camarena, and Colin Shin. We got Mayton out of the USA, Mateo also. From Panama, Victor Camarena, and from the US of A, Colin Shin. Heat number 6, up and going. All right, this heat opening wave for Surfer in Blue. Mateo Wander. 3.33. All right, here's a replay for Blue. That's his opening wave for Mr. Wonder. Mateo. Taking the driver's seat with a 3.33. That's his opening score. Camarena. Doing his thing. He's been here all week long. Getting started here for the WSL qualifying series. Victor Camarena. Surfer in white. Competidor en blanco. Y bueno, esa fue la primera hora del competidor Victor Camarena. I speak a couple of languages, but today we're going to be jumping between English y Español. Waiting for that first wave to come in for Surfer in white. We'll see what the judges award him for it. All right, Victor comes up with a 4.83. 4.83. I've got 16 minutes on the clock here. Currently leading the heat with a combination score of an 8.5. Surfer in white. Followed by Surfer in blue, who's holding a 6.33 at the time being. A little bit under 16 minutes on the clock here. We got 15 minutes and 20 seconds here on the clock. 15, 20. What's up, Logan?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Well, all right. Waiting for an interview here. I think we're going to have Logan Rad from the previous heat sitting next to me for a few. But so far, this is heat number 6. This is 14 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here. Victor Camarena currently combination scoring it out with an 8.5 here. All right. So sitting next to me, we got Logan Rad. All right, buddy. Waiting for us. They're going to cue your beautiful face onto the screen there. All right, Logan. So how was that last heat? Logan Rad here. What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Not bad. Welcome to the booth.
Heck yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a good heat. I got started early with that 7 and kind of just kept going from there. Got a backup of a 5 and felt comfortable, and it was a good heat.
Nice, right on, man. Anything you're looking forward to for the rest of the day? Like, what are your goals for this weekend? Obviously, other than trying to win this.
Yeah, definitely the goal is to win, but just take it one heat at a time. I got another heat later, so just get ready for that one.
Fantastic.
Let's go.
Well, here's Logan Rad. Congratulations, Surfer and Reg.
Thank you.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir.
Good luck. All right, that was Logan Rad in the booth, quickly letting us know how he felt about his 7.17, which is a good opening score if you ask me. And also, he came up with a 5 point something, and he was able to close it down, you know. We got 13 minutes. 13 minutes on the clock. 13 minutes. As you can see here, Surfer in White currently leading the heat on a combination score of an 8.5, followed by Surfer in Blue. Surfer in Blue has a 3.33 and a 3.0. Now, with priority also, Surfer in White currently controlling the situation a little bit over 11 minutes on the clock here. And so, Surfer in Green has an up and down here opening score for Red. Mr. Bain comes in at a 4.5, so he's currently sitting in third. However, he's got second priority, and he's waiting for the second wave to come in. So we'll see what that does for a Surfer in Red. But so far, Victor Camarena.
Gracias.
10 minutes, 30 seconds here, 10:30 on the clock. That's heat number 6, round of 128. Red with an up and down there. That would be his second wave. We'll see what that does for Surfer in red. Surfer in white has 2 waves. He's got a 4.83 and a backup score of 3.67. Currently in the driver's seat, followed by Surfer in blue. Surfer in blue has a 3.33 and a 3.0. We just saw the second wave for Surfer in red. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference for him. He still needs a 1.83 or better to find himself in that shotgun seat. Red takes a dig at it. 9 minutes and 30. 9:30 here. We got blue up and going on his backhand. It's the second turn out of that. Surfer in blue. Mateo Wander. Mateo's staying relatively busy. His first 2 waves are the most significant ones. We'll see if that one changes his situation. He only needs a 5.17 or better to take over the driver's seat, but out of the back, Bain in red, trying to make his case for it. 8:30 on the clock here. So Surfer in red, Bain. Looking for his third wave, trying to get rid of that backup score of 0.43. Here's red and his replay. This one nice little turn, closes that section out. He's definitely going to get rid of that backup score. However, is it going to be enough to take over the driver's seat? No. 3.1 for Surfer in blue and that last wave. 8 minutes on the clock here. 8 minutes on the clock. Seven minutes and 25, 7:25 on the clock here. I think I need a little coffee. That's what I think. All right, Surfer in red with that last wave. He's got a pair of 4.5s. Currently takes over the driver's seat, bumping down Camarena. Surfer in white. Camarena's got a combination score of an 8.5. But in the driver's seat, all of a sudden, Surfer in red with 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock here. With 6:40 on the clock, we got Surfer in red currently takes the lead. And then we also have Victor currently sitting in second, but in blue, he now needs a 5.17 or better. And Surfer in green, Colin Chin, he's looking for a 7.5 or better. So he's got a taller order here for Surfer in green. Surfer in white and Surfer in blue have been jumping back and forth, kind of switching that position out. Blue has been grinding away. Currently sits in third. He's got waves here. He's got about 6 waves. That last one kind of did it for him with the 3.10 being his new backup. 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock here. And as you can see, Surfer in red with a pair of 4.5s somewhat is getting the job done for the time being. However, with priority is the replay for red. However, with priority, Camarena has got a backup score of a 3.67. I'm sure if he gets a decent little nug, he's going to be able to get rid of that backup score and potentially making a case for his driver's seat position there. But he's currently sitting in second. And in that first transfer spot is Mates and Bain. There's a replay for Green. Colin Shin. Four minutes 45, 4:45 on the clock here. Surfer in white. Waiting for that last wave to come in for Surfer in white to see if it's going to make a difference. I don't really think it is. It should be, I think it's an up and down. I wasn't able to get what's going on with the camera here. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 15 seconds here. 4:15 on the clock. Surfer in red up and going again. Mr. Bain puts a nice turn on and comes loose on that. Out of the back though, Surfer in blue. Up and going. With an up and down. 4 minutes, a little bit under 4 minutes on the clock here. That was that for Surfer in blue. So far, coming towards the end of heat number 6 here. Surfer in red currently holding the lead. That second transfer spot could be up for grabs. We'll see. Second priority, Surfer in white. He's currently sitting in second. He's going to have to play a little bit of defense over Surfer in blue. Nevertheless, Surfer in blue takes a dig at it, decides not to go. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Three minutes. Surfer in green there. 2:45. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 2:20 here. Well, this is finalizing the last 2 minutes here. Red falling out of the sky, out of the back. Surfer in blue trying to make a case for it. He's got the last minute, 45 seconds here. Surfer in blue. Mateo Wonder is looking for a 5.17. Is it going to be enough, though? Camarena currently sitting in second. Trying to get rid of that backup score of a 3.67. That minute and a half left on the clock. We'll see if he's able to hold on to that second transfer spot. We'll see what the judges award Surfer in blue. We got the ladies over there. 1 minute, 11 seconds. Green with priority. Green needs a 5.87 or better. See. Heat number 7 coming up next in approximately 40 seconds or so. We're trying to catch this replay for Surfer in white. We got Surfer in white. Victor Camarena. There's a couple of turns out of that. Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. Heat number 7 coming up next. We're ripping through this day. 1-1. Coming up next, we're going to be featuring Tommaso Layson, Travis Southworth, David Ducarno, and Alejandro Bernales. Those guys are coming up next. All right, that was it for that heat number 6. And that was heat number 6. Heat number 7 in the water now. That was heat number 6. Heat number 6 was Surfer in Red sitting first there. And also moving on through Victor Camarena. And we see Alejandro Bernales picking up exactly where he left off these last couple of days here of competition. Last week we had the Atlas Tour stopping by, and he was able to take the W on his category. Here's Blue Southworth Travis out of the US of A. No, Travis is from Mexico. Travis es de México, disculpen con ese nombre. Travis Southworth, representando a México. All right, so I'm going to leave you here with my partner for the day, Oscar Martinez. He'll be right with you.
Bueno, aquí estamos de regreso. Soy Oscar Martín Borrás, presidente de la Federación de Surfing de Puerto Rico. Estamos cubriendo el turno a Alfred Bové cuando vemos a Verde aquí tirando las quillas para adelante y logrando esa maniobra de aéreo. Entonces a Bernales. A ver dónde nos quedamos. Bernales viene del Perú. Una gran contingencia de los surfers latinoamericanos diciendo presente aquí en esta parada del WSL QS 4000. Toda vez que la semana pasada tuvimos aquí una parada del Alas Global Tour con sobre 200 atletas de 25 países visitando las bellas costas de Arecibo. Aquí estamos nuevamente cubriendo distintos espacios para asegurar que este evento quede a la calidad que se merecen los atletas internacionales. Ahí tenemos la primera ola de blanco, bajó como un 5.33. Esa primera ola de blanco bajó como un 5.33. Cuando vemos azul en ola aquí, tirando el tail, no logra completar esa maniobra. So this is attorney Oscar Martinez Borrás. I'm the president of the Puerto Rico Federation, Surfing Federation. Welcome to everybody who's watching us. Here's Tay Lyson from Barbados. Tommy Layson, this kid rips. I saw him surfing the last few days. First time ever surfing La Marginal. The young kid from the neighbor island of Barbados where they hold an yearly WSL QS 5000. This year is going to be a QS 6000 in the beautiful beach of Supos, Barbados. That's a very important event in our region. Now Puerto Rico says present also, and Dominican Republic that has a great WSL QS event in Cabarete. So saludos a los hermanos de la República Dominicana, los hermanos de las Islas Caribeñas, como Barbados también. Teníamos representación de las Islas Vírgenes Británicas, BVI de Tortola en el último evento. También de la República Dominicana. Teníamos atletas de Barbados, de Jamaica. Teníamos nuestros corazones y mejores pensamientos y oraciones a nuestros hermanos jamaiquinos que acaban de pasar por un huracán categoría 5. Vemos a Blanco. Y esa primera ola de Tommy Layson, un 7.0, como les dije, este chico surfea increíble. Green with a big turn. We're going to be going back and forth between Spanish and English. We have a big Latin and Puerto Rican contingency who's watching this live event. So we're going to give part of it in Spanish and also in English for the benefit of everybody who's watching the event from English-speaking countries like the United States of America, Canada. We're also represented here. That's our lifeguard crew. Got a jet ski out in the water just in case, keeping our athletes safe. He read again. Tommy Layson, great young kid, great young talent from the island of Barbados. We have Travis Southworth from Mexico, David Do Carmo from Brazil, and this is in blue. And we have in blue Alejandro Bernales from Peru. So it's an international heat. Brazil, Mexico, Barbados, and Peru represented in this heat number 7 of the first round of 128. We're going to be running through this whole round. It's going to be 16 heats. And then we're going to be following up with 8 heats of the round of 96. We'll be wrapping up the day with those 24 heats. Then tomorrow we'll be finishing up with round of 96 and probably will be moving into the first round of the women's QS round of 48. Thank you to our sponsors. Our main sponsor is Municipio Arecibo, the city, this beautiful city of Arecibo with world-class surf breaks, where we were the host for the ISA World Surfing Championships. And Arecibo has turned into the Mecca, the capital of surfing, competitive surfing here in Puerto Rico and in the Caribbean. Had the best level of surfing last 2 years come here. World champs like Gabriel Medina qualifying for the Olympics right here in El Rastrial, where you're watching our surfers surf today. This is where Gabriel made his campaign and won the ISA World Championship, which gave Brazil a 3rd slot and gave him the pass to the Olympics in Tahiti. Topu. That was a great show for all the surfing world. I have to say thank you to Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, for doing all that he's done for the sport, and also for the WSL, just keeping professional surfing on the map, growing every year more and more. Now with these regional events, giving our athletes more opportunities to make it into the Challenger Series, which is the next step into qualification to the WCT, the World Championship Tour. That's like the MLB or the NBA of surfing, the highest level of the sport, WSL World Championship Tour. These athletes are gaining important points on their campaigns to make it into that professional tour. See our local police out there, the police boat, keeping the area clear from any kind of boats or jet skis trying to pass through the zone so that it doesn't affect the wave quality and maintain our athletes secured. So right now, situation is Green is in first place. Our surfer from Peru is in the first place with a 5.43 and a 5.0. In second place is Red, surfer from Barbados, with a 7.0. It's the highest heat score. He's got a low backup score of a 2.53. Trying to work on bettering that score. We have Blue in the third position with a 4.50 and a 4.0. Blue is looking for a 5.04 if he wants to move into the advancing position. And White with a 5.33 and a 2.33. White only needs a 4.21 if he wants to move into the advancing position when we have a little under 11 minutes left in this heat. And I'm going to move over to Spanish for a little while to finish off this heat. I said it, everybody watching the broadcast. Here we go. It's red with a big turn. It ripped. You can write directly through our social media, FedSurf PR. That's our Instagram, for Federación de Surfing de Puerto Rico on Facebook. You can write us through the DM, any observations on how we can better this live feed for your viewing entertainment. Thank you to our sponsors. City of Arecibo, His Honorable Mayor, Honorable Alcalde Carlos Ramírez Irizarry, visionario, creyendo en el deporte del surfing competitivo, apoyando el sueño de este servidor cuando soñé traer eventos mundiales y profesionales a Puerto Rico contra viento y marea, y lo hemos logrado. Ahí vemos a otro de nuestros auspiciadores, VSS Properties. Gracias a todos los que nos han ayudado. VSS Properties, propiedades aquí, Airbnb, VSS Properties, Airbnbs here in Arecibo. The greatest people, just helping out all our athletes to feel comfortable, staying in great places, secure. So thank you to the great group of VSS Properties. As we wait, it's a little slower today, but still a lot of waves coming in. Have all our surfers right now with 5 waves under their belt. So it's been a busy heat. Situations change with Last of Red coming in at a 4.30. Last of Red comes in at a 4.30. Red moves into the first position, first advancing spot. Those of you watching this for the first time, you have 4 surfers at the same time in the water. Best 2 advance to the next round. 3rd and 4th place are eliminated. Surfers are judged in a 1 to 10 scale, 10 being the best, 1 being the poorest wave. And only their 2 best rides are counted for their average. Surfers can catch as many waves as they want, but their 2 best rides are going to be added up, and that is going to be their average to determine who passes to the next round, which would be round 2, round of 96. Blues in the 3rd position. Blues now looking for a 5.93 to advance, and white is looking for a 5.11 moving to the advancing position. There's a little under 8 minutes left. This heat number 7, a beautiful day in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Waves are fun, even though it's a little smaller than the last days. As you see, this wave has some punch. Boom. Blue making use of that power match power with power, saying, judges, what do you want? That was some great surfing from Surfer in Blue. Great thing about these reef breaks, open ocean Atlantic swells come in here and just make this wave a lot more powerful. Here we see the replay of Blue gaining speed. Hits that first section real hard, throws a bunch of spray, combos it with a nice blow tail. Good turn throwing the tail in the back. So I think he's going to get the score, and there it is. 6.50 for Blue. He moves into that 2nd advancing position. Here's Green, who's now looking for a 5.58. Good surfing. The judges are going to compare with the Last of Blue. Judges are looking at replays. They've got everything they need up there so they can compare, give the athlete the correct scores. Here's a replay of Green again. Boom. Hits it in that first section. It one more time and then closes in the inside. So judges are comparing speed, power, flow, critical maneuvers. These surfers have to take the chance if they want to get the scores. Not the number of maneuvers, but more the quality of each maneuver. We see the heat leader, the youngest one of the group from Barbados. He's currently in the first position and has the first priority. when there's only 6 minutes left. So he's where you want to be when you're finishing up a heat with priority and in the first place, where you can control what's going to happen and who's going to be in the better wave. Coming up after this, we have Milo Faure from the US, Remy Ubori, Tanner Sandvig, and Shea Brookweiler from Canada. That's going to be our heat number 8 coming up right after this heat 7 round of 128. Thank you guys for watching from home. Let everybody know that we're live. You can visit worldsurfleague.com, worldsurfleague.com, where we have the live event, or you can find us in YouTube also. Green is asking for the current situation. Very close between first, second, and third. They all have, first has an 11.30 total, second has an 11.16 total, and third has an 11.00 total. So just decimals of a point separating these three athletes. When we see Green again, Green got the score to move to second place. His last wave was a 5.73. Moves into the second position. Now Blue is looking to better his 4.50. The ask is a 4.66 for Blue. Blue needs a 4.66 if he wants to move into the advancing position. And White needs a 5.83 if he looks to advance to the next round. Here's Green. Have around 26 nations represented in this WSL World Surf League QS 4000 event. Have men and women, 128 men, 48 women from over 25 countries here in Puerto Rico. And here's Blue looking for that score. Gonna go big check turn, hit it again. One more time. Wave really not providing as much maybe Blue would have wanted. Trying to get a 4.66. Judges are gonna have a look at that. While we thank another of our sponsors, Acai Express, the local acai company. They sponsor a lot of our local surfers. Sponsor Shakti Martinez, one of our up-and-coming surfers. They sponsor Havana Cabrero, one of our best open women surfers. And they also sponsor our paddleboarder camp, Mari Carmen Rivera. Thank you, Acai Express. If you're going to be around here in La Marginal, you can pass through Acai Express, grab a good acai bowl with fruits, refresh yourself. They're going to be here all week. We have B Media also sponsoring this event. Thank you to B Media. Big billboard company here in Puerto Rico. We have billboards all around the island. Just so people know what's going on. We're our heat leader, that's red, trying to better a 4.30. Unless something happened before that turn, I don't think it's going to better his situation. Leaves the door wide open for the other surfers. Here's White on a nug. Hands out for him. He puts the rail in with a big carving turn and throws a tail out. That's going to be horrible. Let's see what the judges say. He's looking for a 5.83 to move into that second advancing spot, and Green is on it again. So judges having their hands really busy right now. Surfers catching a lot of waves. They have to sit and compare what is going on. So my main man is back
All
here.
right.
Alfred Bobet, keeping you guys informed and entertained. Here's the police helping us out. I told Alfred, I was telling our audience, these guys are here every day, just making sure no other jet skis or boats come into the lineup, keeping our athletes safe. When we see White, he's waiting for a score to drop. He just brushed away. Look at this thing. Great rail surfer in White. Looking for that end section.
The Carmo, Do Carmo. Wow, he's feeling it, right?
Yeah, he's getting in a roll. Last 3 minutes of the heat, I think he just turned the heat, Alfred. He was fourth when it was less than 5 minutes left. He got a wave. Score hasn't dropped yet, but I think it's going to be a good score. And now he backs it up with that. So, who goes to first? There we go.
There it is.
6.67 on the first one and 5.33.
There it is, huh?
He didn't quit until the end.
Bernales, however, this kid has been winning all the Atlas.
Was that after the horn or before the horn? I don't know. We can't hear the horn in here, so we're not sure. Let's see if the average comes down.
Does it count? I don't know. Look, advancing right there.
Victor Camarena.
Oh, that was the previous.
That's wait till the.
Right, that's not it. But over here so far, Bernales was currently sitting in third.
Everybody's throwing to the air now.
Yeah, right on.
That one was after the horn.
That was after the horn.
That was a great heat. Brazil saying Mr. David do Carmo just flipping this heat in the last 3 minutes, Alfred. It was kid turned it on. And I believe it was Tommy Layson from Barbados who passed in the second position, right?
Yeah, that's right. We're waiting for a surfer in green. We're waiting for his last 2 waves. I think it's going to make a difference here. There it is. Look at that.
White. Brazil stays in first. Yeah, I think.
Surfer in white.
Just switching the heat, and look how close everybody else was.
Yeah.
11.30, 11.16, 11.00. So
Bernales lost by
close.
a little margin there, the young lad.
That seems that wave we saw there with the big full rotation after the horn. So that one's not gonna average, and those are heat. Also, what you guys are seeing on the live now. Okay, so this is the next heat. We have from the USA, Milo Faure, Remy Dubori, and Tanner Sandevik from the US. And then we have Shea Bruweiler from Canada. So we got representation all the way from Canada to Argentina. We got surfers from France, Spain, Germany. I think there might be a surfer from Japan. The rumor is
any Brazilians?
Canoa Igarashi around there.
Yeah, that's the rumor.
That's the rumor. And then, there's a bunch of Brazilians. One of them winning the last heat. David do Carmo was excellent surfing there. While we see the beginning of heat 8, round of 128.
Nice. Heat number 8 in the water now. Round of 128 competitors started from the bottom. We have knocked down quite a few guys, but this is heat number 8 in the water now. Surfer in red. We got Milo Fura. In blue, we got Remy Djibouti. We also have in green, Shea Broweiler. I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher these names here. And then Tanner Sandvig. 18 minutes 20 seconds on the clock here.
I was out there, Alfred, for a little while. It's a warm day, but the surf fans are coming by. It's Wednesday here in Puerto Rico, so everybody's working. But I've seen a lot of surf aficionados around there, just looking for their favorite surfers, and this city is just turning into a surf city. Now the locals are super stoked, or they know how the competition works.
Yeah, they're like, finally it's happening.
Yeah, they have their favorite athletes and everything. So the local people from here, from this beautiful city of Arecibo, are just getting into the sport, loving it more and more every year.
All right, dropping a 4.0. Tanner Sandvig in white. Busting the door down, grabbing a 4.
At their court right there, we're watching.
You should know. You're a lawyer.
Coliseum right there. This is our our surfing coliseum right here in El Rastrial, capital of surfing.
As you can see, we got a couple of different peaks. If you're looking at down the line away from the competitors area, we have 17 minutes on the clock here. Anyways, like I was saying, if you look down on a couple other peaks, you know, kind of away from the competitors area towards their left, that's kind of where the warm-up is happening. And you got 16, a little bit over 16 and a half minutes on the clock of the opening rounds here for day one of the WSL qualifying series, brought to you by La Marginal Surfing Pro. This is a QS 4,000 points, so these points are relatively very important to a lot of these competitors because they're trying to move on up onto the Challenger series. So that'll get them a step closer to the big leagues, as we say. So these contests here are relatively important in reference to points. This is our regional area here as well. So we're part of the North American division for the WSL QS series. Yet again, my name is Alfred Bobe Jr. We got 16 minutes on the clock. I am here from Puerto Rico. My mother is from Aguadilla, and my father is from Cabo Rojo. And I live in Isabela, así que catch me at Hobo's Beach, having some fun. This is heat number 8. Heat number 9 coming up next. We're going to be featuring Gabriel Griffin, Jose Lopez, Italo Messinas, and Tommy Granger. That was the replay for Blue. Jaburi. We got a little Remy over here. He opened it up with a 3.5. 3.5. You're currently sitting in second. There's plenty of time on the clock. Red with priority. Surfer in white. Sandvik up and going. That would be his third wave. We'll see what the judges award him for it. We got 15 minutes here on the clock. All right, up the bat of the back in red, Milo Fura. Milo out of the USA. And we got Shea Brawler here from Canada. He's got priority now. He's trying to get rid of that up and down. He's got plenty of time on the clock here. But so far, Sandvik, surfer in white, out of the US of A, doing his thing with a combination score of a relatively simple 7.6. It's not a huge score, but nevertheless, he's out front. You know, if you can hold on to that, we'll potentially be moving on here. All right, last wave. The Sandvik comes in at a 3.6. 3.6 for surfer in white. Combination score for surfer in white comes in at a 7.6. Closest competitor would be surfer in blue, Jaburi. Jaburi's got a combination score of a 5.83. Plenty of time on the clock here, and then you see surfer in red from my drone shot. Beautiful looking turn there. You got Milo Fura. Oh, laid back turn there. I love that powerful turn. Putting the hand down, surfer in red. This is blue. Currently sitting in first. Actually, currently sitting in second. My apologies. That was second priority. Surfer in green with priority. We have here the Canadian, I believe. Canadian Shea Brawler. Brawler. I'll work on it. Day one. Yeah, 12 minutes and 45. 12:45 here. As a replay for red, puts his hand down, dumping buckets of water. Then gets a little turn onto the inside, just trying to add to the affair. 5.83. Surfer in red has a 5.83. 3.3. Surfer in blue is working with a 3.5 and a 0.3. Surfer in white's got a 4.0 and a backup score. They got surfer in green there, Shea Braweiler from Canada. 12 minutes on the clock. Dropping in, surfer in white. We saw surfer in white, Sandvig. Sandvig's staying busy. He's got a 4.0 and a 3.6 here. So, you know, he's in the game. They got surfer in white currently sitting in second for the time being. Closes that section out. Trying to punch his ticket onto the next round here. Round of 96. Tomorrow, we're going to be welcoming the ladies. Today we have 24 heats of just the opening rounds for the men's category here. So some heavy hitters are also waiting up in the ranks here. For that round of 64, we already have a couple of people sitting there and waiting for these guys to come up. Such as Taro, Mr. Wheeler, Lindblad. These guys are waiting. Carlos Munoz, they're waiting in the round already. Round of 64 for these guys to come up and join them. We got 10 minutes and 45, 10:45. Currently leading the heat with a 5.83 and a 5.33 combination score for Mr. Milo in red. 11.16 currently in the driver's seat here. Following Sandvig in white and the US of A, he's got a combination score of a 7.6. However, surfer in blue is red up and going. Nice little reverse on his backhand. I guess surfer in green also went. The Canadian Shea Braweiler. All right, that's the replay for red. Trying to better his situation, trying to get rid of that 5.33. Unfortunately, gets a little bit hung up. We'll leave it up to the judges from here. And now priority blue. Blue needs a 4.1 or better to get back in the conversation here. And also surfer in green. Surfer in green is trying to get rid of that 0.50, which is his backup score. So with 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here, surfer in red currently leading the heat, relatively comfortable here, but nevertheless with priority. Surfer in blue gets a second turn out of that, driving down the line, trying to find the open face. A little foam climb. We'll see what the judges award him. He's trying to get rid of that 2.33 out of the back though. Surfer in white, Sandvig. He's also staying relatively busy. He's got the most amount of waves. Tanner at the US of A here. He's working with a 4.0 and a 3.6. We'll see if that betters his situation. From what I'm looking at, it doesn't seem like it does. Surfer in white. Currently sitting in second. Now, surfer in green, he only needs a 3.78, which is not a crazy huge ask. And also, surfer in blue, he only needs a 4.1. And these guys are right back in the conversation. However, the clock is friend to no one. Unless you're holding priority. All the way to the end or something like that. You can use it towards your advantage. But nevertheless, the clock, it is winding down all day long. So, you know, it's a matter of finding yourself at the right place at the right time and getting the proper wave here. So, with 8 minutes on the clock, Milo Fuhr in red, combination score 11.16 in the driver's seat.
Carmo de Brazil, winning hit number 7 from last position to first position in the last 2 waves. How was that, man?
Oh, thank you. I was like,
kind of made some mistakes on the mid of the heat of getting first wave of the set, and looks like the second wave of the set was better. And like, bro, I was like kind of nervous out there because I was in fourth the whole heat, but last 2 minutes of the heat, I think I got those two like good looking waves, and yeah, from fourth place to first place was just a blast, and I'm like, oh, so happy.
Well, this is your first time in Puerto Rico. How is so far Puerto Rico?
Man, I love this weather. You know, the people here are so nice, so humble. I love that. It's just like us Brazilians, you know. Like, I live in California right now. The people are great too, but you guys are amazing. I'm here at Roberto at his house, and also there's a couple guys who helped me from what's the name of the place next to the Rincon? Yeah, from Rincon City. Yeah, Roger and also the other Roberto too. They all support me and help me. So I'm so stoked to be in this like amazing island, amazing weather. You know, like warm water, like people are nice. So yeah, I'm blessed to be here.
Ok, David Carmo de Brasil. ¿Algún mensaje para Brasil?
Yeah, thank you. Obrigado, galera que tá na torcida. Galera também lá do Brasa, mas que vive em Los Angeles. Valeu, galera, a força, a vibe. E galera de Orange County too, galera da Praia Grande, todo mundo do Brasil que tá torcendo por mim, muito obrigado.
Ok, ahí lo tienen, lleno de los muchachos.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Ramoncito. Ahí vimos el brasilero. Ahí, Carmo, discúlpeme, Carmo. Ahí ganando ese hit, dando las gracias a los puertorriqueños. Se siente como en su casa. Aquí dice que vive en California. La gente son muy agradecidas también y muy agradables, pero que aquí en Puerto Rico les recuerda a su nación de patria, Brasil. Ahí vimos el ganador del último hit, número 8, I believe, número 7. Bueno, en el agua ahora, hit número 8. We got 5 minutes on the clock, 5:15, 5:10. You know, so as it winds down so far with priority, Surfer in red controlling the situation. The next closest competitor would be Surfer in white. Surfer in white's got a combo of a 7.6. However, hot on his heels, the Canadian with a combination score of a 7.17. Surfer in green, Shea Brawweiler, he is on a comeback here. So he's got second priority. Looking at the time on the clock, he does have a chance here. You know, it's not over for any of these guys till the clock hits 0. But so far, we got Surfer in red currently leading the heat, trying to add to the affair. Milo Fuhrer, Surfer in red out of the US of A, kind of comes loose towards the end. All right, got Surfer in green, the Canadian, on a comeback, and he's a 6.5, so he's going to have to get a decent wave in order to come back and enter the conversation. But 4 minutes on the clock here. We'll see what the judges award him for it. I see Surfer in white came up with a 6.33 on his last wave, and his opening wave comes in at a 4.0. So he's currently sitting in second there, relatively somewhat comfortable. He's got a combination score of a 10.33 out of the back, though. Yet again, feeling the flow, trying to get rid of that backup score. Surfer in white. All right, red up and going again with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It's a bit of an up and down. Surfer in red, Milo Fuhrer out of the US of A. Currently leading the heat and about to close it down with the last 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. We got priority Surfer in green. Green with priority. Green needs a score of a 6.5 in order for him to advance. But so far with the 1-2 punch, Surfer in red and Surfer in white. Winding down the last 3 minutes. Also, Remy Jaburi, he's looking for a 6.83 or better. His asking at the moment is a 6.83 here. 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. We got a beautiful town. This is the lighthouse here in Arecibo. Beautiful ocean. Take your families there, a little picnicking, barbecue, super warm waters, Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Back in the water, you see police officers enjoying the scene there, keeping us safe, making sure nothing weird happens. Although nothing really ever weird happens here. We're lovely people in a lovely place. That's the replay for white. Thank you guys. Fell out of the back. 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutos. So far, currently sitting in third. Surfer in blue. Blue still needs a 6.46. And here we have Surfer in green. He's got a little bit of work to do. Throws it up, kind of digs the tail on that one, on that reverse. Unfortunately, you're not going to come out of that one. You normally want to kind of nose pick your way out of that, you know, to avoid the tail kind of catching up and kicking you out of the back. It was the right idea, though. He was trying to enhance his possibilities. 1 minute and 25 seconds here. 1 minute and 25 seconds of the WSL qualifying series here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Can you believe it? These guys are back in the Caribbean after 11 years of a hiatus. We missed the WSL. Missed you guys. Replay for green. And throws it up, like I said, kind of digs the tail on that. You know, these guys are, you can tell, early stages of their career. They're going to get it. Guarantee you. Keep working. Put the work in. 40 seconds on the clock here. Heat number 8. Heat number 9. Coming up next, heat number 9. We're going to be featuring Gabriel Griffin, Jose Lopez, Italo Messinas, and Tommy Granger. You guys are up next. That's going to be a cool heat. That was heat number 9. We're going to be featuring Costa Rica, Salvador. Sorry. We're going to be featuring Venezuela, Jota Lopez versus 3 competitors out of the US of A. We have 5 seconds on the clock finalizing this moment here. Unfortunately, these last 2 guys fall a little bit short. Congratulations, Surfer in red. And congratulations, Surfer in white. Milo Fier and Tanner Sandvig are moving on to the next round. That was heat number 8. Winning the heat, Surfer in red with a combination score of an 11.6. However, Sandvig got the highest scoring wave. He wasn't able to quite back it up, but he's still moving on. Doesn't matter which of the 2 positions as long as you get to move on. But in the water now, a round of 128. As we can see on your screen, official scores here from Milo Fier and Tanner Sandvig. These 2 guys will be moving on. And right out of the back, right away, Jota Lopez de Venezuela. Jota López, tremendo competidor el venezolano. Mucha experiencia. Así que muy pendiente de ese competidor que tenemos en azul. Es un competidor de alto rendimiento. Muy talentoso. Tiene un IQ de surfing bien alto. Así que el joven JJ López con su primera ola de 3.67. And out of the back here, Tommy Granger on his backhand. Comes loose on that one. The excitement is real. You know, these guys are just trying to get through this first round, you know, just trying to stay in the mix. It's not easy. Out of the back, though, do we see anybody? No. There it is. Surfer in white. All right, I think we got a little bit of replay. Sorry about that. Surfer in white gets somewhat of a turn there. Digs the rail. It's not going to be much of an impact here. However, with 18 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Jota Lopez from Venezuela gets the better of the exchange right now with a 3.67. It's a relatively low score. Nevertheless, it is a score on the board here. Surfer in green, Tommy Granger comes up with a 0.5. He comes up with a 0.5. Well, all right, 17 minutes here on the clock. Surfer in red with priority. Out of the back, we got green yet again up and going. Tommy Granger at the US of A. And out of the back, we see blue taking a dig at it. Sorry about that, guys. We were on blue really quickly. If you can give me the replay on that, guys, I would highly appreciate it. That was Surfer in blue. Here it is, Surfer in blue with his second wave. Hoda. Nice little reverse, trying to just get rid of that 6.67 and add to the affair. Surfer in white also. Italo Messina Dixon here. 16 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. 16:40. Yeah, Surfer in red. The Surfer in white's got a 1.07. Green with priority, second priority, blue. Waiting for blue and his second wave to drop. That's going to catapult him and put him in that first transfer spot. There it is, 3.93. 3.93 for Jota Lopez from Venezuela. He's currently leading the heat with a combination score of a 7.6, followed by Gabriel Griffin, who has a combo score for the time being of 5.24. With priority Tommy needs a 4.74 or better to get back in the game here. And also, Italo Messina's Dixon, he needs, what are we looking for? 3.42. Now, Griffin currently sits in second with his first two opening waves. He's got a 4.07 and a 1.1. I'm sure he's going to be able to get rid of that. That may change the conversation later on towards this heat, but for the time being, Jota Lopez from Venezuela in the lead with a combination score of a 7.6. 15 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. This is heat number 9. Round of 128. All right, we got red taking a look. Griffin. Nice little turn off the top there. Gets a second hack and a third. It's a couple of turns. He's trying to get rid of that backup score of a 1.17. Also, we got green out of the back. Tommy Granger gets a little bit hung up on that. Tommy having a little bit of a hard time down there. The first 5 minutes have been an absolute war for Tommy Granger, but the guy can get it going. We'll see what happens. Also, Italo Messinas, he's trying to get rid of those scores, I'm sure, on the wall. All right. So, Jota, currently sitting in second. The Venezuelan with priority here. He's got a combo score of a 7.6. He's got a backup score of a 3.67. I'm sure he's want to get rid of that. He's hot on the heels, though, of Griffin, Gabriel, Surfer in red. Surfer in red has a combination score of a 7.97. So these two surfers are relatively close to one another, leaving the other two surfers, Messinas and Granger, somewhat out of the conversation for the time being. It seems to me like this is the 1-2 punch for this heat. Out of the back, though, Griffin trying to better his situation. He's working with a 3.9 as a backup score here. We'll see what the judges award him for that last wave. But 13 minutes on the clock. Surfer in blue with priority here. And Surfer in blue is a very seasoned surfer. And there he goes, Surfer in blue, taking a dig at it. Up on his backhand. Oda Lopez squares a turn off, gets a second one, finds the open face on that all the way onto the inside, gets a third turn. And a fourth, closes the door down on that section. Jota Lopez from Venezuela. He's trying to get rid of that 3.67. I'm absolutely certain he's able to be able to do that. He only needed a 4.05 or better to take over the driver's seat, and there it is. 5.17 for the man in blue, Jota Lopez from Venezuela. Now he's got a 5.17 and a 3.93 on the clock here. When things are getting somewhat interesting between these two surfers, priority white, surfer in white is looking for a 6.14 or better here, right? I mean, surfer in white up and going on his backhand. Messinas taking it serious. He's like, come on, this is my turn. There's a couple of beautiful turns on that. We'll see what happens. Trying to give himself an opportunity. There's ample time on the clock here. We're almost halfway through this heat. Here's surfer in white yet again, dropping it on his backhand. Gets a nice little turn on the open face. Gets a little hung up, but a nice little floaty on that section. Squares off one last turn. It should be a decent score, enough to get rid of what he's working with at the moment. Nevertheless, Tommy Granger, surfer in green, he's got a lot of work to do, but plenty of time on the clock. He's got 11 minutes and counting here. Tommy with priority. Tommy's looking for a 6.94 or better. He's probably want to just start chopping that his needs, to advance on to later on the day. Yet again, my name is Alfred Bobay Jr. here. Absolutely excited to be lending you my voice, as I love the game of surfing, and I will not shut up about it. So they said, you know what? We might as well give Alfred a microphone and he can just talk all day. And here we are. Coming up next, Becca McCart, Brad Ettinger, Tommy Sahalka, and Elian Galabert. You guys are up next. That's going to be heat number 10. All right, we got an interview coming up, people. Stay tuned.
Milo 4 from California winning the heat number 8. How was that? How was that heat?
It was fun. I was actually expecting to go right, and I got a couple good lefts, so yeah, it was fun.
So this is your second time in Puerto Rico, so how was your welcome here in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, it's so nice here. Last year the waves were really good. It's a little small this year, but it's still fun. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully we'll get more waves later in the week.
There you go. Looking forward to see you on the next heat. So congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go. Llévatelo. Check it out. Thank you, man. Bueno.
Thank you.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Have a good one. Give this back?
Yeah.
Well, all right. That was Ramon. Muchas gracias, Ramoncito. Ramoncito's on the microphone outside giving us all these interviews. Ramon is a new member of our team. And we're highly grateful to have all these people be a part of this moment. We got 8 minutes and 45 seconds, 8:45 on the clock here. Jota with a 5.17 and a 3.93. The surfer out of Venezuela in blue, currently leading the heat with a combination score of a 9.10. Followed by Gabriel Griffin, surfer in red. Surfer in red right now has a 4.07 and a 3.9. We got surfer in blue up and going again. Jota Lopez. Nice little reverse close in that section out. You can just see he's flaring it out. He's trying to get rid of that new backup score of a 3.93. He already has a 5.17 with 8 minutes on the clock. He's trying to push forward. Well, all right, 7 minutes. This is the replay for Blue here. Blue currently in the lead. We'll see what Blue gets on that last score. He's got a 4.03 on that last wave, ramping it up a little bit with 7 minutes on the clock. Jota Lopez from Venezuela kind of clamp it down and close his heat out. However, the conversation then becomes Mr. Griffin and Mr. Granger. What are they going to do at the moment? Also, Italo has a relatively small ask. He only needs a 3.47. And also Tommy, he only needs a 2.3. So it's not a huge ask for any of these surfers. Any of them could potentially get that. However, with priority right now is Italo, surfer in white, Italo Messina. And he's looking for a 3.47. Currently in third is Tommy. Tommy only needs, Mr. Granger in green only needs a 2.3, and he's back in it. So it's still not over. It's a relatively close heat here. We got 6 minutes and 13 out of the back though. Surfer in red yet again. Gabriel Griffin trying to take over the driver's seat. He's gonna need a 5.14 or better to take over the driver's seat. However, Jota, for the time being, 6 minutes on the clock here, more or less. He's got a combination of a 9.2 sitting relatively comfortable. The idea is to keep making the rounds either in that first transfer spot or the second, so you want to give yourself an opportunity. So usually those last two spots are the heaviest ones to bear because you have to usually make a comeback. This is the replay for red. That was the replay for Griffin. Out of the back, we got surfer in green up and going, right? Gets a nice somewhat of a turn there, Mr. Tommy Granger. 5 minutes, 20 seconds. 5:20 on the clock here. Okay, we are running this ship here. There's a lot of things going on. This is DWSL qualifying series. Out of the back, Jota Lopez, Jose Lopez de Venezuela, currently still in the lead. Got a couple of waves there. The last wave came in at a 4.03. That is his new backup score. Surfer Gabriel in red. He's got an A wave count. However, only two of these waves, his third and his second waves, are the ones that count at the moment. Also, Italo Messina's in white. He's got a 4.5. He was able to get rid of that other low score. But now his new backup score becomes a 1.83, making it relatively tight for the young man. But in that second position, Tommy in green finds himself in that transfer spot, sitting shotgun. Out of the back, we got red up and going. Again, red's trying to stay alive. 6-12 hack there. We'll see what the judges award him for. But out of the back, man of the heat for the time being, Jota Lopez from Venezuela, surfer in blue here. Nice little tail slide, comes undone. That would have given him a relatively decent score if he was able to complete that. He's trying to get rid of a 4.03. With 3 minutes on the clock, however, Surfer in Blue currently sitting in first, with priority currently sitting in second and trying to hold on to that transfer spot. Mr. Tommy Granger here. We got Surfer in White, Messinas letting it go wild. Messina's got a 4.5. It's not too far behind. He's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds of trying to turn this cookie around. Nevertheless, so it seems to me like Surfer in Blue, Surfer in Green could be moving on. There's a replay here really shortly for Surfer in Blue. Nothing significant. He comes loose here. He digs a rail and kind of comes out of the front of that. But with 2 minutes on the clock, Surfer in Blue seems to have the better hand of it here of heat number 9. All right, I thought we saw Surfer in White there. We got 1 minute 30 seconds, 1 minute priority. Tommy. Surfer in Green. Surfer in Green currently sitting shotgun, so he wants to hold that position, make sure nobody comes into that room. The only one that's in there right now is Surfer in Blue, Jose Lopez out of Venezuela. He's currently in the driver's seat. We got Surfer out of the back, Surfer in Red with an up and down. And Green also. Tommy Granger. We just saw that wave kind of coming in from the back, up and going yet again, currently leading the heat with 1 minute on the clock. There it is. Jota Lopez from Venezuela. Kind of locking it down, making sure that he finds himself moving on to the round of 96. It seems to me with 40 seconds to go that he's going to be able to do that. Now the question then becomes, who's going to join him? All right, out of the back, Granger, who's finding himself sitting shotgun all of a sudden. 20 seconds on the clock. Tommy Granger at the US of A finds himself with a combo of an 8.47. Surfer in White also giving himself comes unbuckled. 10 seconds on the clock. This is the final countdown for this heat. You got 5. There you go, Surfer in Red. A bit of a replay, getting a little bit hung up here. But there it is. Surfer in Blue winning along. Moving on. All right, and that was it for that heat. Winning Surfer in Blue. Also moving on. Tommy Granger, from what I'm seeing here. Combination score of an 8.74. Surfer in Blue. Tommy moving on and advancing. Congratulations. All right, as you can see, these scores coming in. Anyways, moving on here. Moving on. This is heat number 10. That was heat number 9. In the water, we have Beckham McCart out of the USA. We got Brad Ettinger. We also have Tommy Sahalka and Elian Galabert in green. So we got McCart in red, Ettinger blue, Sahalka in white, and Galabert in green. We got 19 minutes here. 19 minutes is heat number 10. Out of the back, we see Surfer in red. Red up and going. Let's go Beckham McCart. There's a couple of turns out of that. A nice little opening wave within the first 40 seconds of that. Surfer in red, Beckham. There you go, surfer in white. The USOFA, that was it for Sahalka. We got a 2.83 for Brad Ettinger. That it is his opening wave with 18 minutes on the clock here. Surfer in blue with an early lead. All right, surfer in green, our local boy, Elian Galabert out of Isabela, Puerto Rico, also waves of Aguadilla. We got Elian Galabert. Fortunately comes loose at the end. Gets a couple of turns into there, you know. We'll see what the judges award the young lad. But so far, leading the charge with their opening waves, Tommy Sahalka, he comes in with a 4.33. Also, Mr. McCart comes in with a 3.5. This is the replay for green. Gets a couple of beautiful turns, nice little up the lip there. Gets a little drifty at the end and unfortunately falls on his face there, but nevertheless, that's the first wave for all these competitors here. So priority red, second priority blue. Elian drops a 4.1. Surfer in green, a local boy, Elian Galabert, comes in with a 4.1. Currently sitting in the shotgun side of the driver's seat here. Driving this vehicle for the time being is Tommy, surfing in white. Opens with a 4.33. Green comes in with a 4.1. Red with a 3.5. And here's blue, who currently holds a 2.83. Gets a second turn out of that. Staying relatively compact. 16 minutes, 40 seconds. 16:40. So we have surfer in red now. Surfer in red. Beckham McCart here. He's currently sitting in third. He needs a 0.61 or better to get back in this game here. It's still very early in the heat. There's surfer in green with his second wave. Gets a nice little hack. It's a one-trick pony there. By Elian Galabert. Trying to drop his second score on board. Surfer in white comes in with a backup score of a 2.13 also. Elian comes up with a backup score of a 2.0, which is enough for surfer in green to currently sit in second. However, McCart with priority may have something to say about it. Also, Brad Ettinger, surfer in blue, he's saying, I'm still here, man. Come on, Alfred. Give me some. I want to send a shout out to my sister for lending me her glasses today. All right, believe we have an interview coming up. Oh, that's me. Hi. I want to say hi to my sister for lending me your glasses. All right, that was Elian Galabert there. He's got a 4.1 and a 2.0. 15 minutes on the clock. Priority red. Red only needs a 2.61. And also, here's green. A bit of a turn. Trying to get rid of that backup score of a 2.0. Is he going to be able to do that? We'll see. Sitting second at the time for the time being. I have a Beckham McCart here. Holding priority. We'll see what he can do with it. Ettinger also needs a 3.21 to get in it. With surfer in green, if he's able to snag a 2.37 or better, he takes over the lead. So 14 minutes and 14 seconds. Coming up next, we got Cooper Jewell, Sasha Donano, Ross Adams, and Tucker Dempsey. You guys are up next here. Heat number 11 coming up next in approximately 13 minutes and 40 seconds or so. We're going to have Cooper Jewell, Sasha Donano, Ross Adams, and Tucker Dempsey. You guys are up next. This is an early roll call here, just to let you guys know, people watching out on TV, family members and such. I will try to give you a heads up when your competitor is coming. Sometimes we're a little bit busy and we can't get to it, but I normally try to let people know. So coming up next is heat number 11. We're going to be featuring Cooper, Sasha Donano, Ross Adams, and Tucker Dempsey. 13 minutes. 13 minutes here, and priority Surfer in red. Surfer in red currently has a 3.5. We're going to go to an interview outside. Stay tuned, people.
López de Venezuela, ganador del hit número 9 aquí en la Marginal Pro Surfing. Cuéntame, ¿cómo estuvo ese hit?
Nada, contento de estar aquí, brother. Puerto Rico es un lugar muy especial para todos los que venimos acá, creo que es una gran experiencia. Así que nada, contento de haber entrado al agua, primer hit ya, haber avanzado la ronda en primer lugar. Las olas son buenas, hay mucha oportunidad allá afuera para todos los competidores, así que nada, creo que todo el mundo está contento, feliz y esperando sus hits para dar lo mejor.
Bueno, pues Venezuela en la casa, te esperamos en el próximo hit, así que muchas felicidades y te esperamos verte pronto, ¿ok?
Seguro, gracias a ustedes, gracias a mis patrocinadores, Furia, Ripker y Milano Surfboards, gracias a ellos estamos aquí, así que bueno, seguimos para adelante y disfrutando de Puerto Rico.
Bueno, pues seguimos, ahí lo tienes, llévatelo.
Bueno, muchas gracias Ramoncito por esa entrevista con JJ López de Venezuela, así que muchas gracias JJ ahí ganando ese hit. Así que continuamos con la acción aquí en el agua, todavía en primera posición. Ahí tenemos el competidor en rojo, replay, that's his surfer in red. That's his second wave, Mr. Beckham. We'll see what that does for him, and there it is, surfer in red. He held on to priority. He's got a 3.5 and a 4.4, currently sitting in first now, followed by surfer in white, who's got a combination score of a 4.3 and a 2.9 here. So we got 11 minutes, 11 seconds here, 11. And all of a sudden, Mr. Beckham McCart, surfer in red, takes over the driver's seat with a combination score of 7.9. Here's a 7.9 combination score for surfer in red. Now surfer in green only needs a 3.14, and we go surfer in green up and going. He doesn't need a big score. This kid is certainly capable of doing so. Wave selection, though, however, wave selection will either make you or break you here. You know, as we can see, he just needed a decent little score to get rid of that too, but unfortunately, not able to accomplish that. So here we have 10 minutes on the clock here. So priority surfer in blue. Surfer in blue, Brad Edinger, only needs a 4.33. 10 minutes on the clock. We have 10 minutes on the clock here. Red up and going here, taking a dig at him. McCart, believe he loses priority on that one. He has second priority, unfortunately. He loses that priority based on that paddle. But this is heat number 10. We've already gone and ripped through 9 heats. This is halfway through heat number 10. I got 9 minutes and 30 here. So with priority, Edinger only needs a 4.33 or better to get back in this game. Up and going, we got surfer in red. McCart currently sitting in first with a combination score of 7.9. Oop, here we got Surfer in green. All right, let's go to the replay for a green. We missed that one. Gets one nice little hack. Flying down the line, comes loose at the end. That would have been a decent little score for Elian Galabert. However, he's currently still sitting in second with a combination score of 7.57. Surfer in white has been now placed onto that third transfer spot here. He's got second priority. Surfer in blue still holds priority. Surfer in blue only needs a 4.67 or so. But Elian Galabert giving himself an opportunity, sitting shotgun right now with a combination score of a 7.57. He's working with a 4.10 and a backup score of a 3.47. You got Surfer in blue utilizing his priority here. We'll see what Edinger is able to do with it. Gets a nice little turn. Closes that section out. Still finding the open face. Gets upon that last section out. That should better the situation for Surfer in blue. Brad Edinger out of the US of A. Seven minutes and 35 seconds. 7:35 on the clock. Now, priority Surfer in white. Surfer in white has an opportunity here. The last couple of minutes is ample time on the clock here. Surfer in white currently needs a 3.91. Now, Surfer in green has been placed onto that third transfer spot. Surfer in green now needs a 4.14 to get back into that transfer spot. He's just been bumped off by Edinger in blue, who just dropped a 5.33, and his backup score now becomes a 2.9. So just like that, with one flip of the coin, Surfer in blue finds himself onto that second transfer spot right now. But Elian Galabert, Surfer in green, only needs a 4.14, and Surfer in white here, he's only looking for a 3.91. Like I said, you will live and die by the sword of waved selections, right? So, super difficult to sit out there and wait to strike. You know, sometimes you get super anxious and you just want to make it happen, you know, but this is the game of surfing. And sometimes sitting a little bit longer than others could potentially pay off, but if you keep pulling the trigger, you might just keep getting the scraps out of the situation. So never quite rising to the occasion. You know what I mean? 6 minutes on the clock. 6 minutes on the clock. All right, with priority, Surfer in green. Surfer in green yet again only needs a 4.14. All right. It's not too far back. McCart has a combination score of an 8.77. Edinger, currently sitting shotgun in that transfer seat, he has a combination score of an 8.23. So any of these competitors is still plenty of time on the clock, and I think these scores can fluctuate relatively quickly, considering how much time is on the clock. But advantage right now goes to green. If he can get rid of that backup score and put something solid on the board, that'll give these boys something to think about. So, with priority, 5 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, what is he going to do? What is he going to do there, Tiger? Surfer in green, his last wave came in at a 3.47. 3.47. And yeah, this is heat number 10. These guys are looking at one another like, is it going to be me? Is it going to be you? I want it to be me. Four minutes and 30, 4:30 on the clock. And this is heat number 10. These guys are eyeing each other up. Still could go either way. Surfer in green yet again. As I reiterate, he has priority, and the young buck is able and capable of turning this situation around. We'll see what Mother Nature offers these cats. Out of the back, I see a little bit of action. We'll see if Surfer in Green is positioned properly. He ducks under that one. However, Surfer in White wants to take a dig at it. Surfer in White up and going on his backhand. That's an up and down for Tommy Sahalka. 3 minutes and 40, 3:40 on the clock. Heat number 11 coming up next, round of 128. Round of 128. Plenty of competitors here. A couple of these guys are going home today, unfortunately, because soon after this, we're going to be featuring half of the rounds of 96, in which we will be dwindling down to the round of 64 soon thereafter that, coming up tomorrow. But for today, the men's division here. And with the lead, combination score so far with an 8.67, Beckham McCart, followed by Brad Ettinger in blue. And here's Green. Green with priority, I believe. Squares the turnoff, gets a second little cutty there. Trying to hop over onto the other side. Is it going to be enough? Let's see what the judges award him for that. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Surfer in Green. Surfer in Green currently still sits in that third transfer spot so far. So Green is looking for a 4.14. I don't think it's going to be enough. That last wave comes in at a 3.17. Not changing the situation. Still needing a 4.14 there with 2 minutes on the clock. McCart currently leading, and he also has priority. Second transfer spot with second priority goes to Brad Ettinger in blue. Third priority goes to Tommy, Surfer in White. Tommy only needs a 3.91, which is nothing crazy. Neither it is for Surfer in Green. However, the clock is no one's friend at this time, especially Surfer in Greens and Surfer in White. Clock could be their worst enemy right about now. But like I said, it's never too late until the clock hits 0. And out of the back, with 1 minute and 14 seconds, 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock, there's plenty of time. All right, we got Surfer in Green taking a look, decides not to go. He recognizes the urgency of this final minute. It's kind of like Stephen Curry throwing it from the half court, Like, will it go? Can it go? All right, we got White, Surfer in White coming unbuckled there. Tommy Sahalka. Tommy was looking for a 3.91. We got 37 seconds here. We got 37 seconds. 30 seconds on the clock. As the clock winds down, I don't think it's going to be a significant change here. Only one with an opportunity is Surfer in Green. If he's able to kind of shake his way out of this one, we'll see. We got Red with priority out of the back. He's choosing to go left. We got 2 seconds on the clock. And up and down for Red. However, I think that's how the cookie crumbled for these guys. Beckham winning. Ettinger clinching that second transfer spot there. And that was it for heat number 10. Heat number 10 in the water. And that was it. McCart, I believe, takes the W with a combination score of an 8.7 or so. Anyhow, moving on here. Round 11, I'm sorry. Heat 11. And there's the official score. It's on your board. Combination score 8.77 for Beckham. And also moving on, Brad Ettinger with a combination score of 8.23. In the water now, we have heat number 11. Heat number 11, we have Cooper Jewell, who's sitting in red. Sasha Donano, who's sitting in blue. Ross Adams in white. And Tucker Dempsey here. We got Tucker. I guess I got. I already got 19 minutes here. 19 minutes, and this is heat number 11 in the water. We're ripping on through day one here of the WSL qualifying series. This is a 4,000 point here. These guys can absolutely utilize these points in order to catapult themselves and find themselves moving on to the Challenger Series, which eventually will lead them to the big leagues. But this is part of the stepping stones here for the WSL, and their format is absolutely magnificent. Incredible developmental program that the WSL runs with their qualifying series, then moving on to the Challenger, and then the big show with the big boys for world titles and such. And yeah, these are the stomping proving grounds here. Surfer in green up and going. Dempsey, Mr. Tucker. So we have USA here. We have all these Dempsey, Adams, and Joel from the United States of America. And from Mexico, we have Sasha Donano representing Mexico here. So 2.5 for Surfer in green. Opens the door. Picks up a 2.5. Plenty of time on the clock here yet again. You know, the first half usually of this heat start out, you know, like a slow boxing match. To throw a few punches and see where they stand. And then towards the end of the heat, maybe the last 5 minutes or so, depending on their situation, fireworks go off. They start throwing down, as they say. And but so far, usually the early parts of the heat are like this while they establish priority. Once priority gets established, then it's a bit of more of a game on situation, you know? We got red. We also have blue with an up and down. Sasha Donano representing Mexico. We have our competitors here. From South and Central America. All right, heat number 12 coming up next. I'm going to make a quick announcement here. We have Manny Valentin coming up next. Rafael Amir coming up next. He's representing Israel. Remy Armstrong is coming up, and Ryder Smith out of the USA. I was Surfer in green. All right, Surfer in blue here. Sorry to bring you that wave a little bit off beat here. I think our cameraman had a party last night, and still somewhat early in the morning. It's 11:34 here. We got Surfer and White Adams, the goofy footer out of the US of A. Puts down a couple of turns, falls on his back there. So far, we're working with a 4.0 from Surfer in red. We got a 2.5 from Surfer in green. We also have a 1.77 for Surfer in white. And that is the case scenario for the time being with 14 minutes here. And the replay for white. We'll see what the judges award him for it. Surfer in white is working with a 1.77. That's his second wave. We'll see what that does for him. We got also the Mexican, Sasha Donano. He needs a 1.6 or better to advance. That's like replay for blue. All right, we got an interview coming up here. All right, so we stand by for that interview. We got 13 minutes on the clock here. Surfer in green with a 4.2 and a 2.5 currently leading the heat. Let's check out that interview. Well, all right. Thank you, guys. That was a previous heat winner. Super stoked, thanking his parents. Hi, mom and dad. The young lad is in good hands with the boys, according to him. He's having the time of his life. We're out of the back, though. Surfer in red here. We have Cooper out of the USA. Cooper has a 4.0 so far and a 0.77. That's what he's working with. Waiting for some waves to come in, these last couple of waves. Blue, we got Surfer in blue up and going yet again. We got Sasha, the Mexican, Donano, putting it down. He's got already a 3.17. We'll see what that does for the Surfer in blue. So far, Sasha with a 5.17 and a 3.17. The Mexican, Sasha Donano, currently in the driver's seat with a combination score of an 8.34. 8.34 for a Surfer in blue. Cooper has got a combination score of a 7.33. He's working with a 4.0 and a 3.73. Ross Adams has a 4.57 and a backup score of a 2.93. He still needs a 3.16 or better, 3.16 for Surfer in white. And with priority, Tucker Dempsey Tucker needs a 3.53. Nothing crazy here. 10 minutes on the clock. Super. Coming up next, we're going to have on the booth Ramon. He's going to be joining us a little bit later on, taking over the seat for a little bit. Nine minutes, 35 seconds, 9:35. And as the cookie's crumbling here with these last 9.5 minutes, surfer from Mexico, Sasha Donano, with a combination score of an 8.34, currently in the driver's seat, though. However, with priority, surfer in green, Tucker Dempsey, he only needs a 3.53 here, and he's back in the game. Also, surfer in white, Ross Adams out of the US of A. He's got a combination score right now of a 7.5. He's currently sitting in that third transfer spot. He doesn't need a huge ask. We got surfer in red here going. We have Cooper on his backhand. Gets one maneuver on the outside. Is it going to be enough to woo the judges? Surfer in red currently sits in second. So we'll see what the judges award him for that last wave. Surfer in red is trying to hold on to that second transfer spot. However, if he gets a 4.35 or better, he'll take over the driver's seat. But that's up to the judges at this point. I'm not entirely sure if that last wave is going to do it for him. No, it does not. It comes in at a 2.23, so it's not enough. His situation does not change. He's still currently sitting in second, but with priority, Tucker has an opportunity here to capitalize and get himself back in the conversation. So Tucker in green, he's looking for a 3.53, and here it is right on cue. Surfer in green, we'll see what he does with it. He gets a couple of turns out of that. Comes loose towards the end. We'll see if it's enough to make a difference for surfer in green when there's 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Also, Adams with priority, surfer in white, he only needs a 3.16. 3.16 will get him right back into that transfer spot situation. However, for the time being, surfer in blue dominating the situation with a 5.17 and a 3.17, followed by surfer in red. Surfer in red, Cooper Joel, he's got a combination score of a 7.73. He's got a slight margin lead over the next two competitors, Adam and Dempsey, so he hasn't run away with it yet. All these four scores are relatively close for one another, a point up or down. So it's not over till the clock hits 0. It's anybody's game at this point. Surfer in white with priority, getting the better hand of it so far. We'll see what he does with this wave. Gets one turn out of that. Gets a second hack. Closes that section down. Ross Adams. We'll see what he does with it. Just on the judges panel right now. We'll see what the judges decide to award the young man Ross Adams out of the United States. He didn't need a big score to get back into that shotgun seat. He only needs a 3.16, so I'm absolutely somewhat sure that he's going to be able to kind of push the door open, let himself in. There it is. Ross Adams catapults into that first transfer spot with a combination score right now of a 9.27. Ross, with his last wave of a 4.70, finds himself leading the heat now in the driver's seat, taking over the keys. So he's got a 4.7 and a 4.57. So Ross Adams out of the United States, currently in the driver's seat, sitting first, followed by the Mexican surfer, Sasha Donano, who has a combination score of an 8.34. He's got a 0.834 here. And Cooper, my man, in red, not too far behind. He only needs a 4.35 now. He needs a 4.35. That is his new requirement. And also, Surfer in red has priority, so Cooper has an opportunity with these last 5 minutes on the clock. He already has somewhat of a close score here of a 4.0, but Dempsey has a 4.15. He needs a 4.15. And we go Surfer in blue. Donano Sasha de Mexico throws it up. Nice little reverse, just trying to add a little bit of flair. Nothing crazy. Just punts it off. We'll see what the judges give him for that. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, a little bit under 4:30. Surfer in white all of a sudden finds himself in the driver's seat. All right, Surfer in red asking for his situation. Three minutes, 50 seconds, 3:50. Now Surfer in blue takes over the lead with a 5.17 and a 5.0. Last score coming in at a 5.0 and making it his new backup score for Sasha Donano here. All of a sudden, the Mexican taking over the last couple of minutes here. Ross Adam currently sits in second in that second transfer seat. We just saw the replay for Donano Sasha out of Mexico, Surfer in blue. He's got a combination score of a 10.17, followed by Surfer in white, Ross Adams, who has a combination score of a 9.27. So he's currently sitting in that transfer seat here. 3 minutes on the clock. Priority red. Red now needs a 5.27. And green, he's looking for a 5.07. So nothing crazy for these two guys. However, like I was saying since early morning, the clock is no one's friend as it winds down with 2 minutes and 45 here. 2:45. Heat number 12 coming up next. Two minutes on the clock. Look at that beautiful, beautiful Arecibo. Beautiful colors. The shoreline looks a little dangerous, but, that's what we got to deal with. But we do have a little bit of a exiting and entering point here. Guys get to jump off that little pier as you see sticking out onto the shoreline. The guys walk on top of that and kind of climb down a little bit and jump in, so it helps them out. Getting out, however, is a little bit more difficult, especially with low tide. It's like super hard. Anyways, 1 minute and 30 seconds here. All of a sudden, Donano takes the lead from Ross. Ross was sitting in fourth, but then he jumped onto the lead with his last wave. Currently sitting in second. Will he end there is the question. Cooper, yet again, only needs right now a 5.27. And Dempsey, he needs a 5.07. So these two guys are somewhat in the game still, but 1 minute or so on the clock. We see Surfer in green up and going here. 1 minute. 1 minute on the clock here. Is it going to be enough for Surfer in green is the question. Heat number 11 coming up next. We got Ryder Smith. I'm sorry, heat number 12 coming up next. We got Ryder Smith, Remy Armstrong, Amir Raffaelli, and Manny Valentin. Así que line up, guys. You guys are up next. Heat number 12. In the water, out of the back. Surfer in white with an up and down. 30 seconds on the clock. I don't think that things are going to be switching around so much. With priority, though, Surfer in red, he's taking a hard look at this. We'll see if it's his turn. And he's able to turn this around. Red up and going with the last 15 seconds. This one turn and comes loose. We got 10 seconds on the clock. 10 seconds. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that was it for heat number 11. We got heat number 11 in the books right now. Sasha winning the heat with a combination score of a 10.17, followed and also moving along, advancing to the next round. Ross Adams with a combination score of a 9.27 here. All right. Heat number 12. Heat number 12 in the water now. We have Ryder Smith in white, Remy Strong in blue, Amir Raffaelli out of Israel in white, and also Manny Valentin de Puerto Rico en verde. Here it is. We're back here. Live action. Surfer in blue. That was him. Also, Surfer in white. We'll have a couple of scores coming in for red and Surfer in white. Well, all right. Surfer in blue comes up with a 4.0. Get the best out of the exchange there. Remy Armstrong out of the US of A. Currently leading the heat with a 4.0. Priority Manny Valentin. Manny de Puerto Rico, mi gente. Saludo a la familia de Manny. Aquí es un gran placer llamar este hit. Y orgullo boricua para mí, ¿no? Tener a mis caballitos en el agua. Uno de ellos es Manny Valentin en verde. All right, we got some heats dropping down already. For the round of 96, I already see most of the names buckled in. Who's going to punch their ticket here? We got Surfer in white digging up and going here. Out of the back. Surfer in white, a couple of maneuvers. Amir Raffaelli from Israel. He has an up and down of 0.4, but he's trying to get rid of that and get himself back in this surf game. All right, that's the replay for white. For Amir, we'll see what the judges award him. Surfer out of Israel. Amir Raffaelli. Heat number 13 coming up next. Heat number 13, we're going to be featuring Andreas Schneider, Brian Perez, Nicolas Epps, and Jack Long. Jack Long, as in longer. And we got Surfer in green here trying to get his bank account cashed in. Nice little turn. Driving down the line, Manny Valentine looking to punt that up. Bit of a foam climb. Manny looked a little bit confused on that one. He's like, what do I do? What do I do? Not like him whatsoever. He's usually a decisive type surfer, but that was his opening wave. Now, priority surfer in red. Second priority Amir in white. Third priority would probably be Armstrong. There's a replay for green. Just one nice little turn. We'll see what the judges award him for that opening wave. A surfer in green. Red on his backhand with an up and down and gets gobbled on that section. Ryder Smith, welcome to Puerto Rico. We got 14 minutes here. 14:40 on the clock. Well, all right. Priority surfer in white. Surfer in white currently sits in first right now with a 4.9 combination score. He's got a 4.5 and a 0.4. I'm sure he's going to get rid of that soon. 14 minutes here on the clock and counting. So we got white with priority, second priority Armstrong in blue. Third priority, we got surfer in green. Green dropped a 3.07. 3.07. That is his opening score. Now, if he can find a bit of a solid backup to that, he'll be back in the game here. We got surfer in white up and going. "13 minutes on the clock, 13 and counting." Priority blue, Remy Armstrong out of the US of A, who's currently working with a 4.0 and a 0.67. Trying to back that 4 up. Yet again, an early half of this heat. Surfer in blue, Armstrong, utilizing that priority. There's a couple of turns out of that. Surfer in blue, still on his feet. Couple of turns. But Remy Armstrong out of the US of A, trying to get rid of that backup score of a 0.67. I'm sure he's gonna be able to do that right now. With priority, surfer in green, Manny Valentine out of Puerto Rico with priority. I think we see him out of the back. Manny Valentine, nice carving turn. That's the second. Closes that section out. Trying to get rid of that backup score. Actually, not get rid of it. He's trying to add to it. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong numbers here. But that was second wave for surfer in green.
One, two, 1, 2, 3. Ok. Ok, Sasha Donano aquí ganando el hit número 11. Ok, Sasha Donano de Puerto Escondido, México, ganando el hit número 11. Cuéntame, ¿cómo te fue en este hit? ¿Qué olas pudiste coger?
Bien, me fue bien, avanzamos en primer lugar. Las olas cambiaron un poco, estaba un poco grindy, pequeño, pero ahora sí que sin prioridad agarré un par de olitas y saqué un 5 y luego lo vaqueé con otro 5 y ya suficiente para avanzar.
¿Primera vez en Puerto Rico?
Primera vez en Puerto Rico,
Bueno,
sí.
pues ahí nos vemos en el próximo día, así que muchas felicidades. Continuamos, llévatelo.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Ramoncito. Ahí, felicidades a su último competidor que ganó ese hit ahí desde México. Y bueno, 10 minutos con 35, 10 con 35. I'm gonna be doing a little live commentating upstairs for the next couple of heats. So in the booth, I'm gonna be welcoming Ramon, which is one of our new team members here. So far, Surfer in White with a 4.5 and a 3.57. He currently sits in the driver's seat. Right on his heels, though, Remy Armstrong, combination score of 7.57. And then Valentin, he came up on his last wave with a 3.67. He's got a 3.67 and a 3.07 here. Out of the back, though, Smith, Ryder, trying to join the conversation at hand here with 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. 9 minutes and 40. We saw Surfer in Green here, Valentin, trying to get his third wave and going. Manny trying to reach that campaign. That was Surfer in Green. Y ahora. All right. Bueno, bienvenido, Jamoncito.
Oye, gracias, Alfredo Bové.
Al booth aquí. Este dejo aquí con 8 minutos aquí casi de este hit número 12. Está en primera posición por el momento Rafaeli de Israel. Y bueno, Ramoncito, te voy a dejar aquí para el hit. Suerte, viene Oscar contigo.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias a ti, Alfredo Bové. Te estaba escuchando desde hace un rato aquí en el booth, aquí de la Marginal Surfing Pro. Perfectamente en el hit número 12, faltando 8 minutos con 5 segundos, 8 minutes remaining. Got in first position and Surfer in White, Rafaeli. In second position, from Puerto Rico, Manny Valentín con prioridad. Armstrong en azul, en tercera posición. Y R. Smith, rojo, en cuarta posición. Red need a 4.57 to advance. And blue need a 3.88 to advance. Manny Valentín, el puertorriqueño, necesita un 3.88 para avanzar a la primera posición, mientras que Surfer en blanco, Rafaeli, está en... ahora Rafaeli pasa a segunda posición con esa nueva entrada de scores. So the new situation goes as follows. Red is in fourth position. Green, verde, con prioridad en tercera posición. Blanco en segunda posición y azul en primera posición. Now the situation goes as follows. Red in fourth position, green third position, white second position, and blue in first position. Red need a 4.77 to advance, and green need a 3.88. El puertorriqueño necesita 3.88 para avanzar a segunda posición. Y Rafael, y en blanco, para llegar a primera posición, necesita un 4.44 cuando restan 6 minutos 30 segundos. 6 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. So this hits number 12. Un buen día precioso aquí en la Marginal, en Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Este evento es traído a ustedes por el municipio de Arecibo, Corona, Winmar Home, la Marginal Surfing Pro. y del WSL Qualifying Series. Cuando faltan 5 minutos 50 segundos, 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. First priority goes to Manny Valentín en primera prioridad, en segunda prioridad rojo, en tercera prioridad azul y en cuarta prioridad blanco. So in first priority we have Manny Valentín. In second priority we have red Smith. Third priority we got blue R. Armstrong. And in fourth priority we have white A. Raffaelli. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, 5 minutos 20 segundos aquí en un día precioso en Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Esta mañana marcaban las olas a 2.9 a 12 segundos del noreste. So the buoy marked this morning at 2.9 feet from the northeast at 12 seconds period. We got some wave coming through. A little bit of wind from the northeast. Un poco de viento que ha entrado ahora cuando restan 4 minutos 45 segundos. En primera posición, azul, R. Armstrong. En segunda posición, blanco, R. Raffaelli. En tercera posición, con prioridad, el puertorriqueño Manny Valentín. Y en cuarta posición, rojo, R. Smith. Segunda prioridad. Cuando restan 4 minutos 25 segundos, 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. It's number 12. Y en el hermoso Arecibo, Puerto Rico, la Marginal Surfing Pro, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home y todos los demás sponsors, ¿verdad? Auspiciadores para este evento. Cuando restan 4 minutos, 4 minutes remaining, first priority goes to Manny Valentín, el puertorriqueño, que necesita 4.70 para avanzar. Segunda prioridad, second priority, R. Smith, that he needs a 5.60 to advance. And in second position, we have white, fourth priority. He needs a 4.44 to advance his first position. And in first position, we have blue, R. Armstrong. Cuando restan 3 minutos 25 segundos, 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Próximo hit tenemos a Andrés Schwerner en rojo, Costa Rica. A Brian Pérez del Salvador en azul. A Nicholas Epps de Puerto Rico en blanco. Y de Estados Unidos tenemos en verde a Long Jack. Aquí tenemos hombre en ola. Parece ser el puertorriqueño Manny Valentín haciendo varias maniobras combinadas, buscando lo mejor posible para avanzar, necesitando un 4.70 para avanzar. Vamos a ver, culminando ahí esa ola, vamos a ver si logra obtener esa puntuación de sobre 4.70 cuando restan 2 minutos 35 segundos en este momento. Y el puertorriqueño motivado. Y tenemos ahora, vamos a esperar el replay, haciendo unas maniobras combinadas, utilizando, ¿verdad?, toda la fuerza que tiene y con fluidez, ¿verdad? Manny Valentín, el puertorriqueño Manny Valentín, necesitando un 4.70. Vamos a ver si lo consigue. En este momento, en primera posición, tenemos azul, R. Armstrong. In blue, in first position. In second position, white, R. Raffaelli. In third position, Manny Valentín, that needs a 4.70. He goes again with the replay here. Couple of maneuvers, strong effort. Let's see what the judges panel put that situation, that score. Or cuando resta 1 minuto 35 segundos, 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining. So we are waiting for that official scores. Para el puertorriqueño en verde, Manny Valentín. Resta 1 minuto 15 segundos, 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Próximo hit. Le dan 3 minutos para entrar el próximo hit. They got a 3 minute paddle out. Next hit. cuando resta 1 minuto, 1 minute remaining in this heat number 12, when we have a situation in 4th place, red, that he needs a 5.60. Manny Valentin, green, he needs a 4.40. In white, 2nd position. And in blue, we got R. Armstrong, 1st position. Priority red, priority. 30 seconds remaining, 30 segundos restando de este hit número 12. Aquí vemos cómo se mueve un poco este line-up, esta área de espera, cuando tenemos hombre en ola aquí. Tratando de hacer una rotación en el aire, pero no logra culminarla cuando restan 5 segundos. 4, 3, 2, 1. Y ahí culmina hit número 12. Finishing hit number 12. That previous hit in blue, first position, 2nd position in white, 3rd position in green, and 4th position red. That's the result of the previous hit. Now we are going to hit number 13, and we have in red, Andrés Schneider, Costa Rica, Brian Pérez del Salvador en azul, Nicolás Epps, el puertorriqueño, en blanco, y Jack Long de Estados Unidos en verde. Jack Long from the United States in green. As it's a 20-minute hit here in beautiful Arecibo. La Marginal Surfing Pro, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home, y aquí todo el equipo, ¿no?, que ha estado trabajando para llevar a ustedes esta formación y todo este evento del WQS, Qualifying Series, WSL, Qualifying Series. Aquí restando 18 minutos. Esa orilla ahí, es un poco tricky. Tienes que saber salir muy bien por ahí para evitar los erizos, las cortaduras de pie. There's a lot of ears in that area there, the shore. And okay, first wave. Now we got two here from El Salvador, Brian Pérez, con su primer score de 1.0. Cuando restan 18 minutos, 15 segundos, 18 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this hit number 13. Tenemos aquí a Brian Pérez del Salvador, Andrés Schneider de Costa Rica, Nicolás Epps, blanco, de Puerto Rico, y Jack Long, verde, Estados Unidos. 17 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. This hit number 13. La Marginal Surfing Pro, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home, beautiful Arecibo. 17 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Y viendo esa vista de drone preciosa, el Rastrial, la Marginal, en Arecibo, de los mejores destinos que tiene Puerto Rico. One of the best destinations of surfing destination here in Puerto Rico, la Marginal. Cuando restan 16 minutos 50 segundos, 16 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And we have a first wave for Andreas Schneider. It's a 0.50. Es un 0.50 para rojo. De Costa Rica, Andrés Schneider. Y Brian Pérez en azul en primera posición con 1.00. Cuando restan 16 minutos, 20 segundos, 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Ahí tenemos a Rances Morales, rescatista en el jet ski water rescue. Rances Morales de Rincón, Puerto Rico. Cuando restan 16 minutos, 5 segundos, 16 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. In this hit number 13, esa toma de drone ahí del Rastrial y la Marginal. Un hit un poco lento, ¿no? A little bit slow hit. Now there's a movement here in the lineup. Let's see. White, el blanco puertorriqueño, Nicholas Epp, buscando ahí una manera de negociar con esa espuma, a ver si llega a la sección y hacer una maniobra. Un poco lento, ¿verdad? Un poco dificultuoso para los surfistas. Tienen que tener mucha velocidad y tratar de hacer mucha fluidez, poder y velocidad, ¿verdad? En condiciones difíciles para hacerlo, ¿no? There's a little bit of difficulty doing the speed, power, and flow. That's the replay in white, el puertorriqueño Nicholas Epp. Cuando sale su opening wave with a 0.97, opening wave of white, 0.97 in third position, 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Red in first position and blue, Brian Pérez en segunda posición. Priority for green, Jack Lund in first priority. Second priority, Brian Pérez. Third priority, H. Schneider. $14 minutos 15 segundos de este hit número 13. 14 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. When we have red in first position, blue in second position, white third position, and green in first position with priority. Priority situation goes as follows. Green in first priority, blue with second priority, red in third priority, and white first priority. So now we are in 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining of this hit 13. And we have in first position, white, el puertorriqueño en blanco, first position. In third position, now Nicholas Epp is in third position, green in first position, and Brian Perez in second position, and Andres Schneider in first position when you have 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Aquí me acompaña ahora. Aquí estamos, Oscar.
Estamos de regreso. Saludos, Ramoncito Díaz Zambrana.
Saludos.
La voz de Desde Cero. Si no han visto a Ramoncito, chequen sus redes. Desde Cero es un podcast boricua dedicado a fomentar lo que es el deporte, la cultura puertorriqueña, el arte, poquito de todo. Así que si no lo han chequeado, chequen a este hombre Desde Cero.
Oye, eso es así.
It's a great Instagram page if you want to stay active with what's going on in the sport world, music, food, arts here in Puerto Rico. Desde Cero, Ramón Díaz Zambrana.
Eso es así.
¿Y quiénes tenemos aquí? Este es Brian Pérez.
Brian Pérez de El Salvador. Eso es una amenaza.
Tremendo turn ahí de Brian. Para quienes no sepan, Brian Pérez viene de El Salvador, el local de allí, una persona sumamente humilde, muchacho que viene desde abajo, ha luchado mucho, ¿verdad? Por lograr llegar a donde está. Y es un atleta olímpico. Ramoncito logró clasificar a las Olimpiadas ahora en Tahití. Lo conozco personalmente, tremendo tipo, lleva viniendo varios años aquí a Puerto Rico. Las veces que el equipo nacional va a El Salvador a los mundiales, nos trata súper bien, ¿verdad? Nos recibe, nos lleva a surfear. Es un poquito lo que es la cultura del surfing, ¿verdad? Como todos nos ayudamos. Y Brian, pues de verdad que tremendo tipo, así que bien contento de tenerlo aquí en este evento representando a El Salvador, que es un poquito los pasos que estamos siguiendo nosotros, Ramón.
Eso es así, esa última ola creo que fue un 4.83 y un backup score de 3.5, pasa a la primera posición Brian Pérez, que por cierto lo tuvimos en Desde Cero en el podcast a Brian Pérez, y ahí pueden buscar cuando quedan 11 minutos restando de este hit número 13.
Bello, pues. Ahí Brian le fue muy bien en este evento el año pasado. El Alas que acaba de pasar ahora también estuvo compitiendo. Brian, el año pasado me parece que lo ganó. Y es un gran surfista de allí, de las playas del Salvador, de donde es Surf City, El Salvador. Si no han ido allá, les recomiendo que se den la vuelta. El Salvador y el ministro de Turismo de El Salvador han hecho un trabajo increíble de llevar eventos como este, profesionales, a El Salvador. Han podido crecer esa región, ayudar mucho a lo que es el desarrollo económico, y es un poco lo que nosotros estamos emulando aquí, Ramoncito, ¿verdad? Cogiendo ejemplos de otros países y tratando de traer eso aquí mismo a Arecibo. Ya tuvimos el Mundial de la ISA, clasificatorio olímpico. Olímpico, me dicen que vamos a ir para una entrevista en breve. Cuando me dejen el cue, pues vamos para allá. Pero nada, siguiendo los pasos del Salvador y otros países que han apostado en el surf y lo que es el turismo deportivo, porque distinto a otros deportes como el baloncesto, el voleibol, el béisbol, la gente realmente no viaja, ¿verdad? Como que porque, pues déjame ir a esa cancha de básquet, ¿verdad? Porque todas las canchas miden lo mismo, pero aquí en Puerto Rico la gente viene para practicar este deporte, y más cuando le damos esta oferta de eventos competitivos profesionales donde tienen la oportunidad de ganar dinero y a la misma vez acumular puntos valiosos para sus carreras profesionales como surfistas.
Eso es así, Oscar, y el montaje que se ha hecho para este evento, ¿verdad? Como otros eventos que se han logrado en años anteriores, pero este evento, ¿verdad? Se ve que el montaje es con lo último en la tecnología, con lo último, ¿verdad? Para llevarle el deporte completamente, ¿verdad? A un nivel internacional. Así que es un buen montaje que se ha hecho, ¿verdad? Cuando restan 9 minutos 15 segundos de este hit número 13, Brian en primera posición, en verde Andrés Schneider en segunda posición, y con prioridad del puertorriqueño Nicolás Epps, que está en tercera posición, y Jack Long en verde en cuarta posición. Que digamos, aquí tenemos hombre en ola.
Oye, que ponme al día, Ramoncito, porque me perdí esa situación. Veo que hay una interferencia cantada sobre el atleta de blanco. Acabo de entrar aquí, estaba atendiendo otros asuntos de producción.
Eso acaba de ocurrir.
Y acaba de ocurrir, no pude ver esa situación, cómo es que se dio esa interferencia, pero podemos ver que hay una interferencia cantada en el atleta en blanco, que es el boricua Nicolás Epps, un joven talentosísimo. Este joven yo lo llevo viendo desde que es bien pequeño. Conozco a su tío y de verdad que tiene un nivel increíble. Cuando vemos aquí, acción en vivo.
Blanco aquí, Nicolás Epps, el puertorriqueño Nicolás Epps, buscando una manera de asegurarle una maniobra. ¿Qué es lo que implica una interferencia aquí, Oscar?
Pues mira, una interferencia de prioridad, pierdes tu segunda mejor ola completa. Si no había prioridad, pues sería mitad de esa puntuación. No estoy muy seguro si fue interferencia de prioridad o no, porque me perdí esa situación. Pero definitivamente lo hace mucho más difícil, ¿verdad? El surfista entonces está tratando de ganar el hit como quien dice, con las manos atadas, pero no es imposible. En un hit como este, por ejemplo, que no hay ninguna puntuación muy sustancial hasta el momento, el score más alto es un 4.83, y el segundo lugar pues no tiene tampoco puntuaciones de sustancia. Todavía queda esa posibilidad para el boricua Nicolás Epps, que logre lo que necesita, mira, es un 3.80, así que realmente, aún con la interferencia, realmente no es mucho lo que está buscando el boricua.
Correcto.
Condiciones han deteriorado un poco porque entró el viento, todavía tenemos esa marejada, hay un swell de periodo largo, pero lo bueno de esta ola es que hacer un reef break pues tiene fuerza, distinto a otros lugares. Vamos a ver, y aquí está Blanco buscando crear esa oportunidad. Se le pone ahí un poco suave, le mete bien a la última sección.
Sí, ¿no? Y tratar de buscar esa velocidad, ese poder y esa fluidez en condiciones así, pues no es tan fácil para los competidores, pero a este nivel los competidores tratan de hacerlo mejor y siempre van a adquirir esa velocidad, ¿verdad? Y buscar ese poder con fluidez para, ¿verdad? Para hacer esa puntuación que necesitan y pasar. Aquí tenemos un replay de Brian Pérez del Salvador.
Fue el 4.833.
Correcto, la mejor hora del hit. Esta que aquí estamos viendo en este replay cuando restan 6 minutos 30 segundos del hit número 13. Oye, traído aquí por el municipio de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home, ¿verdad? La Marginal Surfing Pro. Esto es un 4000, ¿verdad?
Esto es un QS 4000, que eso quiere decir que los atletas, el ganador se gana 4,000 puntos en su, ¿verdad? En su carrera, cuando vemos aquí azul, de tratar de clasificar a los Challenger Series, que luego es la vía clasificatoria al World Surfing League WCT, que es el nivel más alto de surfing profesional en el mundo, y nunca ha habido un boricua que logre esa clasificación, Ramoncito. Sí. Al WCT hemos tenido boricuas muy cerca, como Brian Todd, que en un momento estuvo como a 1 o 2 hits, me acuerdo, en Hawái, para clasificar. Carlos Cabrero también hizo ese tour por muchos años, estuvo muy cercano, siendo el único boricua que ha ganado el Pipeline, un evento en el HIC Pro hace varios años.
El 2000 creo que
así,
fue.
Correcto.
Sí.
Así que hemos estado bien cerca, ¿verdad? De romper esa barrera, pero no ha pasado. Y parte del propósito de nosotros de la federación de fomentar eventos como este es precisamente darle más oportunidades a nuestros atletas del patio a que puedan conseguir esos puntos para lograr esa clasificación, porque no es lo mismo volar para allá, para North Carolina, Virginia, donde está frío, donde no conoces la ola, que surfear aquí en tu patio, con tu gente, con tu familia ahí, con tus tablas, durmiendo en tu casa, el pueblo puertorriqueño apoyándote. Así que, boricua que nos estás viendo, date la vuelta por aquí por la Marginal Surfing Pro estos próximos 5 días y apoya a los tuyos. Trae las banderas, trae las panderetas, haz sonido, busca a quienes están ahí, y si tienes dudas, busquen por las redes de la federación, que ahí nosotros estamos informando de quiénes son los boricuas que tenemos en el agua.
Tremenda plataforma para desarrollar el deporte, tanto local como internacional, ¿verdad? Poner a Puerto Rico y a Arecibo en el mapa mundial. Es importantísimo mantener esa plataforma, mantener para el futuro estas plataformas de competencia a nivel internacional y profesional a este nivel. Así que es importante que apoyemos lo de aquí, apoyemos el deporte local también, y apoyemos también, ¿verdad?, todo lo que tiene que ver con el surfing boricua del más alto nivel.
Definitivamente. Y esto tiene repercusiones positivas para todos. O sea, no solamente los atletas, como les dije, que pueden obtener estos buenos puntos valiosos y ganar dinero, ¿verdad?, en su patio, pero también tiene un impacto directo sobre el negociante pequeño, mediano, de aquí de la zona de Arecibo, sobre la comunidad. Le hemos dado empleo a muchas personas locales, ¿verdad? Esto tiene que tener un impacto directo, que la economía, que los chavitos lleguen a la gente, que mucha falta que hace. Y eso es otra parte positiva de este tipo de eventos. Y tengo que agradecer al alcalde Carlos Tito Ramírez Irizarry, que de verdad que ha dicho presente. Ellos son la razón que este evento se está dando. Sin el apoyo del municipio, este evento no iba a ocurrir, aún con el apoyo de nuestros patrocinadores privados. Es el municipio de Arecibo el que realmente dijo presente y dio el dinero para poder producir este evento, como tú mismo has dicho, que el montaje es a nivel profesional. Vamos a tener bandas aquí, Tito Augel, Viva Nativa, Millo Torre del Tercer Planeta, Sincronía, La Migra, que es una banda de aquí local. Y cuando vemos a Blanco, que está buscando esa puntuación de 3.63 ahora, le pega arriba, y eso es todo para Blanco. Le vuelve a pegar otra vez, pero no creo que va a ser lo que está buscando el boricua Nicolás Epps de San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Tiene hombre en ola, esto es Rojo.
Rojo, que está en la segunda posición ahora mismo, busca buena velocidad para pegarle. Eso es bien importante, le pega bien. Cuando las condiciones están así, hay que generar esa velocidad, ¿verdad? La ola quizás no te va a dar esa misma energía, y los surfistas que saben surfear estas condiciones, pues generan velocidad antes de meter cualquier maniobra. Y lo vemos ahí en Rojo, que ahora mismo está en la posición de avance, y me parece que esto lo va a poner mucho más sólido en la segunda o hasta en la primera posición. Lo que está buscando es un 5.50 para avanzar a la segunda posición.
Cuando tenemos a Brian Pérez en prioridad, y estabas hablando ahorita sobre el impacto, ¿verdad?, económico de estos eventos, y el impacto indirecto y directo que implica este tipo de eventos, ¿verdad?, es exponencial. Así que es importante, ¿verdad?, destacar que este tipo de evento trae un desarrollo económico directo e indirecto, ¿verdad?, para mantener una industria fuerte, tanto local como del surfing aquí en Puerto Rico. Restando 2 minutos de este hit número 13. Todavía no ha entrado esa puntuación. Déjame verificar.
No, todavía no ha entrado. Estamos esperando.
De Rojo.
Esa de Rojo. Y oye, como le decimos a los que nos están viendo, cuando vemos azul, este es Brian Pérez, el líder actual de este hit, está buscando velocidad. Parece que le va a pegar con todo, y ahí va, boom, botando mucho spray. Otra maniobra sólida de Brian Pérez. Combina con una tercera maniobra y va a tratar de cerrar esta ola para decirle a los jueces: yo voy para la próxima ronda.
Correctamente. Tratando de no tan solo impresionar, sino utilizando la energía de la ola completamente hasta lo último, con fluidez, con poder, con rapidez. Y eso es lo que buscan los jueces.
Así
realmente.
mismo es. Y oye, Brian es un tipo grande. O sea,
Sí.
Brian mide como 6'2".
Correcto.
Sabes que no es fácil generar la velocidad que él está generando en esa ola. Muchas veces la gente un poquito más pequeña le es más fácil cuando las condiciones están así, pero Brian es un surfer experimentado que sabe surfear todo tipo de olas y lo vemos ahora que está liderando. Y viene rojo otra vez.
Nuevamente.
Me vuelve y le pega. Un buen surfing el surfista de rojo.
Ujú.
Y Brian mejoró ahí la
De
situación.
Costa
me
Rica,
parece.
¿verdad? Andrés
Sí.
Schneider de Costa Rica. Y bueno, mejora su situación.
Y azul también con un 6.50 bajó de esa última azul. Eso fue fácil para los jueces. Una ola, la mejor ola del giro hasta el momento. Así que sí, es cierto, Ramoncito. Aquí tenemos representado al país Costa Rica, es el país centroamericano, El Salvador, a Puerto Rico y a los Estados Unidos de América. 4 naciones surfistas aquí representadas en este hit. Como saben, en Puerto Rico tenemos nuestro propio comité olímpico. Por eso nuestros atletas compiten bajo la bandera de Puerto Rico, porque aquí hay soberanía nacional. Por eso que nosotros llevamos nuestros atletas y también representan en las Olimpiadas. Y eso es otra de las metas también de traer estos eventos, es que lograr la clasificación de un atleta a las Olimpiadas. El año pasado estuvimos también a solamente una ronda de Brian Todd lograr esa clasificación y Habana Cabreo se quedó solamente a 2 rondas de lograr esa clasificación. Así que estamos cerca. Los atletas están ahí viendo lo que hace falta, entrenando. No vemos Blanco, oye, empezó sólido Blanco. No había visto ese primer turn. Oh, wow. Muy buen surfing ahí de Blanco. Se le va a hacer difícil con esa interferencia que le está haciendo la vida un poco más difícil. Le están pidiendo un 6.25 y
Ahora viene el hit número 14 de Venezuela, Raúl Hernández, de Estados Unidos, Liam Knight, de México, Osmar Guerrero López y de Brasil, Lucas Pasolini, hit número 14.
Y ese Raúl Hernández de
Boricua
Venezuela,
también.
pero está aquí hace tiempo.
Eso es
Y
así.
su hijo nació aquí, es boricua, lo encuentro siempre en Jobos. Y es también un empresario, ¿verdad? Un empresario local que tiene lo que son los Power Cookies. Un shout out ahí a Raúl, que lleva años con esa marca, unas galletitas bien chéveres que te energizan y cuando quieres ir para el surf session siempre nos apoya a los boys. Así que vamos a ver a Raúl, hoy es tremendo surfer, se zumba en olas grandes.
Sí.
Tremendo surfista.
El otro día lo vi en el pistón de Rincón dándose unos buenos tubazos allí,
Sí.
Raúl Hernández.
Le gusta. Muchos hermanos de Venezuela que se han venido a vivir aquí a Puerto Rico a través de los años. Magnum Martínez también, que es el padre de Shakti Martínez, que es una de las jóvenes que viene por ahí, coming up. También vive aquí hace varios años. Fue coach nacional del equipo nacional de Puerto Rico para ese último ciclo olímpico. Mucho venezolano que se ha venido a vivir aquí también a través de los años y le encanta la Isla del Encanto, y nosotros como hermanos latinos le damos la bienvenida aquí con los brazos abiertos.
Eso
Así
es
que
correcto.
vamos a ver lo que pasa en ese próximo hit.
Eso es correcto. Mucho venezolano, mucho talento venezolano.
Definitivo.
Surfeando, ¿verdad? Y representando a Latinoamérica, siempre dando cara. Y siempre los hemos visto aquí en Puerto Rico desde muchos años, muchas décadas atrás, desde los años 80 y 90, que siempre se han quedado o pasan simplemente a visitar nuestras playas hermosas y olas. Cuando restan 18 minutos 23 segundos de este hit número 14, entrando la primera puntuación de azul con 2.0 y la primera puntuación de verde con un 0.73.
Y otro hit internacional, tenemos Venezuela, Estados Unidos, México y Brasil representados en este hit. Como lo habíamos informado, aquí tenemos sobre 200 atletas de más de 26 países que están aquí visitando las costas de Arecibo, Puerto Rico en estos días. Y vemos a Rojo ahí, que arranca, le pega ahí esa primera sección, se le pone un poco suave. Condiciones mucho más difíciles que esta mañana. Esta mañana estaba mucho más limpio
Sí,
el agua y eso, pero eso es parte del deporte del surfing, lo que lo hace tan interesante, que estos surfistas se tienen que adaptar sin importar si está de 20 pies o de un pie, si hay viento o no hay viento. Lo que es igual no es ventaja, como dicen por ahí. Ellos están ahí haciendo su mejor y los profesionales saben cómo sacar esas puntuaciones en estas condiciones.
Correcto. Las puntuaciones del hit anterior las siguientes. En cuarta posición, Jack Long. En tercera posición, el puertorriqueño Nicolás Epps. En segunda posición, Andrés Schneider de Costa Rica. Y en primera posición, Brian Pérez de El Salvador. En primera posición. Resultados oficiales del hit anterior. Hit número 13. Ahora estamos en el hit número 14 cuando restan 17 minutos de este hit. Y entrando la primera score de azul con un 2.0. El primer score para rojo 1.70. Y el primer score de verde con 0.73. Cuando vemos aquí a blanco tratando de hacer alguna maniobra, ¿verdad? E impresionar al panel de jueces en condiciones sumamente complicadas. Y aquí tenemos a azul en ola haciendo alguna combinación de maniobras, buscando esa parte al final de la hora. Y eso es todo para azul. Cuando tenemos en prioridad a verde, Lucas Pasolini de Brasil. 16 minutos restando de este hit. 16 minutes remaining.
$16 minutos de este hit y veo ahí VSS Properties. Eso es uno de nuestros auspiciadores que Tuto Vieras, un comerciante de aquí a Arecibo que siempre ha dado la mano en este tipo de eventos. Yo lo conocí en los mundiales y es una persona que de verdad ha sido un gran anfitrión a los otros países. El hombre sale a la hora que sea, va al aeropuerto. Si a alguien que le falta algo, le consigue dónde quedarse. O sea, asegurándose que todos los atletas que nos visiten se sientan a gusto, se sientan seguros aquí. Y eso tiene que ver mucho con ese grupo que es VSS Properties. Y para este evento han ayudado a la staff también, ¿verdad? En estadía. Además de lo que el municipio de Arecibo, que también asistió con la estadía de lo que es el panel internacional de jueces. Se están quedando aquí en un guest house que se llama Caño Tiburones. Gracias al director de turismo del municipio de Arecibo, José Luis Cheli, que le dicen Cheli. Y nos ayudó a conseguir esos cuartos para que el staff internacional que viene, ¿verdad?, se estén quedando bien cómodos, pueden llegar caminando al evento. Igualmente el fin de semana pasado tuvimos al vicepresidente de la ISA, que también es presidente de la Asociación Latinoamericana de Surf, Karim Seralta, y él se estuvo quedando allí, pudo conocer al alcalde, y estamos haciendo gestiones a ver si logramos repetir lo que fue ese mundial de 2024 y ver si lo podemos traer en 2028 nuevamente aquí a las costas de Arecibo. Así que esas conversaciones ya se están dando y el éxito de eventos como este nos ayudan a poder lograr eso que es tan grande para el deporte puertorriqueño y para los atletas y para el pueblo de Arecibo. Así que en esa estamos, Ramoncito. Seguimos trabajando arduamente por el deporte. Cuando vemos qué lindo se ve el setup aquí de la Marginal,
bello, bello,
para que
bello.
vengan para acá a visitarnos. Hay música, hay artesanos, hay comida buenísima. Me están dando unas señales aquí de producción. Vamos a ver qué está pasando. Quiero dar. Tengo que darle. Es que yo no escuchaba, disculpa. Ahora sí, mi gente. Quiero darle las gracias también a Casa Callito, que es parte de este grupo. Está VSS Properties y también Casa Callito, allí en Barrio Obrero, en Arecibo. Que nos ayudaron con el hospedaje del staff, un grupo de aquí local. Así que muchas gracias a la gente de Casa Callito que nos han dado la mano. Cuando vemos aquí a rojo, ese Raúl Hernández se metió en la primera posición y blanco parece que pasó algo. Vamos a ver si podemos ver el replay de blanco. Ah, qué bello como se ve esa marginal, la han arreglado, se ve tan bonita desde el mundial para acá. Blanco. Sí. Wow, Blanco tuvo una buena ola. Me parece que va a cambiar la situación aquí. De lo que he visto, es la mejor ola que he visto hasta el momento en este hit. Y ahí viendo nuevamente la Marginal de Arecibo, aunque todavía hay trabajo que hacer, definitivamente esta administración municipal ha ido arreglando el alumbrado, tumbaron ese miradero que estuvo ahí por años cayéndose en canto. Eso lo tumbaron. Se pintó la carretera. Cuando yo que me he estado quedando aquí las últimas 2 semanas, hay mucha gente que está corriendo a todas horas en la noche, hasta las 9 de la noche, 10 de la noche, montones de personas usando esto para ejercitarse, un ambiente seguro, y pues son los cambios positivos que han venido posterior a traer ese mundial aquí. poniendo los ojos sobre la marginal y la importancia y la belleza que tiene este gran malecón donde uno puede caminar y respirar la brisa del mar y a la misma vez ahora ver los mejores surfistas de la región cuando vemos que Blanco bajo un score ahí, Ramoncito.
Sí, bajo un score ahí de 5.17 para Blanco, lo pone en primera posición y Rojo, ¿verdad? Raúl Hernández de Venezuela pasa a segunda posición y aquí en Ola
Rojo, pero me parece que Verde, vimos ahí algo de Verde que metió un turn con mucha fuerza y lo logró bajar. Por lo menos mi apreciación de lo que vi, quizás no.
Oye,
aquí está
aquí
el
replay.
Va a ser un turn sólido, boom, le bajo el lip y logra salirse, así que le va a dar una puntuación ahí a Verde.
Sí, cuando restan 11 minutos 30 segundos, Oscar, ¿qué tú nos puedes decir sobre el andamiaje de un evento como este? ¿Cuánto tiempo se tarda en hacer un tipo de evento como este?
Wow, son meses de preparación, múltiples reuniones, veces que hay que venir aquí, reuniones con el componente de seguridad. Aquí tenemos agencias federales, estatales y municipales, tanto policía como manejo de emergencia, bomberos, Coast Guard, FURA, todo ese andamiaje que está ayudando para que sean estos eventos, para que la gente esté segura y puedan disfrutar de ello. Pues son meses de compromiso, ¿verdad? De estar poniendo horas para que esto se dé como ustedes están viendo ahora. Y es un sacrificio que hacemos, ¿verdad? Por el bien del deporte y seguiremos ahí mientras Dios nos permita.
Muy bien, aquí el cambio de situación, ¿verdad? Cuando Blanco pasa a primera posición, Raúl Hernández pasa, ¿verdad? Rojo pasa a segunda posición, Azul en tercera posición y Verde en cuarta posición. Y vemos ahí esa ola de Blanco fuerte.
Se apretó esto.
Sí.
Esa última de Verde con una sola maniobra le dieron casi un 4, 3.93. Esa maniobra que vimos de cierre, que fue muy fuerte, así que los jueces le gustó.
Sí. Y bueno, para Raúl necesita, y para pasar a la primera posición necesita un 6.5. El venezolano necesita apretar igualmente.
Sí. Ahí lo importante, ¿verdad? Yo creo que están protegiendo esa segunda posición de avance. Entre todos los surfistas está bien cerca la situación. Como podemos ver, lo que los diferencia entre segundo y tercer lugar es .03 realmente, que están bien cerquita ahí, buscando unas puntuaciones bajitas.
Qué difícil o qué complicado se hace manejar situaciones o condiciones como esta y tratar de sacar un 6.5, ¿verdad? Para avanzar a primera posición, ¿verdad? Que le toca hoy a Raúl Hernández. Entonces es complicado tratar de buscar ese score en condiciones como esta, y ahí es que realmente entra, ¿no? Lo que le llaman el clutch del competidor. Aquí tenemos un replay del venezolano Raúl Hernández.
Como hubo cambio de situación, Verde pasa a la segunda posición con esa otra puntuación de 3.00. Ahora Rojo necesita un 3.77 para avanzar y Azul está buscando un 2.96, que no son puntuaciones, ¿verdad? Muy altas. Este hit todavía, cuando restan 9 minutos, se lo puede llevar cualquiera. Y de ahí vemos a nuestro amigo Ramsey Morales, que está en el jet ski, parte del water safety que tenemos. Ramsey está entrenado por BRAG, que es el Big Wave Risk Assessment Group. Quiero darle un shout out ahí a Otto Flores y al grupo que va a estar dando un seminario este mismo fin de semana en las playas de Dorado. Van a estar allí, me parece que es sábado y domingo, 1 y 2 de noviembre, con unas certificaciones. Ahí vemos a Ramsey nuevamente, ese es el equipo de salvamiento nuestro de la federación, con ese jet ski nuevo que lo puso el grupo de Owl Lifeguards de Fajardo. Compraron ese jet ski nuevecito para la federación, para este evento, para estar por todo lo alto. Cuando vemos a Rojo aquí pegándole bien y combinando con una segunda maniobra, me parece que va a ser la mejor ola de Rojo, a ver si lo vuelve a poner en esa situación de avance.
Lo que necesita es un 3.77. Posiblemente con esa ola pueda tener el score para avanzar cuando tenemos Blanco en prioridad. Y aquí un replay en azul, de Azul, haciendo unas maniobras y negociando con esa ola, ¿verdad? 2 maniobras.
Muy buen posicionamiento de la tabla. Creo que le falta un poquito más de fuerza, ¿verdad? Tiene la parte de la fluidez, pero los jueces quieren que ¿verdad? Las tres, check los tres, tanto la fuerza, la fluidez y la velocidad, para darte esas puntuaciones. Vamos a ver que ellos están comparando notas. Ahora están comparando esta de rojo que le pegó y le volvió a pegar. Y mira, ahí está, 4.0. Le dieron los jueces, vuelve a pasar a la segunda posición. Así que mucho cambio en este hit, muchas cosas pasando.
Sí.
Mucho trabajo para nuestros jueces, que es un panel internacional. Todos los jueces vienen del WSL, con excepción de uno. Nos dan la oportunidad de poner un juez local. Y tenemos al veterano jefe de jueces de la Federación, Sammy Martínez, arecibeño. Está ahí representando la bandera en ese panel de jueces. Y también tenemos a Laisa Cabán, que es nuestra jefa de jueces. Ella está como shadow judge en este evento por primera vez, ¿verdad? Tratando de buscar un cupo en propiedad. Y eso es bien importante también bajo lo que está haciendo la federación, es darles oportunidad a nuestro staff a que puedan adentrarse en estas ligas profesionales. Ya tenemos a Pito, nuestro comentarista, que es oficial ya, comentarista de la ISA, del Mundial. Y tenemos a Laisa, que también ha sido jueza en los mundiales pasados. Ahora me enteré que a José La Bruja Rodríguez, de aquí de Arecibo, lo han llamado para ser juez en el Tour de Bodyboarding profesional del IBC. Y esas son las oportunidades que brindan este tipo de eventos, ¿verdad? Como dije, no es solamente los atletas, sino que muchas personas se ven beneficiadas de tener esta exposición y demostrar que el boricua tenemos el talento para estar en todo lo alto, Ramoncito, en todo lo mejor de las mayores ligas, porque eso es lo que hay aquí en Puerto Rico.
Eso es así cuando vemos una toma hermosa de Arecibo, Puerto Rico, y ese montaje, ¿verdad?, profesional de este WSL QS 4000 de la Marginal Surfing Pro, auspiciado por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Winmar Home y muchos de los otros auspiciadores.
Definitivo, ahí están los jueces, ahí está nuestro panel de jueces internacionales en esa carpa, manteniéndolo seguro, apartados, ¿verdad?, del público. Ellos están haciendo su trabajo, un panel de 5 jueces. Se elimina la puntuación más alta y la más baja. Ahí vemos esos números que ven ahí, es un panel de prioridad de backup, por si acaso se va el otro. Y el que están viendo, que es la pantalla de prioridad, eso le deja saber a los atletas quién tiene el derecho de ir en la próxima ola. Como ven ahí, primer derecho lo tiene blanco, segundo verde, tercero azul y cuarto rojo. Eso así funciona la prioridad. Esto es el mayor nivel. Ahí tienen las bocinas que le dan toda la situación. Carpas de nuestros auspiciadores Corona, cuando vemos verde, que le pega a esa sección. Y resalto la presencia de Winmar Home. Es un Winmar Home auspiciador y es una compañía de placas solares y baterías. Estamos corriendo gran parte de este evento cuando vemos a verde en esa ola. El replay me parece que fue una buena ola de verde, que tampoco necesita mucho para avanzar, solamente un 3.25. Y me parece que lo va a conseguir con esa última ola. Ese bello mural de Arecibo que hicieron para el Mundial todavía se mantiene. Y como les decía, Winmar Home están energizando la parte de los artesanos, Ramoncito, sin el uso de planta eléctrica. Así que nos estamos moviendo a lo que es la energía renovable gracias al auspicio de Winmar Home. Ellos tienen unos vagones con placas solares, con eso cargan las baterías y luego le dan energía a nuestros artesanos para que prendan sus luces, sus abanicos, ¿verdad?, sus cositas y puedan vender allí. Todo con energía renovable gracias a Winmar Home. Vamos a ver si el año que viene corremos el evento completo con esas placas.
Sería bello cuando hay cambio de situación. Verde pasa a la segunda posición. Rojo pasa a tercera posición. Azul en cuarta posición con prioridad blanco y en primera posición. Ahora rojo necesita 4.81 para avanzar y azul necesita también 4.84 para avanzar. Aquí tenemos, a Raúl.
Fue el rey ahí.
Blanco en prioridad. Mira para allá esa toma tan linda aquí de Arecibo, Puerto Rico.
Ese mar azul.
Nos restan 3 minutos 25 segundos de este hit número 14. ¿Cuántos hits van a tirar hoy, Oscar?
24 hits. Todo un día completo de acción. Empezamos a las 8 de la mañana. Vamos a terminar a las 4 de la tarde. Vamos a correr toda la ronda de 128, que va a ser 16 hits. Y luego vamos a correr 8 hits de la ronda número 2, que se llama Round of 96, porque hay 96 surfistas en esa ronda. Eso va a ser hoy mismo. Y mañana culminamos tempranito esa ronda y me parece, todavía no es oficial, pero lo que se está hablando es que vienen las chicas. Comenzarían mañana ronda 1 de mujeres. Cuando vemos a Verde, actualmente segunda posición en este hit. Un up and down, como decimos nosotros, no es una ola de consecuencia. Y
ahora el próximo hit puede paletear. They could paddle out now. Next hit. El hit número 15 de Barbados a Ocean Gittens. De Estados Unidos, Sterling Makic De Costa Rica, Romeo Stone. Y de Estados Unidos, Nick Marshall. Ese es el próximo hit número 15.
Oye, Barbados sigue, ¿verdad? Creando tremendos surfistas. Saliendo allí, esta mañana vi un hit de un jovencito de nombre Tommy Layson de Barbados. Yo no sé qué edad tiene ese chico, pero tiene que tener como 14, 15 años. Es sumamente joven y tiene un surfing espectacular. Es la primera vez que surfea esta ola, hace 2 días. De hecho, me lo ayudé a enseñarle cómo entrar y cómo salir, porque el papá, ¿verdad?, me pidió asistencia.
Seguro.
Y él entró por ahí. Después de que entró, él se encargó. O sea, el chamaquito ripea, pasó primer lugar su hit. Sabemos que Chelsea Tua es de Barbados. Ella ha estado en el WCT, ¿verdad? Tremenda surfista. Los hermanos Burke, Joshua Burke, que también unos super surfistas, pero de nivel increíble, saliendo de la isla vecina de Barbados, ¿verdad? Que demuestra que el surfing caribeño está aquí para quedarse.
Eso es así.
Y aquí tenemos otro representante de la isla vecina.
Eso es así. Y también, oye, el talento boricua no se queda atrás.
No, definitivo.
Hay mucho de qué hablar del surfing boricua. Mucha exposición y mucho talento que ha ido en desarrollo, ¿verdad? A través de estos últimos años. Y de cómo tanto chicas y chicos van avanzando en edad, ya convirtiéndose en teenagers. Y de momento también han desarrollado un surfing espectacular. Así que yo creo que eso es sumamente importante, ¿verdad? Ese desarrollo del surfing boricua caribeño, ¿verdad? Latinoamericano, cuando restan 40 segundos de este hit número 14. En primera posición, Blanco Coelho, Ryan Coelho de Brasil. En segunda posición tenemos a Lucas Pasolini de Brasil también. En tercera posición tenemos al venezolano Raúl Hernández, que aquí lo tenemos en ola, haciendo una maniobra, combinando con otra. Vamos a ver si termina fuerte y ahí terminando en esa espuma, ¿verdad? Raúl Hernández, a ver si consigue un 4.81 para avanzar cuando quedan 5 segundos de este hit número 14. Y culmina este hit número 14. Así que obviamente hay que esperar esa puntuación para Rojo. A ver, aquí está el replay. El venezolano puertorriqueño haciendo 3 maniobras ahí. Vamos a ver si consigue vamos a ver si consigue ese 4.81 y puede avanzar al próximo hit. Y aquí nos vamos con el próximo hit.
Esto es friendo y comiendo.
Eso es así. Aquí no hay break para nadie.
Ese es el nivel de profesionales también que hay allá arriba, que ya sumamente experimentados. Terminan un hit, entran los scores y nos fuimos otra vez. Ahí empezó el otro hit. Así que si estás por el área de la marginal, date la vuelta por aquí. Están los kioscos abiertos. Me di cuenta que abrieron la barra de Corona. Ya son las 2:52. Esas coronas están bien frías. Así que dense la vuelta por aquí, se hidratan y ven el mejor surfing de la región.
Hablando de eso, recuerdo el año pasado con el evento internacional que hubo también, ¿verdad? Fue el año pasado, ¿verdad? El tiempo pasa tan rápido cuando tenemos un replay aquí. Pero eso fue todo para este competidor. Recuerdo, ¿verdad? La cantidad de personas que visitaron esta área y creo que también las puertas que se abrieron para que internacionalmente conocieran este destino, ¿verdad?
Definitivamente.
Creo que ha habido un impacto de eso, ¿no? Y me imagino que también el mismo WSL y el mismo ALAS y todas estas organizaciones internacionales ven a Puerto Rico como un destino, ¿verdad?
Definitivamente. Lamentablemente por muchos años hubo inacción en la federación y estos eventos pues se fueron de Puerto Rico, no querían venir aquí, ¿verdad? No había confianza en lo que eran los organizadores y las entidades. Pero con mucho trabajo hemos logrado retomar esa confianza con esas ligas mundiales, con el WSL, con el ALAS y con la ISA, con quien hoy en día tengo una muy estrecha relación con el presidente y el director ejecutivo. Cuando vemos a Rojo, aquí eso es todo para Rojo, quienes nos ganamos la confianza, ¿verdad? Dando con trabajo arduo, haciendo las cosas bien, organizando eventos de esta magnitud y ellos viendo que tenemos Puerto Rico la capacidad de organizar este tipo de eventos y se sintieron sumamente a gusto. Y nos visitaron sobre 150,000 personas, Ramoncito, en ese mundial de la ISA. El estimado de la policía fueron 150,000 personas durante los 9 días de competencia. El día que tocó Millo Torres y Los Cafres, habían 20,000 personas cada noche allí. Eso es un coliseo, papá. Viendo la música. Y lo que demuestra es que al boricua le gusta el surfing también. Le gusta apoyar esto y por eso queremos seguir organizando este tipo de eventos. Y con el favor de Dios y de nuestros auspiciadores, el municipio de Arecibo, que ha visto el impacto positivo, vamos a poder seguir haciendo muchos eventos como este para el disfrute de todos.
Así, cuando Rojo tiene su primera puntuación de 1.50 y una puntuación de backup de 0.43, lo posiciona en la primera posición, pero con cuarta prioridad. Cuando restan 17 minutos 24 segundos, aquí vemos los kioscos, aquí están
la
los
barrita,
kioscos.
es la barrita de Corona ahí, gracias al grupo de Last Minute Management, que han dicho presentes, son quienes están operando el piso, un grupo bien profesional. Ellos corren las barras de los Capitanes de Arecibo, de los Osos de Manatí. Así que gente experimentada en este tema, es ahí ven ¿verdad? El área que tienen allí en Last Minute para que te sientes allí. Tienen unas mesitas.
Mira para allá quién está ahí.
El gran Tito Quile gozando. Aquí tenemos gente buena, eso es personal municipal. Aquí están algunas chicas de el municipio y de lo que es turismo, allí en la barrita de Last Minute. Tenemos los auspiciadores Corona, que nos han ayudado con todo esto. Así que mira, ahí está el espacio para que vengan a disfrutar de este evento cerquita del mar. Nos vemos a Rojo, que quiere mejorar su situación, manteniéndose bien activo. El surfista de Rojo, me gusta la estrategia que está usando Rojo cuando las condiciones se deterioran un poco, ¿verdad? Queriendo crear su situación. Ahí vemos al gran Brian, que es el que está a cargo de la barra ahí. Este muchacho es un tremendo pelotero de AA. Y también está aquí trabajando duro en este evento. Así que eso es otro de la gente de Arecibo, ¿verdad? Que se ve impactada positivamente gracias a este gran evento de la Marginal Surfing Pro 2025 presentado por el municipio de Arecibo y su alcalde honorable Carlos Tito Ramírez Irizarry.
Cuando vemos un cambio de situación, Blanco, Romeo Stone pasa a primera posición con un 4.00 y un backup score de 0.4. Y Ocean Gittens de Barbados, pasa a segunda posición. Aquí lo tenemos un replay, competidor de Barbados. Y ahí, ¿verdad? En ese replay se ve esa puntuación de 2.5, según acá la puntuación oficial, que lo ubica en una segunda posición. Aquí tenemos acción. Barbados continúa activo buscando esos puntos, ¿verdad? Para tratar de mantenerse en las primeras
Ahí
posiciones.
están las chicas gozándose la corona frita. Ya saben que es hora de corona. Oye, se me olvidó resaltar la Roche. La Roche Posay es una marca de sunblock, bloqueadores solares, que entró también como auspiciador en este evento. Cuando vemos a Verde aquí, me parece que va para el aire. Uf, lo sabía. Que lo ves ya cuando están buscando esa velocidad, cuando se ponen bajitos, están viendo, ya tú ves que van para el aire. Y aquí tenemos a Blanco. Blanco, eso es todo para Blanco. Vuelve Rojo y sube a la primera posición, pero todavía con ninguna puntuación de consecuencia. El único score que vemos aquí que se puede quedar es ese 4.0. Pero Rojo manteniéndose muy activo. Solamente tiene dos puntuaciones de 2.57. Y aquí estamos. La producción nos está informando que tiene unas entrevistas de los últimos ganadores, que ya mismo vamos a ir con ellos para entrevistar a los chicos de ese último hit. Y aquí la situación sigue igual. Vimos que Rojo cogió otra ola en ese momentito. Estamos esperando las puntuaciones.
Sí, porque Rojo necesita 5.63 para pasar a primera posición, mientras que Verde necesita un 2.54 para avanzar y Azul necesita un 3.77 para avanzar cuando está en prioridad Azul.
Azul actualmente está cuarto, pero le pega bien esa primera sección. Otro bottom turn le vuelve a pegar. Y aquí buscando poder fluir y meterle duro a esa última.
Ahí yo creo que va a haber un cambio. Yo creo que va a haber un cambio de situación ahí.
Definitivamente. Esa puede estar ahí entre la mejor o la segunda mejor ola del hit. Eso es el replay de Azul. Esa última ola, 2 buenas maniobras para empezar. Aquí trata de combinar y en la final le pega duro para cerrar. Y eso le va a gustar a los jueces. A mí me gustó. Si yo fuese juez, le daría una puntuación.
Blanco en ola, aquí en su backside, buscando y negociando con esa espuma, a ver si puede buscar esa sección en el inside. Vamos a ver cómo completa fuerte ahí el blanco. Va a haber un intercambio aquí de puntuaciones interesantes cuando tenemos
rojo
competidor
también
en rojo. O sea, hay han puesto a trabajar el panel de jueces.
Que tienen que trabajar fuerte porque aquí el Rastrial eso es lo bello de este sitio, que provee mucha oportunidad, ¿verdad? Muchas veces los surfistas se quejan que van a eventos y pues no le salen olas o está muy pequeño. Y aquí, aunque esté pequeño, es bien consistente, tiene fuerza la ola, como pueden ver, este chico pegándole duro ahí al lip y luego logra conectar aquí abajo para volver a cerrar bien esa sección. Así que mucho trabajo para los jueces y mucho trabajo para nuestro equipo técnico que están ponchando todas estas olas. Sale uno, terminan, tienen que ponchar al otro porque no paran de coger olas estos chicos. Y condiciones bien distintas a lo que vieron el año pasado. El año pasado fue la primera vez que traímos el WQS a Puerto Rico después de 11 años. No estamos listos, mi gente. Bueno, vamos a irnos a entrevista y volvemos ya en breve.
Ten minutes.
Estamos teniendo una dificultad ahí con la entrevista, con el tema del audio. Como vieron, el chico vino listo.
Bueno, resolvemos rápido esa situación técnica y vamos a la entrevista. Con eso no hay problema.
Pero vino listo ese ganador, lo viste, tenía su sillita de playa. Se dijo, yo me quedo aquí. Pase o no pase, yo traje mi sillita de playa. Cuando vemos a Verde que le pega bien duro a esa ola, me encanta ese surfing.
Eso es así.
Y logró esa segunda maniobra. Yo creo que eso va a ir para los 6, en mi opinión.
Fácilmente. Bueno, aquí seguimos. Cuando restan 8 minutos con 30 segundos de este hit número 15. Tan pronto resolvamos la situación técnica, vamos a ir a la entrevista. Cuando vemos aquí un replay de esta ola, viéndole ahí fuertemente esa ola, vamos a ver ahora la situación cambia cuando tenemos ahora a Verde, Nick Marshall de Estados Unidos en primera posición Blanco pasa a segunda posición. Azul está en tercera posición. Y rojo pasa a la cuarta posición. Rojo necesita un 5.93 para avanzar. Azul necesita un 3.66 para avanzar. Mientras que blanco, para tener que pasar a la primera posición, es 4.91 y está en prioridad. Así que competidor en verde, Nick Marshall, is in first position right now. With a 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 7 minutos 30 segundos restando de este hit número 15. Así que seguimos aquí viendo la acción de la Marginal Surfing Pro, el hit número 15. Tan pronto resolvamos el asunto del audio de la entrevista, vamos a las entrevistas de los competidores que han pasado su hit. Aquí restando 6 minutos 20 segundos, este hit número 15. Vemos que la situación cambió cuando verde pasa a primera posición y blanco en segunda posición. Azul en tercera posición y rojo en cuarta posición cuando restan 6 minutos, 6 minutes remaining. And red needs like 5.93 to advance. Blue needs a 3.66 to advance. White need a 4.91 to advance in first position. And green in first position. White has priority. Second priority blue. Third priority red. And green in fourth priority. 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. 5 minutos 30 segundos. Restando de este hit número 15, aquí en la Marginal Surfing Pro, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home y todos los demás auspiciadores, ¿verdad? Y entonces vamos a ir ya mismo a las entrevistas de los competidores que han ganado. Cuando vemos aquí competidor en rojo haciendo una maniobra, aquí competidor en verde, tratando de hacer algunas combinaciones. Eso fue todo para competidor en rojo y verde. Competidor en verde en primera posición. Green in first position. This is the replay. A good maneuver, combinations.
Bueno, mi gente, Aquí una vez más, gracias Ramoncito por esas bellas palabras y estar aquí un ratito. Boys, ¿cómo me escucho yo? ¿Bien? Oh, muy bien, muchas gracias Artie. Aquí tenemos Artie Productions y también vamos a incluir, ya mismo vamos a tener a Brian Pérez aquí con su último hit que logró. Échate para acá, papi. Tenemos ya mismo este hit en el agua, ahora hit número 15. Al lado mío por el momento, esperando que nos den el cue, tengo a Brian Pérez de El Salvador. Hello, my man.
Estamos con
Ajá.
todo.
Ajá.
De la isla del encanto.
Qué belleza. Bueno, aquí tenemos a bienvenido una vez más, caballero. Brian Pérez aquí. Acaba de pasar su hit. Y bueno, aquí nos encontramos en Puerto Rico. Brian, ¿cómo te sientes y cómo te fue ese último hit?
Bien, la verdad que me siento bien. Estas olas son increíbles siempre. Parecido a casa. Me siento como mi segunda casa. Así que
Qué bello.
siempre que vengo la paso bien. Buena comida, buenas amistades, buenas olas y disfruto lo máximo siempre.
Excelente. Y bueno, ya estás empezando el día, obviamente. Esta es la ronda más larga, ¿no? Me imagino 120 y pico de competidores. 28, es correcto. Ahora te mueves a la ronda número de los 96 y bueno, ¿cómo ves el tema así en estos últimos días?
Bien, la verdad que sí. Lo más importante es que van a haber olas todos los días, si no me equivoco. Se ve que van a haber olas durante toda la semana, así que eso es lo más importante para nosotros, para dar el performance adentro del agua.
Muy bien.
Y nada, me siento súper bien, listo, tengo buenas tablas, tengo buena gente
Bello.
conmigo. También súper agradecido con Tuto, que está siempre pendiente de mí, que está para arriba y para abajo, dándome comida, pendiente.
Bello, bello.
Súper increíble, una persona demasiado buena y nada, toda la gente de Puerto Rico siempre
Fantástico.
súper buena, la verdad que la paso increíble y nada, eso es lo que hace que también nosotros vengamos otra vez a disfrutar de esta isla tan bonita y de las olas, de la comida y de la gente.
Bello, Brian. Pues bueno, aquí deseándote lo mejor en realidad. Me imagino que te seguiré viendo en estos próximos días, ¿verdad que sí? Espero encontrarte una vez más en la final, así que deseándote lo mejor, Brian. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo, caballero.
Gracias.
All right. Bueno, muchas gracias a Brian aquí que nos visitó en el booth, el Pink Panther, que tremendo salvadoreño, el hombre es súper humilde, bella persona aquí. Y bueno, gracias Brian. Continuamos en el agua con la acción del heat número 15. We're like heat number 15 is almost in the book. Sorry about the last interview there. We were running a little bit behind on his interview. So we're playing a little bit of catch up, but from what I am looking at, winning the heat, Mr. Marshall in green with a combination score of a 15.5. Followed by Mr. Stone with a combination score of a 9.33. Well, that's the replay for green there. Well, out of the bag now, this is heat number 16. Heat number 16 in the water. All right, it's official now. Heat number 16 kicking off. We have Yago Ramos. We also have, who else do we have in this heat? Ackerman, Carter, and Ricardo Delgado. So Yago Ramos in red is from Brazil. Enzo Ackerman. Oh, come in, join us, my man. Bueno, mi gente, aquí tenemos al ganador del último hit. Aquí poniéndole el headset. Ahí Ryan Coelho desde Brasil. Yo no falo portugués. Yo hablo español. Así que, bienvenido, amigo. Cuéntame de ese último hit, ¿cómo te fue?
Yo estaba de alternate ya.
Sí, sí.
Entré como atrasado en mi hit, pero conseguí agarrar 2 olas buenas allá, un 5 y un 4. Estoy muy contento. Mi primera vez acá en Puerto Rico. Amazing place.
Bello. Qué cool. Pues aquí tenemos a Ryan. Ryan habla portugués y también habla español, obviamente. Así que muchas gracias por comunicar. Ryan era uno de los alternates y de repente le dieron el call y entró un poco tarde a su hit y pudo colocar esas 2 buenas olas y aquí se encuentra al lado mío moviéndose a la próxima ronda de los 96. Así que Ryan Coelho desde Brasil, muchas gracias y mucha suerte con el resto del día. ¿Quieres enviar algún mensaje a alguien que esté viéndote por televisión?
Queria mandar abraço aí pra minha mãe, pra minha irmã, meu avô e pra minha avó que estão vendo ali em casa. E beijo pra todos aí de Martins, da minha cidade. E é isso. Obrigado a todos.
Obrigado a todos. Muchas gracias, amigo. We'll see you in the next round, okay? That was Ryan out of Brazil. Thank you so much for your time. All right, so moving on. We keep on pushing forward here. That was Ryan Coelho. He was an alternate and he got the call and he actually jumped onto his heat running late, but then he ended up winning the heat. So as an alternate, it could not have gone better for the young Brazilian Ryan Coelho. As we can see in the water now, surfer in red, Iago Ramos desde Brazil once again. And that was his opening wave, I believe. All right, this is a replay for Surfer in Red. Stomps a few cockroaches on his way to those 2 maneuvers. Couple of turns for Surfer in Red, Ramos. 3.67. He drops in a 3.67 there. And so far, with 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, the young Brazilian with a 3.67 in the driver's seat. Now, the waves are increasingly getting bigger and bigger. This morning started relatively smaller. I mean, it's not huge out there, but there is a lot of scoring potential here today. So as we go on through the day, we will most likely be seeing a bit of an increase on the swell. But we do have a hurricane not too far away. Yet again, our hearts go out to all the people out of Jamaica, and we're wishing everyone good luck, and hopefully everyone's family members and such are doing okay. So our hearts goes out to our neighboring Caribbean island of Jamaica. So God bless you all. 15 minutes, 30 seconds. 15:30 here. This is heat number 16. Heat number 17. It's coming on next, actually. Actually, I am wrong, people. Because this is the last heat of this round. And therefore, soon after this, 2 of these competitors will be hopping over and down to the round of 96. So All right, we're pushing on through there. We're doing a little bit of a sound check. We're trying to get you guys all these interviews to come in. Obviously, it's day one. We're still working on our kinks here. But with 13 minutes, 40 seconds more or less on the clock, Yago Ramos, out of Brazil, currently leading the heat. Ricardo Delgado currently sits. Ricardo Delgado de aquí de Puerto Rico. He's currently sitting in that second transfer spot with only one wave of 2.67. All right, we have an interview coming up soon. Give me about a minute or so. We got 13 on the clock here. All right, I got Nick coming up here. Nick, the previous heat winner. Whenever you guys are ready for me, let me know. Nick, what's up, buddy? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah. How was that last heat, my man?
Pretty fun.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How was your best wave? What was it like?
I just did a couple turns and
Right on.
felt the groove for a sec. So.
Yeah, you're looking really good out there. Super fast.
Thank you.
Where are you from originally?
San Diego.
Right on. Cool. Out of California.
Yep.
A special shout out to you people out in California.
Shout out anyone watching and yeah.
Cool. Well, this is Nick, people. Coming up next, round of 96. So good luck to you, Nick.
Thank you.
Wishing you the best. Hopefully I'll talk to you again.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. Have a good one. Enjoy your weekend here.
You.
All right. Well, back to the action in the water. Thank you, Nick, over here. Nick was looking extra loose, super fast down the line, making it on through. Towards the next round. And now in the water, we have Surfer in red, the Brazilian, who currently has a combination score. As you can see his replay here. He's got a combination score of 6.4. Nothing crazy. However, he's leading the heat on this first half of the heat. Ackerman is yet to strike with priority. Enzo patiently waiting out there, see if he gets his hands on a little nugget. But Ricardo Delgado from Puerto Rico here, he has a 3.5 and a backup score right now of a 2.67. And he also has third priority, so we'll see what he chooses to do with it. Nevertheless, the ball is on Ackerman's court right now. As we can see, Delgado with an up and down yet again. He's currently sitting in second right now based on his combination score. So for the first half of the heat, here we go. Surfer in blue, Enzo connecting that section. Kind of waits for the first half of the heat. We'll see if it's enough for him to get the upper hand out of those opening waves. And if he does get the upper hand, then he's really back in the game. But however, if he gets anything under a 3.67 or a 3.5, he's going to be a little bit against the wall here. Then we got Surfer in red, Ramos from Brazil. He's trying to get rid of that 2.73. Let's see if he's able to do that. Well, we got 9 minutes here. We have 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Things are still the same. Right now, Surfer in blue only came up with a 2.27. So he's currently sitting in that fourth transfer spot with 9 minutes and 10 seconds. He's got third priority. Gotten a little bit more difficult for him. Surfer in white, he has second priority. And he only needs a 4.67. So what I'm guesstimating here is that Surfer in green will probably hold on to that priority for as long as possible, play a little bit of defense, trying to shut the door down on Surfer in white, but you never know. As the cookie crumbles, anything can and will happen here. But so far, leading the heat, the Brazilian in red, Thiago Ramos, with a combination score of a 7.2. Well, green up and going yet again. Delgado. It's a nice little hack on that closing section based on my angle, what I'm watching here from the drone shot. We'll see what that looks like from the judge's view. But out of the back, Carter currently sitting in third. Carter trying to punt it up into the air, but kind of catches a rail and rips the board away from his feet. So, Surfer in white. Owen Carter out of the US of A has got a little bit of work to do, along with Ackerman. However, with 7 minutes and 30 seconds, we have Delgado taking the lead now. Surfer out of Puerto Rico, Ricardo Delgado in green. He comes up with that last wave of a 4.67. Now he's got a backup score of a 3.5. So therefore, Surfer in green, our Puerto Rican surfer here in the heat, with an opportunity to move on towards the next heat, round of 96. Out of the back, though, we have Mr. Carter, Owen Carter out of the US of A. He's got a really tall order to fill, if you ask me, based on these last couple of minutes on the clock here. We got 6 minutes and 45 seconds. And that was it for Enzo in blue. Enzo in blue is looking for a 4.93 in order to find himself in that transfer seat. Also Carter, he needs a 5.7, and that would get him back in this surfing game. But for the time being, the Puerto Rican surfer, Ricardo Delgado, dropping a 4.67 and a 3.5 for the time being just enough for him to potentially move on through. So we'll see what happens within the last 6 minutes here. Surfer in green currently leading the heat, but also has second priority. So holding on to that second priority can be a game changer for him. So he sits relatively comfortable. However, Mr. Carter in white, he needs a 5.7, and Ackerman, he is looking for a 4.93 or so. So a little bit over 5 minutes on the clock. We keep pushing forward here. Wow, we already ripped right through that round of 128 competitors here. We're about to begin coming up next, Heat 1 of the round of 96, which is the second round. And that's going to be starting at approximately 5 minutes or so. We see Surfer in blue here. Ackerman, he's got a little bit of work. Gets a nice little second turn out of that. He's working with a 4.37 and a 2.27. Surfer in blue only needs a 2.83. Surfer in blue only needs a 2.83. Puts him right back in it. However, Surfer in white with third priority, he's got a little bit of a higher ask. However, it's a medium range type score. It could definitely come through considering where he stands right now. So, and there's Enzo Ackerman in blue. That's the replay. Blue comes up with a 2.33. I'm sorry, a 5.4. For Surfer in blue, Enzo Ackerman all of a sudden finds himself in the driver's seat with that last wave, a 5.4 and a 4.37 as his backup score. So now Ricardo Delgado jumps to that second transfer spot with a combination score of an 8.17, leaving Ramos, surfer out of Brazil, under pressure right now. Surfer in red is looking for a 4.51. That is his asking. Also, Owen Carter, he needs a 5.84. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds, a little bit of 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock here. And this would be it soon thereafter this heat. We're moving on to the second round, round of 96. That's going to be super exciting as well. I already have a couple of heats coming up. Round of 96. We have a few people sitting up there waiting. Red out of the back, Ramos. With priority, Ramos is trying to make it happen. We'll see what the judges award him for that. Iago needed a 4.51. I don't really think that's going to be enough. However, with 3 minutes on the clock, trying to shut the door down. You see, we see replay on Surfer in red here. He kind of stomps it in a little bit. It just gets hung up, and unfortunately, the judges are not going to award him much for that. Out of the back, we see Surfer in blue, wondering what his situation is. I wish I was out there. I'll be Enzo. Is sitting in first with a 9.77 combo score, buddy. 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. Ricardo Delgado from Puerto Rico can play a little bit of defense and shut it down. The closest competitor would be Ramos yet again. Ramos only needs a 4.51. It's not a huge ask. I'm sure that with the right wave, he'll be able to accomplish that. However, if Mother Nature does not cooperate, Father Time will take care of the execution here. You know what I'm saying? 2 minutes on the clock. So we got these last 2 minutes. Red, a sense of urgency here. Also with fourth priority. Surfer in red is kind of looking around, seeing where he's at. Obviously, Surfer in green is very aware of his status. Therefore, he's planning on getting a little bit closer just to make sure no funny business goes down. Delgado could ideally just hold on to priority here. You see red moving behind him. If he's able to sneak a little something underneath priority, that might be a problem. Will this wave be enough for red is the question. He puts down a carving turn with 1 minute and 11 seconds. It's not a bad get here. He doesn't need a huge score. He's completely almost out of sight. The judges are probably going to have a hard time seeing him. But hey, he was getting a lot closer there. Surfer in red, Delgado with priority, letting him sneak by. We'll see what that comes in as. Here's Surfer in white, Carter. Carter's looking for a 5.14 here. But the question is, the Surfer in red. Out of the back, Surfer in green, Ricardo Delgado with 30 seconds on the clock. Trying to finish this heat out, hopefully clamping down that second position. I'm still waiting to see what these scores look like for Iago. Iago is surfing under priority. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We got 13 on the clock here. All right, Iago scored 3.87. Not enough, unfortunately. He runs a little bit short with 5 seconds on the clock. Moving on through and winning the heat, Enzo Ackerman with a combination score of a 9.77, along with our Puerto Rican surfer, Ricardo Delgado, with a combination score of an 8.17. Well, all right. Coming up next, moving on. Round 2 here. Round of 96. We're about 5 seconds from the beginning of this heat. We have Kepa Mendia. Kepa is out of the USA. Alex Lima out of Brazil. Juan Gerena out of Puerto Rico. Juan Carlos Gerena de aquí de Puerto Rico. And Sean Goldsmith desde Perú. Así que este hit tenemos un brasileño, un puertorriqueño, un peruano y un americano. Así que muy pendiente, mi gente. Aquí tenemos al puertorriqueño Juan Carlos Gerena tratando de representar por nuestra isla. Vamos a ver cómo le va el competidor en blanco. Y bueno, 19 minutos. Esta es la segunda ronda. Heat número 1. Quedan 96 competidores. Así que de esos primeros 128, solamente quedan 96 competidores. Así que 32 de estos competidores ya se han ido a tomar unas cervecitas, a relajarse, a ver el ambiente, a disfrutar de nuestra isla, ¿no? Esa es la situación por el momento. Y aquí la ronda 2. En el agua ahora. Ronda 2, los 96, ¿no? Entonces, el próximo hit tenemos a Reed Planes. Well, all right. I mean, well, we got 17 minutes here. Sorry, I was reading. I have a lot of reading to do. So a little bit of catch up on my behalf. Thank you for your cooperation and bearing with me and being so patient here. We got 17 minutes and a little bit over 17 minutes. And this is round number 2, round of 96, okay? Coming up next, we have Reed Planes out of Canada. Then we're going to have Sage Ginaldo out of the USA, Dane Levy, and Mark Willich. These guys are coming up next. Gracias, Hardy. Sí, tiene mucha razón. Aquí. We got 15 minutes, 15:45 here. All these surfers are watching each other. I don't think there are any restarts here. We got surfer in blue, Lima, desde Brasil. Ahí tenemos el competidor en azul, Alex Lima de Brasil. A ver cómo lo ven los jueces. Well, we got 15 minutes on the clock here. Competitor in blue, Alex Lima from Brazil, comes up with a 3.83. And, you know, like I said, these early minutes are usually like this, you know, as they position each other and start gaining priority. In the beginning, is usually a free-for-all. We'll see who gets the better of the exchange. Waves are really limited right now, so these guys are being extra cautious and being super selective as to what they choose to engage on. With a little bit over 14 minutes on the clock so far, Surfer and Blue with one scored on the board of 3.83 with the early lead. So heat number 2 coming up next. Heat number 2 coming up next. That's going to be a banger of a heat. And like I said, the third round here will be like top 60 round of 64. We already have a couple of guys waiting. We have a lot of guys waiting in those later heats in those rounds. And I'm telling you, there are some heavy hitters up there waiting for these guys to come up. So we'll see what happens. We got the likes of Dimitri Poulos, last year's champion. That was a great heat. This is a surfer in green here. Sean from Peru. Goldschmidt. That's an interesting name for a Peruvian, don't you think? 13 minutes here, 13 on the clock. Surfer in white comes up with a 2.83. Well, 12 minutes on the clock. The Peruvian, Sean, finds himself in the driver's seat with a 4.4, displacing Mr. Lima in blue. So we have a 4.4, a 2.83, and a 3.83 here by Lima. As we see Mendia, Kepa, couple of turns out of that for Surfer in red. And there's white up and going yet again. Blows a little speed. Unfortunately, cannot finish that. Surfer in white. We got 11 minutes, 11 seconds. A little bit under that. As we rip on through. This heat. So that first wave for Surfer in red puts him in that driver's seat there. Mendia out of the US of A cracks the door open and says, here's a 6.17. How you like me now, boys? Red certainly feeling it. You can tell by the way he's paddling out there. He's like, all right, game on. All right, we have a little bit of an interview coming up from a previous. All right, we got Enzo here sitting next to me. Enzo, felicidades, amigo.
Muchas gracias.
Y explícame cómo te fue ese último hit y cómo te sientes.
Estaba muy difícil ese hit.
¿Verdad?
El hit anterior habían varios sets, muchas olas y pensé que iba a esperar, agarré una buena, pero...
Sí, se te hizo un poco difícil. Y el reloj ahí contando y tú, no puede ser.
Pero sí, feliz de poder haber pasado y agarré una ola buena bajo prioridad.
Bello,
Y
bello.
seguimos con todo.
Excelente. ¿Quieres saludar a alguien? Enviar un fuerte abrazo a alguien de tu familia o a alguien?
Sí, quiero saludar a mi mamá, a mi papá, mi hermanito y quiero agradecer a mis patrocinadores, a mi mamá que me soporta, mi papá y mi coach que está aquí conmigo.
Excelente, Enzo. Bueno, te deseo lo mejor, papá.
Muchas gracias.
Así que continúa tu campaña, ronda de los 96, ¿es correcto?
Ok, sí.
Bueno, seguimos, papá.
Perfecto,
Hasta luego.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
A ti, Enzo. Bueno, ahí tuvimos a Enzo. Nice cat here. Enzo Ackerman, he said he was a little bit nervous towards the end because he kind of sat with priority a little too long, and he was like, "Oh no, am I going to get the scores and the waves?" But he ended up pulling it off, so he's excited to be pushing on through. That was the last heat of that round. Now we're going to see Enzo coming up tomorrow, I believe. 8 minutes, 15 seconds. 8 minutes and 15 seconds. So far, Surfer in green winning the heat with a combination score of 7.93, followed by Surfer in blue out of Brazil, Alex Lima. Alex has a combination score of a 3.6. He's working with a 3.83 and a 3.73. Surfer in red, however, he has third priority. Surfer in red only has one score up in hand. And I'm sure he's gonna looking forward to regain that priority and potentially give us another 6 or so and find himself moving on towards the next round of 64. So, as we are pushing along here on day 1, we just saw Enzo Ackerman feeling really lucky. You know, like the waves are not as promising as we want them to be. However, they do have scoring potential here. And like I said, the waves will be increasing through the days to come. So stay tuned for that as the action gets tighter and tighter. 7 minutes, 7 minutos. Y ven, con prioridad y en cuarta posición tenemos al competidor en azul, Juan Carlos Herrera. Tiene un combo de 4.16, anda en una búsqueda de un 5.44. Y en tercera posición tenemos al brasileño Alex Lima. Alex comenzó el día con un 3.83 y se encontraba en buena posición, pero mientras ha pasado los minutos y la segunda mitad de este giro, ahora se encuentra en la tercera posición. El competidor en azul anda en búsqueda de un 4.44. Y en segunda posición tenemos el peruano aquí en verde. Aquí tenemos a Sean con una maniobra en el outside. Vamos a ver cómo los jueces le otorgan esa puntuación. Ahí tenemos a Blanco con prioridad. Blanco anda en búsqueda de un 5.44. A ver si esta hora le hace justicia a esa numerificación que necesita el caballero en blanco, Juan Carlos Herrera. 5 minutos con 45 en el reloj. Y ahí tenemos al americano Mendia. Tenemos Kepa Mendia ahí con un combo de 9.17. Después tenemos al peruano, a Sean, en esa segunda posición con un combo de 8.27. Y tenemos el brasileño en esa tercera posición, que por el momento se encuentra en esa tercera posición con un combo de 7.6. Así que competidor ahí en blanco con su última ola de 3.73 se encuentra todavía en esa cuarta posición. Ahí vemos a Azul pidiendo tiempo. Azul se encuentra en la tercera posición. Azul solamente necesita un 4.44 y por incluso el competidor en blanco por igual no se encuentra con una gran necesidad. Solamente necesita un 4.54. Así que estos dos competidores, Lima y Herrera, están bastante cerca de esa segunda posición, ¿no? Y bueno, prioridad Azul. Azul tiene la mejor oportunidad basado en el factor de que tiene prioridad, ¿no? Pero ahí el competidor en blanco con cuarta prioridad se le ha complicado la cosa un poco porque tiene que esperar su turno. Así que el tiempo no es amigo de nadie, como sigo diciendo yo aquí. Le quedan 4 minutos con 19 segundos en el reloj. Así que vamos a ver qué es lo que sucede. Pero como sigo diciendo, no se acaba hasta que el reloj toca 0. Así que basado en esas lógicas mías, ¿no? Nada es imposible. Así que continuamos con 4 minutos. Aquí nosotros, el WSL Qualifying Series. Dándole las gracias a KQ 105. A ver si KQ 105 llámame, dame un trabajo sin miedo. Hay un competidor en rojo, Mendia, que se encuentra en la primera posición, que tiene un backup de 3.0. Ahí vemos a Lima con prioridad. Lima se queda un poco desconectado, desafortunadamente, con 3 minutos y 30 segundos. Se le va a poner la cosa un poco complicada. Pero yo siempre digo, it's not over till the clock hits 0. We got Surfer in White taking a dig at it. Surfer in White also currently sitting in first. He doesn't have a big ask. He just needs to get a decent wave and complete it to give himself an opportunity. We got 3 minutes and 11 seconds. 3 minutes and 11 seconds here. Up and going, we got Red. He's currently sitting in first. He's trying to get rid of that 3.0. Mind you, he has a 6.17 and only a 3.0 as a backup score. Right now, he ramped it up a little bit as a 3.4. But it's not a huge margin here. You see the combination scores for first place and second place. First place so far has a combination score of a 9.57 versus that second transfer spot, Surfer in Green, who's hosting a 8.27. So these guys are sitting relatively close. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority Green. Now Green is, like I said, defense all day. He understands that Lima is hot on his trail. Lima in blue does not need a huge score there. He only needs a decent wave to kind of get himself up 4.44 or better. 2 minutes on the clock. Father time is not so friendly, especially when you are working against the clock and you have a certain amount of time to get the job done. These guys have a window of 20 minutes. Anything can happen in 20 minutes, you know? So you see Blue interested, Lima recognizing the urgency of it within these last minute and a half. We got Surfer in Blue, but Green with priority, playing a little bit of defense, utilizes that priority and kind of holding Lima back. We'll see what happens. Lima in blue still has third priority, making it a little bit, not too difficult, but he's got to play his cards right. Priority goes to Surfer in White. Surfer in White does not need a huge ask. So if he's able to get up on a wave in the last minute, White up and going. Here it is. Gets attacked by the turtle. What is going on? Anyways, 1 minute on the clock. That was his opportunity. Sometimes opportunities are like having a mountain of sand and opening up your hand and the sand goes right through it. 1 minute you have it, 1 minute you don't. 40 seconds here. 40 seconds. So Kepa Mendia out of the US of A with a couple of seconds on the clock dropping in onto the screen. Got that little drone shot. Oh yeah, 15 seconds here. 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. So there it is. Winning the heat with combination score of 9.57. Kepa Mendia, along with the Peruvian Sean Goldschmidt. Congratulations, you guys are moving on to the round of 64. All right, coming up next here. This is heat number 2. Round of 96. Reed Platinus, I would say. All right, in red, we got Reed. In blue, we got Sage Ganaldo out of the US of A. Dane Libby from the USA as well. And we also have Mark Whitledge from the USA. This is the round of 96. Heat number 2. My name is Alfred Bobay Jr. with the WSL here qualifying series. This is the stop here in Puerto Rico. I want to thank my team here. Artie Productions in the house. And yeah, this is heat number 2. Heat number 3 coming up next for the round of 96. All right, 18 minutes here. Like I said, typically this is shadow boxing for the first 5 minutes unless they get a nugget right away. When conditions are not optimal, you know, these guys are a little bit more hesitant to pull the trigger on certain waves. Nevertheless, you know, somebody's got to win. Somebody will lose. All right, got Surfer in Blue up and going here. Ginaldo. Sage with a couple of whips on that. Surfer in Blue. We'll see what the judges award him for it. We got 17 minutes and 30 seconds here. Coming up next, we got Johnny Corso, Mackay Bray, Shake McGully, and Adam Bartlett. You guys are up next. Heat number 3, round of 96. So yet again, heat number 3. Coming up next, we got Adam Bartlett. We're going to have Shane McNulty, Mackay Bray, and Johnny Corso. And so far, right now, we're heat number 2, round of 96, and Surfer in Blue with a 4.5 here. We're moving on through, pushing. Couple of last heats coming up. We're featuring another probably 6 heats, and then we're done for day 1. Super exciting, and then hopefully tomorrow we'll get way bigger waves, and we'll see what happens then. In red, nice little turn there. We got Reed. We got Surfer in Blue yet again trying to capitalize quickly within the first couple of minutes. You know, he's not even 5 minutes in and he's got 2 waves. To see how that goes for him. Sometimes, you know, a lot of these guys just sit with priority for a little bit longer than others and end up finding themselves in a bit of a pickle. But, you know, sometimes getting started early would put a little pressure on the other guys. And, you know, that's when the fireworks do kick off. You see Surfer in red here comes in over a 9.93. And, yeah, it's somewhat interesting. everybody, you can have equal talent here, and it's just a matter of rotation and how, your heat plays out, what kind of sets are coming in, time of the day and such. So you never really know. It's kind of a roll of the dice. You just have to be ready and willing when you get an opportunity to make the right thing happen. So, that's kind of like what's going on here. Trying to make the right decisions at the right time. Over 14 minutes, 40 seconds here. Surfer and Blue, combination score of 7.5, currently in charge. You got Willage on his backhand. Kind of gets his rail a little bit dug in and, not as flowy. That is the first wave for Mark. We'll see what the judges award. Mark here for this wave. He gets a little bit hung up. Enough for a 2.2 though. I mean, currently sitting in second with 14 minutes here. Out of the back, we got Libby in white. All right. Surfer in white. Dane Libby out of the USA. Utilizing that priority, capitalizing. I think he's got the better of the opening exchange there. That was the only surfer, Dane, without catching any waves for the last 6.5 minutes or so. And kicks the door down. We'll see what the judges award him for it. I'm looking at it being a relatively decent score, I would say, in comparison to the previous waves of these other competitors. So Libby about to find himself in a relatively decent position. Yeah, there it is. Libby with a 5.67. He currently sits, that's his 5.67 here. He currently sitting in second with that opening wave. So I would say kudos to the young man, Dane, at the USA, Dane Libby. Opens the door, finds a 5.67. Let's see if he can back that up. Right now, he's got the best of the opening scores at hand. So that shouldn't be too difficult for the young lad. 12 minutes, 34 seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit under 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go, let's move. Yet again, let me thank my sister for these glasses because I was blind this morning. So thank you, Melanie. All right, red. Mr. Reed out of Canada. White with 6 to 12. Clamping that section shut. We got Dane Libby making a little second half run here with 12 minutes on the clock. Surfer in white. We saw red coming across our screen there. And let's see what the judges award this. All right, here's green. Surfer in green up and going. So we got Kepa here. What's up, buddy? How are you? All right. Have a seat next to me whenever you get an opportunity. We got the previous heat winner. We got Kepa Mendia next to me. Ended his last heat with a 9.57. Yeah, just waiting for our guys to cue us here. Get you all right, here we have my man. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the booth. I'm Alfred Bobet, by the way. Nice. Congratulations on that last heat, Kepa. Finishing with a 9.57. How you feeling, brother?
Felt okay. The first wave was definitely, I felt like I could have done more.
Yeah.
But I was just like, it's the first wave. I just got to get a score under my belt.
Cool.
And then I was just trying to back it up, and I didn't really get that good of a backup, but it ended up
right
working
on.
out for me.
Yeah, it's working out for you. You're sitting right next to me and moving on to the next round. So I would say it's definitely working out for you. What are you looking forward to as far as this weekend? What's on your mind?
Just make some heat and just hopefully keep going and
Right on.
good vibes.
Cool, good vibes. Well, you are definitely in the place of good vibes here in Puerto Rico. So welcome to the island. Wishing you best of luck in the next round, and hopefully you get to sit next to me, and we'll talk about it a little some more. You want to say hello to somebody at home or anyone?
Just shout out to my mom and dad, my whole family, and my girlfriend, everyone that was watching.
That's absolutely beautiful. Hi, mom and dad and girlfriend. Kev doing his thing over here. All right, keep pushing, brother.
Thank you.
Talk to you in a few, man. Be well. All right, there you have it. The young lad, Mendia, moving on to the next round. Good luck to you, my man. Everybody's pretty much saying the same thing. You know, it's not easy. Everybody that finds themselves here in the winner's circle, basically they're like, I wasn't feeling so hot, but I made it happen, and here I am. So, that's what it's all about. Just kind of, it doesn't matter how you get it done. It doesn't have to be pretty whatsoever. You just got to get it done. And as we can see, Surfer in green up and going here. Whitledge currently sitting in third right now. So he's got a 4.83 or better. That's what he's looking for, right? Surfer in red, he's currently sitting in fourth. He needs a 5.57. This is a replay for green here. And that was that for that young man. 8 minutes, 27 seconds. 8:27, heat number 2. We got about 6 more heats for the day, and then it's pretty much a wrap till tomorrow, where we're going to be continuing round 2 of this opening day here. We got 8 minutes on the clock. 8 minutes. So Dane, obviously, Surfer in white, Libby, he dropped a 5.67 and he comes up with a 5.27. But a 1-2 punch right away. He takes over the lead. He's got a combination score of a 10.94. As we see Surfer in blue, Guinaldo out of the USA stage, he's currently sitting in second. He's trying to drop that backup score of a 3.0. I'm sure he's going to be able to do that. We'll see what the judges award him for that last wave and see where that puts Sir Sage Guinaldo out of the US of A. We got 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Yeah, you got Surfer in blue. We'll see how that waves comes out. 5.43. Now Guinaldo currently sits in second, right behind Libby, with a combination score of a 9.93. We got Surfer in white here. Dane, I don't know, making his way onto the inside section. Kicks out of that. He's currently in the driver's seat. Surfer in white, followed by Surfer in blue. Surfer in blue just dropped to 5.43, which is his high score. And he's got a backup now, which was his opening wave of a 4.5. As we can see, Surfer in white gets a couple of turns out of that. He's currently in the lead. The question is he going to better his backup score of a 5.27? No, he does not. He comes up with a 4.07. Nevertheless, he's still in the lead with 6 minutes and 15 seconds here. This is Alfred Bobet with the WSL qualifying series. Yet again, it's my absolute pleasure to lend you my voice here. I am flying solo here on the booth. I'm not scared. 6 minutes. 6 minutes on the clock here. Heat number 3 coming up next. Johnny Corso. Stay tuned for that. Mackay also. Shane McNulty and Adam Bartlett. As you see, Surfer in white kind of kicks out of that. Surfer in white staying busy. I believe that's his 5th wave or so. I don't think it's going to be a significant score. Nevertheless, just driving down the line, bit of a replay. Chooses to kick out at the very end. Yeah, a little bit over 5 minutes on the clock. So Surfer in green needs a 7.16, which is a relatively not an easy ask. Reed, Surfer in red out of Canada, he needs to advance an 8.0 or better as well. So as you see here, right on cue, Surfer in red with priority. We have Reed out of Canada. He's just trying to break down that need. That's a decent looking wave. Unfortunately, comes loose at the end. It probably would have been his best score so far. Nevertheless, Surfer in red is currently sitting in fourth. And with priority, we have Mark, Surfer in green. And now Surfer in green, he needs a 7.16, like a 7.16 will get Mark Whitledge back in the game. Sage is asking for time. Sage is probably asking for his last score. Yeah, I wish you can hear me, buddy. I would tell you what's up. 4 minutes, 15 seconds. 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Priority green. And like I said, Surfer in green bettering his situation. Surfer in green, his last wave comes in at a 2.77. Surfer in red has a really decent scoring wave of a 6.23, but his backup score is a 1.93. He definitely might want to get rid of it. We'll see what the judges are thinking at this time. Three minutes and 30 seconds, 3:30 here. Priority Surfer in green. Surfer in green is looking for a 7.16. He's working with a 2.77 and a 2.67. Surfer in red, Reed, he has a need of 3.7. And currently sitting in second, we have Surfer in blue. And leading the heat, Dane Libby in white out of the US of A. Got Surfer in blue up and going. On his backhand. Nice little chop hop there. Look at that. Sean Ganaldo with that last wave of a 5.43. Currently still sits in second. Somewhat comfortable based on his combination score in the last 2 minutes. However, Surfer in green with priority. He needs a good wave and a prayer. Hopefully Mother Nature will cooperate. He'll find himself moving on towards the later rounds coming up tomorrow. Surfer in red, Reed. He's like, tell me what's up. Tell me what I need. Reed, I believe, needs a 3.7. He needs a 3.7 for Surfer in red. Stay back in the game here. He's got a really decent score of a 6.23, but unfortunately for Surfer in red, Mr. Reed, he hasn't been able to back it up with something relatively solid. He only has a 1.93. And like I said, Father Time is definitely not on his side because he's got 1 minute and 30 seconds to try to get that done. Surfer in red also has third priority, making it a little bit more difficult because second priority and such. And Sage are going to play a little bit of defense on him to try to keep the door shut and not let him in. 1 minute, 11 seconds here. 1 minute and 11. 1 minute on the clock. Un minuto. And we'll see how it all turns out here. Within this final minute, it'll be a heartbreaking story for Surfer in red over here. Gets it going with a 6.23. Unfortunately, he's not able to back that up. And 30 seconds on the clock. He's sitting there wondering what happened. I was doing so good. What How? 20 seconds. Dane Livy with a late start there. Surfer in white. Couple of waves on his belt. His first 2 waves did the job for this heat. We got the final 10 seconds here. You know? All right, Surfer in red. It's going to need a... Not such an easy ask, and that's how the cookie crumbles here. So winning the heat with combination score 10.94. Dane Libby also moving on. Sage Ginaldo, surfer in blue, with a combination score of a 9.93. Congratulations to you two surfers. Coming up next here, we have round of 96, heat number 3. And that was like the last replay. All right, we start in the next heat. Heat number 3. In the water now, we have Johnny Corso desde Mexico, Makai Bray out of the USA, Shane McNulty from the USA also, and Adam Bartlett. So we have 3 Americans and a lovely Mexican. Sounds like a party, huh? Right across the border. Hello. We got 19 minutes on the clock. This is heat number 3. We're coming up onto the last 5 heats of the day. We got surfer in red, Johnny Corso de México. Ahí con su primera ola. El mexicano en rojo. Ahí tenemos el competidor en verde. Adam Bartlett también con su primera ola. Ahí vemos el competidor en blanco, echándole ganas. Shane McNulty en su backhand. Regular foot, se tira izquierda. Varias maniobras, a ver cómo cierra esa sección. Crack. Y bueno, fue la primera ola del competidor en blanco, Shane McNulty. Y bueno, me imagino que prioridad azul, Makai Bray over here. Surfer in blue with priority now. 18 minutes. Got a couple of opening waves here. For these first 3 surfers, leaving surfer in blue all alone out there to choose. It's kind of crazy when everybody catches waves, you know, during your heat, and then they catch their waves and you're the only one without a wave, but then they paddle right back to you and you're like, wait a minute, these guys are right on me yet again and I still don't have a wave. But luckily, Makai in blue has priority. So 5.5 for the Mexican. Johnny Corso comes up with a 5.5 so far. We'll see what the judges award the other 2 competitors, but so far in red with a 50-50 score is what I call these. Not up or down, right in the middle more or less. 17 minutes. Well, next heat coming up, it's going to be a good heat there. We have Rafael Nono Pereira. We're also going to have Teo Granny, Tosh Talbot, and Ethan Hollander. These guys are up next. So we're going to have Teo coming up, Teo Granny, Tosh Talbot, Ethan, and also Rafael Pereira. No. Vienen por ahí, así que pendiente, mi gente. Well, Surfer in Green, Adam comes up with a 4.5. 4.5 is Surfer in Green. 16 minutes on the clock here. And everything's somewhat still relatively the same here. Surfer in Blue with priority still. And yeah, currently leading the heat. It's Surfer in Red. What's up, Dane? How you doing, buddy? Come to have a seat with me. Well, from the previous heat sitting next to me, previous heat winner, Dane Libby. Started out slow, Dane.
Yeah.
Let's wait for our cue here so your family can see your lovely face. All right, here we are. Dane Libby in the house. What's up, buddy? You started a little bit slow, right? Holding that priority.
Yeah.
However, pulled out the W for that heat. How does that feel?
Felt pretty good. I was stoked to make it through. Heat one.
Right on. How was it just sitting out there waiting?
Yeah, it was a little tricky. It's a little windy, and then kind of glossed off a little for my heat, and I was just kind of trying to find the best waves out there.
And you did do that. You ended up winning the heat. Moving on to the next round.
Yeah.
Want to say any special shout outs? Thank you, family, sponsors.
Big thank you to my parents and my sponsors.
Cool. What are you looking forward to next round?
Just
pushing on through?
Yeah, just surfing, have fun. Yeah,
Cool.
keep surfing.
You liking the Caribbean?
Yeah, it's amazing out here.
Cool.
Good food, water's warm.
This is your first time out here?
Second time. I came last year.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Right on, well. Best of luck to you. Thanks for sitting next to me for a little bit. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dane Libby here, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out for the young lad coming at you. Thanks again, buddy.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Good luck next round. Well, all right. We're ripping on through here. That was Dane, fresh out of the water from his W. Shout out to his parents and such, you know? So Corso here with a pair of 5.5 and a 5.0. Johnny Corso leading the heat with a 10.5. Followed by Surfer in Green, who has a 4.5. And also McNulty, who busts the door down and drops a 4. He's not too far behind. He's definitely in the conversation. There's plenty of time on the clock here. There's 13 minutes left here. And like I said, it's never over till the clock hits 0. That is one of our sponsors there. Claro, la red más poderosa. They're providing Wi-Fi, high-end, high-speed Wi-Fi for us. So thank you, Claro, for sponsoring this event. And up the sky, the eye in the sky. Look at how beautiful our town of Arecibo, Puerto Rico is. And yeah, that's where we are. We're on the north side of the island, kind of halfway through there. Halfway, you know, the middle point, Arecibo. And we're really fortunate here to have all these beautiful coastlines and filled with all these beautiful beach breaks too. So as you go and keep heading down west on the island, you're just gonna keep finding better and better beach breaks, you know. We got Ramoncito here, all hot. About to sit him back down in the booth for you. This is in the waters, heat number 5. So far, Corso has the best of it. He's got a combination score of a 10.5 here, Ramon. Yes, welcome back. ¿Tiene calor, papi? Hace calor, ¿verdad? Hace calor. Hace calor.
Hace calor, Alfredo Bobé.
Bueno, bienvenido aquí, Ramón Zambrana. Aquí seguimos, ¿ah? En la lucha, bienvenido. Aquí somos el equipo de WSL. Aquí 11 minutos con 11 segundos Nos encontramos en el hit número 3 de la segunda ronda de los 96. Ahí estamos casi finalizando el día, ¿no? Y ahí acabamos de ver en estos primeros hits fueron las personas que brincaron de esa primera ronda de 128. Y pues nada, los voy a dejar aquí con mi compañero Ramoncito, que les va a dar los próximos hits aquí, en lo que yo subo arriba. Un ratico, así que continuamos, mi gente.
Eso es así, Alfredo.
Dale,
Muchas
papá.
gracias. Muchas gracias ahí, Alfredo Bopé. Sí, ahí estamos. Aquí tenemos hit número 3 de la ronda número 2, 10 minutos. Faltando de este hit. But we have a Johnny Corzo, México, de México. Rojo, azul, Mackay Bray, the United States. Shane McNulty, white, United States, and Adam Bartlett from the United States in green. Now with priority, white, Shane McNulty. And in first position, we have red, Johnny Corzo, with a 5.50 and a 5.00. Now blue needs a 5.67. We are waiting for some official scores. White in priority in third position with a 4.18. And green in third priority is in second position. Green, Adam Bartlett, with a 4.5 and a backup score of a 3.67. 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Did hit number 3. We have here competitor. That's all. Ha bajado el viento. Se ha puesto un poco más o menos offshore. Así que las condiciones han mejorado un poco. Conditions are getting better with a little bit of offshore winds. It's getting thinner than before. And looks better. This couple of hits. 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. When we have Johnny Corzo de México en primera posición. Adam Bartlett in green, second position. Blue, Mackay Bray in blue, third position. And Shane McNulty, fourth position with priority. Shane with priority needs a 4.18 to advance. So 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here in beautiful La Marginal de Arecibo. Brought to you by Municipality of Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home. Va a haber mucha actividad artística, culinaria también durante estos días, así que no se lo pueden perder. Vengan a disfrutar del deporte boricua e internacional. Cuando vemos aquí paleteo, hombre en ola, eso fue todo. Allá tenemos azul, completando ahí. Blanco con prioridad, white with priority. 7 minutes remaining. This hit number 3, round 2. La Marginal Surfing Pro, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home y todos los demás auspiciadores que se han encargado de hacer posible este evento. Cuando restan 6 minutos 30 segundos en el top. Tenemos aquí in blue, in first position, Mackay Bray, United States, third position. In red, de México, Johnny Corso, está en segunda posición, necesita 6.24 para avanzar a primera posición. And we have a green, Adam Bartlett, in third position. And in fourth position, white, Shane McNulty with priority. When we have a 5 minute and 50 seconds remaining, this hit number 3, round 2. And conditions are getting a little bit better with the offshore winds. Un cambio, ¿verdad?, de condiciones cuando se ve las condiciones un poco más limpias con vientos offshore en contra, donde, ¿verdad?, se puede dibujar mejor la ola y con más limpieza la textura del mar. Aquí en esta vista de este drone, what a view of beautiful la Marginal aquí en Puerto Rico, when we have a 5 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Blue in first position, red in second position, green in third position, and white in fourth position with priority. 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Tenemos hombre en ola. Eso fue todo para rojo tendido, ¿verdad? 4 minutos y 30 segundos para culminar este hit. Okay, we are waiting for the official scores. Green, that is in third position and needs a 6.00 to advance. So let's see. And that is okay. White, open riding, doing a good maneuver there. And in fourth position, we have Shane McNulty in white. In third position, Adam Bartlett. In second position, Johnny Corso de México con un 5.5 y un 5.0 cuando necesita 6.24 para avanzar a primera posición. Y con prioridad and with priority, and in first position, Blue, Mackay Bry, with a 6.83 and a backup score of a 4.9. Blue with priority. White needs a 6.5 to advance, and green needs a 5.34 to advance. When you have 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Aquí viendo estas tomas del montaje aquí de la Marginal Surfing Pro 2025, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home y muchos otros auspiciadores que se han encargado de hacer posible este evento y este montaje aquí en la bella y hermosa ciudad de Arecibo. 2 minutos 30 segundos restando de este hit. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Aquí viendo el montaje donde va a haber muchas actividades artísticas, culinarias. Ya la corona están friitas por ahí. When we have 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Blue with priority and in first position. Now we have red in second position, green in third position, and white in fourth position. One minute and 40 seconds remaining. Y tenemos la vista de Sol y todos los que están a cargo, ¿verdad?, del montaje y todas las actividades que están aquí en la Marginal Surfing Pro, en la barra, donde están las coronas más frías del universo. Aquí con esta hermosa vista de drone de la Marginal en Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Cuando resta 1 minuto 10 segundos, cuando vemos aquí competidor en azul, Esto fue todo para azul. Blue now with blue in first position with a 6.83 and a backup score of a 4.9. Red in second position with a 5.50 and a 5.00 de Mexico, Johnny Corso. And verde with priority, green with priority is in third position, Adam Bartlett, and he needs a 5.34 to advance. And in fourth position, we have Jake McNulty in white. He needs a 6.50. And we have a 30 seconds remaining hit. Got surfing the up and riding in his backside. Cuando restan ahora 10 segundos y ready for the countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ahí culmina el hit número 3 de la ronda número 2 del día de hoy de la Marginal Surfing Pro, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windman Home. Aquí vemos una toma de este montaje aquí en el evento. Ok, ahora vemos el próximo hit. Cuando 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. La tenemos aquí a Rafael Pereira de Venezuela, de Panamá en rojo, ¿verdad? Rafael Pereira de Venezuela en rojo. Teo Grani en azul de Panamá. En blanco, Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica. Y Ethan Hollander in green from USA. It's a 20-minute hit. Hit number 4, round 2. Aquí tenemos a Rafael Pereira de Venezuela en rojo, Teo Grani en azul. Aquí estamos viendo, ¿verdad? Aquí toma de comidas aquí en el montaje que hay en algunos de los kioscos que te puedes encontrar aquí en la Marginal Surfing Pro. Vengan acá y vayan a comer de lo lindo en todos los kioscos que se encuentran aquí cercanas a la tarima principal. También puedes encontrar coronas frías y puedes encontrar muchísimas otras cosas más. Así que dense la vuelta por acá, por la Marginal, aquí en el evento del WSL US Qualifying Series 4000. Aquí tenemos a la gente de Rochester, Posay, la Roche Posay. Un saludo ahí a este kiosco de la Roche Posay. Muy bien. Acá los esperamos para que vengan a disfrutar de este evento deportivo, tanto internacional como del surfing boricua profesional. Cuando restan 18 minutos 30 segundos de este hit número 4, la ronda número 2. This is the hit number 4, round 2 of 96. The conditions are getting cleaner as before, you know, it's more clean and more, we have a very beautiful form. Hay está la mejor manera, ¿verdad?, de describir esto es que la textura se ha ido del agua, está más limpia el mar y por consecuencia la ola también se define mejor y la calidad del surfing pues mejora. So what the judges are looking for is the speed, the power, and the flow, and these conditions are great for that. And we have here surfing white in his opening wave. Yeah, so the judges are looking for the speed, the power, and the flow. Y también estos competidores buscar la manera de hacer maniobras en la parte crítica de la ola. Es lo más importante, ¿verdad? Cuando hay fluidez. Y aquí tenemos competidor. Creo que será Nono Pereira de Venezuela en rojo. Aquí tenemos surfer en verde en su backside. De Ethan Hollander from USA. Looking forward to doing some maneuvers and a combination of them. That's all for green. Lo que estaba diciendo era que mayormente lo que buscan los jueces es ver esa maniobra en la parte crítica de la ola cuando hagan. Aquí tenemos a Pito Rodríguez, nuestro beach announcer. Lo que buscan los jueces es ver esa maniobra y esa combinación de maniobras con fluidez, con poder y con velocidad. Ahí vemos algunas tomas del área del Beach Marshal, de los competidores. Están aquí, ¿verdad? Ejercitándose y haciendo sus calentamientos antes de entrar a su hit. They're doing some, training before the heat. This is the area of the Beach Marshal and the competitors area. Aquí tenemos las primeras puntuaciones oficiales. The first scores, official scores. For green, the first score is a 4.10. For white, the first score is a 3.17. And for red, Nono Pereira, the first score is a 0.93. When we have here surfer in white, now we got action here. Surfer in red in his backside, doing a couple of combinations of maneuvers. Vamos a ver qué el panel de jueces le da a Nono Pereira en esa segunda ola que coge el competidor de Venezuela, Rafael Pereira. Cuando restan 14 minutos 50 segundos, 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Green, Ethan Hollander is in first position with a 4.10. White, Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica está en segunda posición y Rafael Nono Pereira, antes que llegue su último score, está en tercera posición. Y Azul de Panamá, Teo Grani, con prioridad, está en cuarta posición cuando restan 14 minutos 20 segundos. 14 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Aquí estamos en el área del Beach Marshal. Aquí parte del staff de la Marginal Surfing Pro, traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home y todo el staff que hace posible este evento. 14 minutos, 14 minutes remaining of the hit number 4, round 2. Cuando vemos aquí en el booth, tenemos aquí todo el equipo técnico. Un saludito a todo el equipo técnico que hace posible todas estas tomas de drones. Aquí estamos hablando de un equipo técnico bien sofisticado, bien organizado. Así que un shout out ahí a Ardi. Aquí estamos ahora viendo acción en el agua cuando vemos a Blanco en ola en su backside buscando esas maniobras con potencia para impresionar a los jueces cuando restan 13 minutos 15 segundos. Aquí tenemos competidor en ola. Pues todo. A ver. 13 minutes remaining. When we have a change in the situation, we have now red de Venezuela, rojo en vez de Venezuela. Está en primera posición con un 5.33 y un backup score de 0.93. En segunda posición tenemos a Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica con un 3.17 y un backup score de 2.0 cuando tenemos también que esperar por su puntuación oficial de su último score. En verde, en green, third position, Ethan Hollander with a 4.10 and with priority, and in fourth position, Teo Grani de Panamá, cuando restan 12 minutos 20 segundos. Y tenemos una toma del área de espera de los competidores, el line-up, ¿verdad? Aquí en el Rastrial, la Marginal Surfing Pro, aquí en la hermosa ciudad de Arecibo, trayéndole lo mejor del surfing internacional y profesional. También boricua aquí en Arecibo cuando restan 11 minutos 50 segundos. Tenemos a Rafael Pereira, Nono Pereira en primera posición, a Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica en segunda posición, en tercera posición Ita Hollander de Estados Unidos y en cuarta posición y con prioridad Theo Grani de Panamá. Aquí vemos también cómo la prioridad juega un papel importante, ¿no? Aquí vemos el área de competidores. We are looking at the competitors area where the beach marshal is located. Yeah, there we go. Some competitors looking happy, looking good. Okay. Cuando restan 10 minutos 50 segundos, 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, vemos ahí varios competidores dando, ¿verdad? La acción cuando tenemos aquí a Nono Pereira en rojo, haciendo dos combinaciones de maniobra y aquí blanco también. Esto fue todo para blanco. Vamos a ver. Aquí tenemos azul en su backside, haciendo una maniobra potente hacia arriba. Otra más, sacando mucha agua, combinando esa última maniobra al final. Así que de momento están poniendo a trabajar a los jueces en esta última combinación de olas de estos competidores. So we are waiting for the official scores of these combinations of waves. And I know the judges panel is right now working to do this score, put this score in place. When we have a 10 minutes remaining hit, 10 minutos restando de este hit número 4 de la ronda número 2. Por el momento, la situación continúa de la siguiente manera. Theo Grani de Panamá en cuarto lugar en azul. Verde de Estados Unidos con prioridad está en tercera posición. Blanco en segunda posición. Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica. Y en primera posición, Rafael Nono Pereira de Venezuela en rojo. En prioridad, Ethan Hollander with priority. Second priority, Nono Pereira. En third priority, Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica. 9 minutos 20 segundos cuando tenemos aquí competidor en blanco buscando hacer algunas maniobras y negociando con esa ola en la derecha cuando restan 9 minutos 5 segundos en el reloj. Nine minutes remaining. Got blue, open riding, backside. First maneuver there. This is a replay. ¿Esto es un replay? Ok. Esto es un replay que estábamos viendo ahí de competidor en azul de Panamá. That was a replay view of one of the wave of Theo Grani de Panamá. Eight minutes 25 seconds remaining. When we have competitor here, Nono Pereira, his backside, couple of maneuvers, negotiating there with the wave. Todo para Nono. Rojo. Venezuela. Priority. Green with priority. Ok. Theo Grani pasa a segunda posición de Panamá. Cuando vemos aquí nuevamente a Theo en otra ola, Theo su último score fue de 5.0 y un 3.43. En este momento la situación es la siguiente. Ethan Hollander in fourth position needs to advance 4.34 to advance. White with priority is in third position and he needs a 5.26. Now we're changing here a situation. Green move to the third position and white go to the first position. White needs now a 5.26. Aquí ahora mismo estamos viendo un cambio de situación cuando tenemos en primera posición a Nono Pereira en rojo En segunda posición a Theo Grani de Panamá. En tercera posición tenemos al estadounidense Ethan Hollander en tercera posición y con prioridad en cuarta posición a Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica. Tosh está en prioridad, necesita 6.60 para avanzar, cuando Ethan Hollander de Estados Unidos necesita 5.67 para avanzar. Azul, que está en segunda posición, necesita un 6.10 para avanzar en primera posición. Y Nono Pereira de Venezuela está en primera posición. Tosh Talbot de blanco with priority. White with priority, second priority, Nono Pereira. Third priority, Theo Grani. Y fourth priority, Ethan Hollander. Cuando restan 6 minutos, 6 minutes remaining of the heat number 4, round 2. Now we got 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. White, Tosh Talbot with priority. Tosh, necesitas un 6.60 para avanzar. Ethan Hollander, you need a 5.67 to advance. And Theo Grani de Panamá necesita un 6.10 para avanzar a primera posición cuando restan 5 minutos 20 segundos. De este hit número 4 de la ronda 2.96. Five minutes remaining, 5 minutos restando. Four minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Azul necesita, Theo Grani de Panamá necesita un 6.10 para avanzar a primera posición. Nono Pereira está en primera posición con un 5.7 y un backup score de un 5.33. Surfer in white with priority. Tosh Talbot needs a 6.60 to advance. And Ethan Hollander in third position needs a 5.67 to advance. Theo Grani necesita un 6.10 para avanzar en la primera posición cuando restan 4 minutos de este hit número 4 de la segunda ronda. Ahí vemos una toma preciosa del line-up cuando vemos un replay de Azul. Hola de Azul. Tres minutos 35 segundos. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Beautiful day at Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Aquí en la Marginal Surfing Pro. Traído ustedes por el municipio autónomo de Arecibo, Corona, Windmar Home. Restando 3 minutos. 3 minutes remaining of this hit number 4. Cuando tenemos a blanco con prioridad en cuarta posición. En tercera posición tenemos a verde. Cuando tenemos aquí azul en ola en su backside, haciendo 2 maniobras potentes. A ver si puede alcanzar ese 6.10 que necesita para moverse a la primera posición. Cuando restan 2 minutos 35 segundos. White with priority. Del replay. Hay una primera maniobra y ahí esa segunda maniobra sólida culminando esa ola cuando restan ahora 2 minutos 20 segundos. Esperando ahora la puntuación oficial de esa última ola de Theo Grani. A ver si hay algún cambio en situación. Por el momento la situación continúa la misma. ¿No? Tenemos aquí competidor en ola. Viendo que este es Nono Pereira en rojo. Haciendo varias maniobras combinadas. Trayendo mucha velocidad y fluidez en esas maniobras. cuando resta 1 minuto 45 segundos. Así que estamos esperando por los scores, los últimos scores, y a ver si hay cambios de situación. Aquí hay un replay de la última ola para rojo de Rafael Nono Pereira de Venezuela. Blanco en ola. Buscando de manera bastante dinámica algunas maniobras combinadas, culminando ahí con fuerza. Vamos a ver ese intercambio de puntuaciones que el panel de jueces va a traer ahora. Así que we are waiting for the official score to see if any change of situation. 1 minute remaining. El replay de Blanco. $30 segundos. 30 seconds remaining. Situation goes as follows. Third position, Rafael Nono Pereira in red. Second position, Teo Grani de Panamá. Tercera posición, Ethan Hollander de Estados Unidos. No hará cambio. Blanco mueve a segunda posición de Costa Rica. Nono sigue en la primera posición cuando restan 5 segundos ya para finalizar. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hubo un cambio ahí cuando Tosh Talbo de Panamá, de Costa Rica pasa a segunda posición. Y ahí tenemos que esperar también los scores de Teo Grani, los oficiales puntuaciones de los jueces. Así que tan pronto tengamos esa oficialmente, les dejamos saber el resultado de este hit número 4 de la ronda 2. El próximo hit que viene ahora viene Rex Hennings de Estados Unidos, de Perú, Arturo Vargas, Gabriel Arturo Vargas de Perú, Logan Rad de Estados Unidos y Víctor Camarena de Panamá. Yo dejo. Estamos aquí. Bueno, le damos la bienvenida a Otto Flores, que se une aquí al booth. Otto Flores aquí en el booth. ¿Cómo estás, Otto?
Bueno, Ramoncito, buenas tardes. Aquí disfrutando del primer día de este evento, repitiendo lo que es un WQS en la Marginal, World Surfing League. Estamos bendecidos. Las olas, aunque no están grandes, están bien perfectas y el scoring potential, la posibilidad de scores está bien buena allá afuera. Acabo de ver ese último hit y nos estamos dando cuenta que los hits hasta el último minuto, esos scores cuentan. Ya sabemos que esto es una competencia de alto calibre y estamos viendo la calidad de surfing aquí en la costa norte de Puerto Rico.
Sí, ahí este último hit pusieron a trabajar al panel de jueces con una combinación de olas y de competidores combinando maniobras. Así que estamos esperando por esos scores oficiales, esa puntuación oficial. Así que creo que, mira, Teo Grani pasa a segunda posición con un 5.30 y un 5.43 y Rafael Nono Pereira en primera posición.
Wow, qué hit. Dejaron al costarricense afuera después de que cogió esa muy buena ola. Y ahora tenemos en el hit en pantalla de Estados Unidos Rex Hennings, Gabriel Arturo Vargas del Perú, Logan Rado de Estados Unidos y Víctor Camarena de Panamá. O sea, otro hit internacional aquí. Y le queremos dar las gracias a todos los auspiciadores, claro, Chick-fil-A, especialmente al municipio de Arecibo, al alcalde por honrar esta calidad del deporte, este estilo de vida que es el surfing. Cuando vemos al surfista en rojo empezar su campaña rápidamente ahí en esa izquierdita del Rastrial. Ramoncito, cuéntame, llevamos 2 semanas aquí, esta es la segunda semana, la segunda competencia y Puerto Rico lleva 4 weekends corridos.
De olas impresionantes. Yo sé que tú no te has quedado atrás, te he visto por ahí tubiado y te he visto cogiendo olas muy buenas, pero la verdad es que Puerto Rico, este octubre para Puerto Rico ha sido de calibre realmente impresionante para las olas, ¿verdad? Aquí tenemos un replay de competidor en rojo, Rex Hennings de Estados Unidos.
Sí, está tratando de, cuando vemos el replay ahí, está tratando de sumarse en su campaña, empezar a, como dicen por ahí, a construir su casa, a hacer ese fundamento de scores para poder llegar a avanzar en este hit, que es de la ronda número 2, estamos, ¿verdad? Si no me equivoco. Y
correcto.
Nada.
¿Qué tú le recomendarías, Otto, a cualquier competidor aquí en unas condiciones como las de hoy? ¿Qué te le recomendarías para impresionar a los jueces?
Bueno, no sé si eso es justo para mis clientes, los atletas que estoy trabajando con ellos. Así que si ustedes quieren, pues se pueden comunicar. Yo les paso el PDF, el rate sheet y ustedes me pueden preguntar esa pregunta, pero ya eso no es de gratis, mi hermano.
Oye.
Antes como comentarista te lo regalaba, pero ahora no.
Oye, muy inteligente de tu parte. Me quedo impresionado cuando vemos aquí competidor en su backside. Eso fue todo para verde, creo que era.
Mira, lo que sí te puedo admitir es que yo he narrado muchas competencias en esta playa y he divulgado una receta que le ha funcionado a campeones del mundo, le ha funcionado muy bien a los atletas en que yo estoy trabajando. Y cuando los surfistas pueden identificar esa receta, especialmente aquí en el Rastrial, y caer en ritmo con esta ola, en realidad salen ganando. Y no es que yo tenga la receta, es una manera de identificarla, de caer en ritmo. Esta ola, pues, como dice en inglés, es bien tricky y si la lees bien, se convierte en una ola muy, muy rítmica. Y vemos al surfista en blanco haciendo una combinación de maniobras y acabando esa ola bien fuerte. Pero sinceramente, los mejores scores que he visto a través de las competencias, especialmente en estos últimos hits de hoy, es esa primera maniobra vertical y quedar en ritmo, como que sin interrupción hasta que llegan a esa última maniobra. Entonces, ese es el surfing que está siendo premiado en la competencia, en estos rounds tempranos. Vamos a ver muchos surfistas de alto calibre y algo que me gusta muchísimo que he estado escuchando es que cuando le pregunto a los surfers, oye, ¿qué tal que ustedes piensan de esta parada de Puerto Rico y todo? Y ellos dicen, esta es una de las paradas más importantes, no solamente porque es buena para la puntuación regional de Norteamérica, pero también es una de las olas que puede exponer el mejor surfing de todos estos surfistas. Entonces ellos se ven un poquito challenge, como diríamos por ahí, cuando van a surfear olas pequeñas o Florida o el East Coast, que desafortunadamente a veces tienen la mala suerte de que el suelo esté bien pequeño. O sea que todos ellos siempre están emocionados de venir aquí al Caribe a tratar de demostrar su mejor surfing en este coliseo que tenemos aquí en el norte de Puerto Rico, en el Atlántico.
Eso es así. Yo he visto también que mucho competidor que con esa fluidez utilizan la energía del Rastrial a su favor. O sea, es una ola que a pesar de que no hay mucha, ¿cómo diríamos? No hay mucho tamaño, pero sí hay fuerza y secciones que puedes aprovechar, ¿verdad? Para realizar todas estas maniobras, como tenemos aquí, competidor en ola azul, Gabriel Arturo Vargas de Perú.
Y ahí vemos a Vargas de Perú trabajando el inside, ahí cierra la ola muy bien. Desafortunadamente no sé si pudo acabar esa última maniobra, pero definitivamente, como estabas hablando, Ramoncito, yo lo catalogo como ritmo, ¿sabes? Cuando tú tienes un buen ritmo, buen tempo y haces esas maniobras de alta dificultad, ahí es que se pone buena la cosa, ahí es que empezamos a ver esos scores un poquito más altos. Y en esencia, aquí no hay excusa. Aquí cualquier surfista entra al agua, coge una ola, un palo vertical y ya estamos hablando de un 5 o un 6 casi un 7 con esas primeras 2 maniobras. Entonces cada surfista aquí obviamente va buscando esos scores excelentes.
Definitivamente también cuando se arriesga el competidor y hacer esas maniobras en la parte más crítica de la ola, vemos que el panel de jueces va a darte quizás una mejor puntuación cuando tú haces ese esfuerzo y te arriesgas a hacer ese tipo de maniobras en la parte más crítica de la ola. Así que eso es básicamente lo que he visto a través del día de hoy, que mientras más sea la maniobra más crítica en la parte más difícil de la ola, eso es lo que quizás te dé un poco más de puntuación. Ahora mismo tenemos, la situación es la siguiente, Otto. Tenemos a Víctor Camarena en cuarta posición con un 0.7. Tenemos a Azul en tercera posición, Gabriel Arturo Varias con un 3.5. En segunda posición con prioridad, Logan Ratt, tenemos con un 5.50 y un backup score de 0.60. Y en primera posición a Rex Hemmings con un 6.3 y un backup score de 4.83. Es la que hay.
Sí, todavía quedan 13 minutos y 40 segundos en este hit, todavía falta un montón. Y como estábamos hablando un poquito más temprano, en el último minuto puede haber un intercambio de olas y cambiar la situación completamente. O sea que estos surfistas tienen su estrategia, sus tácticas, pero también están buscando esa ola, y el ámbito de prioridad aquí es algo que se puede jugar. Sabemos que la ola rompe un poquito más abierta, hay unas secciones que están más abiertas que ayudan a ese surfista sin prioridad. Pero sin embargo, esa persona que está con la prioridad puede escoger la mejor ola del hit. Y ese es el juego de paciencia, ese es el ajedrez que hay que jugar aquí en el surfing, que a veces esperas por esa ola y no sé si paga. Entonces, esa técnica, esa estrategia obviamente tiene que tener nervios de hierro, porque cuando uno espera por un set y no capitaliza, pues obviamente no es el destino que están buscando los surfers.
Eso es correcto. Ahora faltan 12 minutos 40 segundos. Otto, cuéntame de lo que va a haber este fin de semana en el Vivo Beach Club. Cuéntame un poco sobre este evento, otro evento que se va a hacer de Bragg. Cuéntame un poco sobre este evento.
Mira, ahora mismo estamos en un tiempo vulnerable en Puerto Rico, pero es un tiempo que yo veo como una oportunidad muy bonita para destacarnos como surf responders, rescatistas, pero también como ciudadanos del mar. Yo llevo casi 8 años ofreciendo este curso que se llama Bragg, que es el Big Wave Assessment Group. Esto nace en Hawái y se ha replicado por las costas de todo el mundo. Ahora mismo el equipo de trabajo viene de Portugal. El último summit se celebró en Portugal, en Ericeira. Y viene Greg Long, viene John Hoover, Kaipo Kelly, su servidor va a ser uno de los instructores, y Carson. Lo que me emociona más de este evento es que Rincon Water Safety, que es un bebé de Bragg, es uno de los auspiciadores de este evento. Y hablando un poquito de Rincon Water Safety ha replicado el mensaje de Bragg a través de esta isla, sometiendo un programa piloto en Rincón. Como tuvimos hace unas semanas, estuvimos en el podcast de Desde Cero, y la meta de nosotros es convertirnos en Puerto Rico Water Safety, hacer una maqueta para todos los municipios de Puerto Rico para que haya un sistema de salvavidas de aguas abiertas, y que nosotros por lo menos en las primeras 10 playas de Puerto Rico más peligrosas tengamos ojos en el mar. Sabemos que hay playas como Jobos que hay muchas víctimas inocentes, que se pueden mitigar esos riesgos y se pueden evitar esas cosas. Y yo en realidad no escogí Water Safety me escogió a mí, y he tenido la dicha de poder traer 4 eventos a Puerto Rico, y he sido parte de eventos internacionalmente como instructor. Y lo que sí te puedo decir es que hemos cultivado una gama, una comunidad de surf responders a través de toda la isla. Y entiendo yo que el line-up, que nosotros los que estamos surfeando en alta mar, tú sabes, en esos días de olas buenas y de olas chicas, pues ya tenemos un lenguaje un poquito más condungente para poder mitigar riesgo y salvar y minimizar el riesgo en cualquier ciudadano y en cualquier surfista que es parte de nuestra comunidad. Ahí vemos al surfista en blanco que necesita un 5.67, si no me equivoco, para entrar en esa primera posición. Está en la segunda posición. Este surfista Roy es muy, muy consistente. Lo he visto surfeando toda la semana. Y volviendo al tema de Bragg, estamos celebrando el cuarto summit que se celebra en Puerto Rico. Yo lo hago un año sí, un año no. Obviamente por COVID y por las circunstancias atmosféricas que hemos tenido en Puerto Rico, pues hemos tenido pausa en unos años, pero vamos a estar el 1 y el 2 de noviembre en Vivo Beach Club. Y entiendo yo que se está sold out el evento. Entonces, algo que me da mucha felicidad, porque no tan solo la comunidad de Puerto Rico, pero hay mucha gente de afuera que viene a coger este curso y se aprovechan a venir a visitar a nuestra preciosa isla, pero también utilizan esa excusa para adiestrarse en un curso que en realidad tiene muchas modalidades que importan. O sea, nosotros enseñamos lo que es un spot analysis, que es como disectar el surf spot que tú vas a surfear. Hacemos emergency action plan, que es tener un plan de emergencia por si pasa algo en esos surf spots, como hemos diseñado en Tres Palmas con amigos de Tres Palmas. También tenemos escenarios de consciente e inconsciente, cómo salvar a una persona cuando está consciente e inconsciente. Y también tenemos algo bien importante que se llama wound packing, que es cuando alguien tiene unas heridas severas. Nosotros les enseñamos cómo nosotros podemos parar el sangrado y parar estas heridas de ser amenazantes a tu vida, de ser posible. Obviamente hay casos pues especiales que pues son más drásticos y más dramáticos, pero sí, en verdad es una herramienta que creo que todos usamos en algún punto. Y también tenemos la dicha de que la semana después del Bragg vamos a dar un curso de MRV y vamos a entrenar a 10 oficiales de recursos naturales y creo que a 16 personas en total cómo ser operadores del Marine Rescue Vehicle, que es como guiar un jet ski. Yo llevo como 14 años guiando máquinas y siempre se puede aprender algo nuevo.
A mí lo que me llama la atención, y he tenido la oportunidad de coger el curso gracias a tu invitación, es que este curso es para todo el mundo. Es para cada miembro de familia. No tienes que ser un surfista. Tú puedes coger este curso y adiestrarte en simplemente en salvamento, en rescate, porque cualquier emergencia puede ocurrir hasta en el seno de tu familia, ¿verdad? Un día de familiar puede ocurrir cualquier emergencia y tú pues te da las herramientas para poder sobrellevar cualquier tipo de emergencia en este caso. Pero más bien me llama mucho la atención de cómo hay mecanismos y herramientas que se utilizan para el rescate de las aguas abiertas y para los surfistas. Así que es bien completo este curso y creo que nada, te felicito, ¿verdad? Por esa aventura que tú estás envuelto, ¿verdad? De hacer estos eventos y de crear una conciencia para las futuras generaciones y la seguridad acuática. Así que muchas gracias por eso, Otto. Allí trataremos de ir allá un ratito este fin de semana, el domingo en la tarde, así que vamos a ver si nos podemos dar la vuelta por allí. Cuando restan 6 minutos 30 segundos de este hit número 5 de la ronda número 2, rojo con prioridad y en primera posición. Segundo lugar en blanco, Logan Rad. En tercera posición, Gabriel Arturo Vargas en azul. Y Víctor Camarena en verde en cuarta posición.
Y el rojo como que se adueñó del hit desde la primera ola. Muy eficaz y plantando bandera desde el principio. Mira, recalcando un poquito en lo que estabas diciendo de que el curso es para todo el mundo, piénsalo muy bien. Si tu novia sabe qué hacer cuando algo te pasa a ti en el agua, si tu mamá sabe qué hacer, si tu hijo sabe qué hacer. Yo siempre recalco las historias de mi hijo. Mi hijo ha ido al curso y lo ha cogido 2 o 3 veces y ya ha sido parte de 2 rescates fundamentales conmigo. Y rescates que gente mayor que él no ha sabido reaccionar y es bien bonito ver que al momento mi hijo tenía 12 años en su primer rescate. El ver una persona tan joven saber qué hacer y ser tan eficaz. He sabido de casos, como lo he dicho antes, de niños salvando a adultos haciendo CPR y utilizando las herramientas como un AED y esas son cosas fundamentales para la juventud de nosotros que puedan ayudar a salvar no tan solo a gente mayores que ellos, pero a sus mismos amigos. Pero algo que enseñamos muchísimo, que creo que es algo bien importante, es cómo mitigar, cómo evitar estas cosas, cómo verlas de antemano. Y con las modalidades y las doctrinas que tenemos en esos cursos, son aplicables para el diario vivir. Y es bien bonito ver el fruto de eso. Hemos tenido muchos casos, tú sabes, en las costas de Puerto Rico en las cuales hemos perdido a gente. Y me da mucha alegría que con proyectos como Rincón Water Safety, que los ahogamientos en Rincón han reducido drásticamente, y como movimientos como Bragg y lo que hemos hecho con el line-up, con la cultura surfista que está surfeando en Puerto Rico, hemos reducido, no el número más grande, pero un número de casualidades. Entonces, pues nada, yo creo que ese es el granito de arena que me tocó a mí dejar, pero es algo que se hace en equipo. Y la otra cosa que quería compartir, que todo lo que nosotros enseñamos es para enseñarlo para adelante. Aquí esto no es exclusivo, no tienes que pagar por esto. Sin embargo, en Rincón Water Safety los seminarios que damos algunas veces son gratuitos. Y sí, yo busco la oportunidad de que las personas necesarias que deberían de estar ahí, pues o vayan becados o de alguna manera los pueda sentar en ese salón para que aprendan. Sin embargo, me gustaría recalcar que hubo un incidente hace par de semanas en que estábamos surfeando una ola bien pesada y un compatriota amigo de nosotros, fotógrafo, fue rescatado por 6 personas y 3 de esas personas estaban certificadas, y yo me encargué de que 1 o 2 de esas personas que no estaban certificadas estén en este evento, que estén becados, y que esa gente que de verdad le importa de corazón pues pueda tener esas herramientas para salvar otra vida.
Hablando de ese caso, ¿verdad? Que fue un caso complicado en el área que ocurre, porque es una de las playas, ¿verdad? Que está un poco aislada y el acceso es bien complicado. Aquí tenemos competidor en ola, vamos a ver qué... Eso fue todo para competidor. Pero sí me percaté que hubo mucha comunidad envuelta en ese caso, y creo que se unió la comunidad surfista en ese momento ¿verdad? de emergencia. Y aquí vemos una combinación de competidor en blanco muy buena. Vamos a ver cuando está en segunda posición y necesita un 5.67. Vamos a ver.
Y definitivamente rojo y blanco han dominado este hit. Como vemos el scoreboard ahí, tenemos unos buenos totales. Y en realidad se están peleando el primero y el segundo. Mano, sí, Ramón. En ese caso en particular, hubieron mucha gente envuelta, hubo mucha ayuda, mucha asistencia. Sin embargo, llegaron la gente de manejos de emergencia y los mismos surfistas fueron los que ayudaron a los de manejo de emergencia, porque ellos obviamente en ese terrain o en ese escenario no están tan bien adiestrados. Entonces es bien importante que los surfistas pues ya saben, están acostumbrados a ese escenario y reaccionaron increíblemente, tú sabes. Personas como Dani Marrero, Sage Katz, el mismo Cristian Rivera, que es doctor, y un fotógrafo, Jorgito Figueroa, el mismo Aldiel, que es el productor de este evento. Hubo mucha gente envuelta en ese rescate, y gracias a Dios, nuestro amigo Daniel está vivito y coleando y bien agradecido, y él también ha ido a Bragg, entonces él entiende cómo funciona esta comunidad. Y sí, está bien agradecido que estábamos ahí por él, y si podemos replicar ese mensaje, es nuestro deber. Es nuestro deber para nuestros compatriotas y nuestros hermanos de isleños y los turistas también, tú sabes.
Eso es así. Que por cierto, ese día las olas estaban bien pesadas, había mucha agua envuelta ese día. Me acuerdo que la marea estaba muy llena por la mañana y estaba bien pesado.
Sí.
Así que un shout out a todo ese corillo que se mete en esas olas pesadas allí en la esquinita caliente de Aguadilla, cuando restan 40 segundos de este hit número 5 de la ronda número 2.
Y la situación sigue igual. ¿Qué necesita Azul para llegar a esa segunda posición?
Necesita un 6.73.
Y desafortunadamente no lo logra ahí, con este reloj muriéndose, como dirían por ahí, o dando sus finales. Aquí vemos el surfista en rojo definitivamente dominando esta serie, este segundo round, lo que es este hit número 5. Desafortunadamente pierde los pies ahí, pero nada, yo creo que si tiene hambre puede ir a Chick-fil-A después, comerse un sandwichito y dejar que bregue la situación.
Y aquí termina el hit número 5 de la ronda número 2. Ahora pasamos a la otra próxima este próximo hit que viene ahora, Luke Weiler de Estados Unidos, Dane Matson de Estados Unidos, Maiton Bain de Estados Unidos y de la República Dominicana, Max Self Eugene.
Todos los hits están stacked aquí. Todos son hits increíbles. Definitivamente estas son las primeras rondas. Hablando un poquito de lo que viene, parece que las olas mañana bajan un toquecito y el viernes empezamos a ver otra crecida, otro pulso para ver si finalizamos este evento con olas de alta calidad. Ramón, yo no te puedo contar lo feliz que me siento de que Arecibo sea tan consistente y le haya dado una cancha a estos surfistas para estar aquí. No solamente para un evento, pero para 2 eventos. Y la consistencia de este pueblo. Un saludo bien grande a todo el pueblo de Arecibo. Es un pueblo que yo llevo bien cerca a mi corazón. Muchas de las mejores olas de mi vida las he cogido aquí. Y muchos de los maestros de mi vida vienen de aquí. Onyx Vázquez, el señor Baballo que anda por ahí. Tommy Mora, todos los bodybuilders. Gente bien bonita que hay en este cantito de la isla, que es bien especial. Entonces, nada, un saludo bien grande a toda esta comunidad surfista que les está prestando su pueblo y sus olas a los surfistas del mundo nuevamente para poder exponer los mejores talentos. Últimamente Arecibo está bien hot. Tú sabes,
Eso es sin hablar de los bodyboarders, que para mí son los bodyboarders, son los competidores más importantes que hay en el Caribe, vienen de aquí de Arecibo, Puerto Rico.
Sí.
Así que un shout out a todos esos atletas, ¿verdad? Que surfean todos estos picos importantes aquí en el Rastrial, la Marginal, Margara y muchos picos más.
Así es. El gran Alfred Bube.
Aquí está Alfred Bube.
Alfred, vamos a hablar inglés. Let's talk English in one of these heats. Come on.
Okay,
Come
so
on,
I'm gonna
boss.
leave it to you now, Otto Flores with
One with Alfred and I'm
Bube.
done. Uno con Alfred y me voy.
Oye, esa camisita.
Ponte de la Marginal para que te lleves una.
Se la jugaron todas. Gracias.
Habla con Oscar tranquilo, papá. Gracias a ti por el espacio. One and done.
Well, here we are. Yo aquí con Otto Flores. Otto Flores, amigo. How are you, buddy?
Good. I think we're going to have to speak English. We went for a Spanish-speaking heat on the last one, and I think all these people out there are aching to hear some English and some stats in the Anglo language, even though we're Boricuas here and we want to speak Spanish. Big shout out to everybody. Hey, Alfred.
Welcome back.
Once
brother.
again in the booth. You're going to have me for a short time, but short and sweet.
Short and sweet is how we like it.
Yeah, that's how we're going to do it. Hey, Alfred. Let's talk about La Marginal, how it never upsets you. Now it's offshore.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest we've ever seen, but incredible canvas. Like the waves are still, high scores are coming down. You know, we're seeing excellent scores drop, a bit below excellent scores, very consistent heats, and also a wide pool of talent, a very big pool of talent.
Yeah, I mean, we saw these opening rounds, round of 128, kind of weaving out. You know, people just kind of getting in there. A couple of the wild cards were able to move on as well. But yeah, we also have a couple of guys seated already in the third round, and that's when the fireworks kind of go off. You know, this is kind of like feeling out the battleground here, right? And yeah, I can't wait. It's moving along. We still have a lot of talent left. A couple of heavy hitters are still moving on through. We had Brian Perez also. He's coming up tomorrow yet again. And yeah, I mean, this place never disappoints.
Look at that. Lefts just keep pumping down the waves. Who do we have in this heat, Alfred?
All right, so in this heat in red, we have Luke Weiler out of the US of A. Then we also have Dane Matson in blue right here. As you can just see him ripping that rail apart. All right, Dane Matson. And in white, we have Matt and Bain out of the USA. And in green, we got Max Self out of the Dominican Republic. So that's, you know, USA versus the Caribbean.
There you go, Max. Definitely a fan of Max right here. Love to see him back on island. Max is one of the proud flag bearers of the Dominican Republic. Very, very good surfer. with the lights of Manuel Selman and all the boys over there. So a big shout out to the Dominican guys, Pedro Fernandez and crew.
Yeah.
Always beautiful to see our island brothers visit the island, La Isla del Encanto.
Indeed.
But yeah, it's just incredible to see beautiful winds. I think due to that storm, a big shout out and lots of love for the people in Jamaica. We know that they've suffered from this massive hurricane, and our hearts go out to them. You know, I was talking to Shama Bedford and just really asking to see how his peers, his family, and everybody's doing.
Yeah.
He said it wasn't a direct hit to Bull Bay, but I think the southwest side of the island got pretty hit dead on. So our hearts and our love go to all the Jamaican guys, the Jamaican families. Hopefully they're doing well. And I know for a fact that there's a lot of aid flying out of Puerto Rico from the Coast Guard to a lot of FEMA help and stuff like that. So hopefully we can help our island brothers. And hopefully the worst is already over, and now we're dealing with the aftermath.
Yeah, unfortunately, the aftermath is
the
not
worst.
the easiest part to deal with. But, you know, I think we bared witness here when we suffered from our hurricane back in 2017. You know, it brings people together. It's unfortunate that it takes such a disastrous situation or such a catastrophic moment to bring people a little bit closer together. But, you know, better times to come for Jamaica, and like you're saying, our hearts go out to them. We've had them in our prayers for the last couple of days here. It's been a slow-moving hurricane, which is unprecedented. If you, you know, based historically speaking, you know, it's been
those are the worst.
Those are the worst, you know, and unfortunately Jamaica got the brunt of it. But back to happier news here. On board, we have so far with priority. Surfer in white with a 4.5. Surfer Dane Matson comes in with a 4.0. And what else we got? Matt Self, he's got a combination score right now of a 3. No, he opens up with a 3. I apologize. Luke in red has a combo score of a 2.3. So these are the standings as we see Surfer in white, Otto.
Nice little off the top right there, smooth, comes around the corner. Nice little cut. He tries to keep his momentum, but the wave kind of petered out on him. Solid score right there. Looks like it's going to be even on the maybe similar range or a bit less as we see the Dominican Surfer Max on screen right there. Doesn't need much to get into this heat as we start to see this heat unfold, and it's anybody's game. We saw in earlier heats a lot of the detrimental scores came at the end. You know, there's still excellent scores to be had out there. Yeah. And I was telling Ramoncito, this wave is very rhythmic and it's got a recipe, and I've seen surfers that are really tapped into it, and I've seen great surfers that have just been victimized by it. So it's very cool to see how these guys are adapting to the conditions, throwing these really, really good scores. And surprisingly enough, you know, that wide wave is always one that really pays off. As we see Max, he gets his second score, and this is going to put him in the lead, I believe.
I believe so. He already came up with a 4.2 on his blast wave. We'll see what this does for him. Yeah, he's working with a 2.0 and a 3.0. And yeah, like you're saying, like this wave will bring out the best of all these surfers. You know, it's a game of cat and mouse. We're waiting for bigger waves here too. Conditions are not optimal right now, I would say, but there still has a lot of scoring potential here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think, Alfred, that it's a matter of kind of being in rhythm with the ocean, right? Like I've seen a lot of guys tap into what Max is going for, you know, just stick to that low road, get a couple of combination scores, get those 2 backups, and then really hunt for that excellent score, you know, and that's what these guys are doing. You know, some of them start their campaign with a good wave, but you know, look at the positioning right there.
Right.
A lot of the people here in the competition I see can get victimized by just chasing this priority and all that, and there's a big playing field out there.
There is.
And if you can spot and solidify your scores, you know, kind of surfing your own heat is what I've been calling it. You know, I've seen a lot of surfers just kind of like just going and falling in rhythm with the ocean and really really getting, more waves and really loosening up. And sometimes that's just a recipe to get those higher scores.
Yeah, I guess, to add to what you're saying, that's what we have been witnessing. A lot of the guys who have stayed busier in the inside have gotten a little bit of rhythm early on in the heat versus the guys who have sat in the back waiting for the bomb to come in. And unfortunately, today is just one of those days that, you can live or die by the sword. And sometimes waiting for priority and that bomb to arrive might not be the case. And then you're going to be surfed from behind towards the later part of the heat. And like you said, a lot of these guys have fell victim to that already. So yeah, this is a tricky place. And then, I would say when it's like this, like the busiest surfer usually gets the upper hand.
Yeah, and also I think a good game plan is always a good recipe for Rastrial, and also not to lose your nerve. I believe in falling in rhythm, having good tempo, and really falling in tune. This is a very hard sport. You have to fall into that sequentially in every other heat. So to have that mindset, to be clear in your mind and to let things flow, is sometimes a very good recipe for these surfers. And also, like what I've seen a lot is the judges are really awarding that vertical hit, right off the bat. When you start with an explosive maneuver and you keep that tempo and that flow all the way to the end, those excellent scores.
They're going to reward you. Yeah, we've seen a couple of not excellent scores, but we've seen decent scores, upper sevens and such, But it's been exactly that, just 6 to 12 straight off the top, blowing water out of the roof, And the judges are rewarding these surfers for it. Obviously, these are the early stages of the game, but with 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock here, things are relatively quiet. And yet again, this is just one of those heats where, like for example, Surfer in red, Weiler and Matson, they have relatively low scoring waves. Surfer in blue with priority only has one wave coming towards the end of this heat. So yeah, I think this is what you were referring to before.
But it's anybody's game, right? Like look at Blue. Blue's got priority. He needs like a 2 or a 3. And then red needs like a 4, less than a 5-point score. And that's very attainable, especially in that inside section, And I do have to say that a lot of these under priority waves tend to be one of the better ones, as we see Max right here consistently right there trying to better that 3-point ride that he wants to get off the scoreboard. And like I said, he's building house. He's trying to get the consistency, but he wants a 5 or above just to get away from the pack.
Yeah, you want to be a little bit safer than sorry, like at this point. And 7 minutes here. Max Self pulls the trigger on it. Priority Dane here in blue. Dane is looking for a 3.64. Is that his need? Let's see if the judges award him. It seemed like to be a decent wave. Will he get it is the question.
He had good flow right there. Let's see the answer back from Surfer in red. Wheeler, who doesn't need much. Nice little off the top reverse right there and lands it. So this is where this is all going to change, my friend. Those last 2 waves, definitely that exchange will definitely put a question mark. And if you look at it, Blue just needed a nice little score. He's got a good backup score of a 4. And red, right now, who was in 4th, he's going to probably stomp and get, he's looking for a 6.33 now.
Yeah.
So are the judges going to award him a 6.33? I don't know, but that was a great attempt.
But he's getting closer because he wants to get rid of at least of that 1.0. And also Matson, he only needed a 3.64 to get back into the conversation. I think with that last wave, he's going to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah.
However, it's still up to the judges at this point, Otto. But yeah, still anybody's game. You saw Max was in first really quickly, and now he just jumped down again. He's currently sitting in 3rd. The surfer out of the Dominican Republic, his new requirement is probably going to be...
Well, the irony is, right, we're looking at Blue's wave, right? He's going to get a pair of 4s, if I'm not mistaken. That's just me trying to be in the guessing game as we see Surfer in white. Nice off the top right there. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. But, a couple of scores coming down for Blue, and Blue now jumping into that first place position. White going in the 2nd, and now Max needing a 3.54 are not a big score to get back into the advancing position. So anybody's heat, 5 minutes and 52 seconds remaining, and very consistent right here as we see Max. Nice carve off the top. Needs a vertical hit right there, comes out, rides out of that one. Is he going to get the score, 3.54? I think that was
it's right. It's plausible.
It was right there.
I like it.
It was right there.
You could tell how Max was like, his body postured. He's like, I need to make this wave.
Yeah.
You know, I think this angle that we have from here, I think I was able to see that. Will the judges award him his need? Is the question in order for him to advance. It's not a
in
huge,
my taste, though.
And there it is. Sorry.
Yeah, in my taste, he needed to be a little more vertical off the top, even though he got rewarded.
Yeah.
And he is going to get the score. 5.30, best score of the heat so far, right?
Yeah, there it is.
So, yes. You know what, though? I'm going to be a little...
Tell me.
I'm going to be exigente, as we say here. Had he hit that lip vertically on that first run,
yes,
he would have gotten an excellent score because that was probably one of the better waves of the heat. He's staying on that wide peak, really capitalizing on that. And you know, he's no stranger. He's been here for a week. He's surfed this plenty times before, and that's what you're looking for with 5 minutes remaining, or less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 32 to be exact. And now Max needs to play that chess game and just really capitalize on either getting a better score or being strategic with his surfers next time.
He has fourth priority as we see Red Eiler up and going on a vertical snap. It's a nice little cutty there. Punches that shut. Is it going to be enough? He needs a 3.63 also. So these guys are relatively close in their overall as we see Surfer in white yet again.
Nice little couple of snaps, getting into that inside section, gets it really good. Great exchange there, Alfred, and I think this is going to shake things up for.
Definitely. Here's Blue yet again, dumping buckets out of the back. Matson currently sitting in second. Nice little tail slide to close that section.
Well, he only needed a 4.71, and I have to say that second turn was a very strong exclamation point. Even though that first turn was good, that second one just completed the ask, and really good flow on that wave, and I love that tail drift. So I don't know. I'm going to put it out on a limb there, and he's going to better that 4-point ride.
4.8, I would say, for
he's got 4.8 will be his backup as we see Surfer in Red. Nice little hit off the top right there. He's looking for a 3.63, so not big scores, Alfred. They don't need big scores. But I do have to say, he could have gone a little bit harder on that one.
I love it.
Sorry.
I love it. Sorry, not sorry. He could have gone a little harder. Yeah, he absolutely could. But however, hard enough to take over the lead, Otto.
There you go.
You know, and so he now, Surfer in Red, currently sits in the lead with a 6.17 and a backup score of a 5.17. And here's Surfer in White. We'll see what he can do with it, as Otto requested for him to go a little bit harder. And this is where the judges kind of go ape, right? Because a lot of waves are coming in. These guys are flip-flopping positions, you know, with 2 minutes on the clock. They themselves, as surfers, as we watch the replay, that first turn.
Well, the score hasn't dropped yet. And look at this second turn.
Wow.
Really committed. I love how he grabbed that rail.
Me too.
Tail was free. Fins were unlocked. So, funny enough, he's in fourth place. He needs a 4.71, and he... Still need to drop that score. So I think the exchange there, that last little exchange, is going to be very, very interesting. As that last of white was only a 4.37.
Yeah, and like you said, as anybody's heat, there was like 8 minutes to go. It was still not over. Sure enough, everything has flip-flopped all the way, upside down, inside and out. 1 minute and 30 seconds. We're waiting for Blue's last wave.
So let's break it down. Why are they waiting so much? Because they're comparing that to the last of Red, right?
Yeah, they're looking at the replay.
And in my opinion, I think he pushed a little bit harder. I'm not a judge, and I don't have that magic wand, but I think the judges are taking their time because they're really considering. And if I have to say, the last
Well, sorry about that.
Technical difficulties. We're back online, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting for scores. The last of blue with 1 minute and 18 minutes remaining. Maybe.
Yeah, sorry. We are
having a bit of a technical difficulty.
We just
right?
went blind.
We went frozen and blind.
Yeah, we're out in a while.
We'll be back.
We'll be back. Please forgive us.
Tell the little apple to come on down. Last of blue puts him in second place, Alfred. So
yeah, there you go. Blue comes up with a pair of 4.8s. I mean, we can see the scoreboard here, but unfortunately, our live feed has left the building.
So Max just got pushed down as we saw. Here we go.
Well, that's the finale of it.
Yes, sir. So next heat coming up. I'm going to take a quick break. Got to go say hi to the athletes. I don't mean to leave you alone, Mr. Alfred Boubet, but it's always a pleasure sharing the booth with you, my friend. And more power to you all, and have a beautiful, beautiful day here on the first day of competition.
Thank you so much, Otto, for being here. I really appreciate your presence. Otto Flores, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, the legend. Otto Flores. Well, all right. You got 19 minutes here. So, heat number 7 in red, we got Parker Khan out of the USA. We got Wesley Santos from Brazil. We also David do Carmo de Brasil también. And Tanner Sandvig pushing on through. And we have 19 minutes here. Anda para acá, Prieto. Well, we got 18 minutes here, 37 seconds, 18:37. And I have a really special guest next to me. Matuto. We got the man himself. We got 18 minutes on the clock here. We're trying to reset my computers, unfortunately. Things got a bit disconnected. So in the water now, we got heat number 7. So he's number 7. We're about to load up my imaging here. Please thank you for your patience. We truly appreciate it. Please stand by.
Blue 4.67. Your second score, blue 5.73. 5.73. Red, your second score, red 4.57. 4.57. Little less than 17 minutes in the clock. Priority hasn't been established. And it's red up and riding. Surfing his third ride. Surfer from USA, Parker Khan. Staying really active. He opened the scoreboard with a 7.33.
Whoop.
then put a 4.57 by the 7th side, and now standing by for his third score. As we are watching White opening the scoreboard for Brazil, White David do Carmon. That will be it for White. Surfers from heat number 8. That's going to be our last heat of the day. Checking by the beach marshal, Chase Neiman, Darshan Antequera, Milo Faure, Tommy Layson. You guys are next. Red, your last score came in as a 3.33. Does not factor into your best two scores. White, your opening score came in as a 5.8. 5.8, White. 15 minutes in the clock. Priorities in green, second priority blue, third priority red. And it's green up and riding. Mr. Tanner Sandvik from USA working on his opening ride. Currently in 4th place with no scores. Was in a combo situation. He was needing a 10.4. You still in the lead. In second place, we had surfer in blue. Wesley Santos from Brazil. As we are watching surfer in red, our heat leader staying really active. That's going to be his 5th wave. "12 minutes in the clock.
Bueno, mi gente, disculpen eso. We are having a little bit of a technical issue here, so we're rewiring things up. So we apologize for that. We got 11 minutes, 30 seconds here on the clock. This is heat number 7. But in the booth right now, I have kind of like the mayor, like the undercover mayor of Arecibo. Huh? El gran Tuto aquí, mi gente.
Sí.
Bienvenido aquí. Tenemos
Gracias,
a Tuto,
hermano.
que quiero presentarle. Tuto es aquí una de las personas, unos caracteres aquí de Arecibo que nos está ayudando con la organización y por incluso con todos los atletas. Así que te queremos dar las gracias, Tuto, por todo lo que has hecho la semana pasada. O sea, continuando con... Así trayéndolo todo al pueblo, ¿no? Así que algunas palabras, un mensaje que le quieras decir a la gente.
Sí, no, gracias a ustedes, gracias a la federación, gracias al municipio de Arecibo. Sumamente agradecido y por eso vimos lo que pasó el año pasado con Elisa Wall, luego el Alas y este año decidimos pues ser parte de esto,
Bello.
apoyándolo, viendo todo el trabajo que han hecho y los sacrificios y hemos decidido enrolando las mangas para estar juntos y ser parte de esta historia.
Qué bello, qué bello. Y en realidad necesitamos personas como ustedes y personas como tú. Así que digan presente, ¿no? En nuestra isla de Puerto Rico. Así que te quiero dar las gracias personalmente aquí por todos tus esfuerzos. Y este es el principio, ¿no, mi gente? Este es el principio y personas como nuestro compañero aquí, sin personas así, ninguno de estos fuese posible. Así que muchas gracias, Tuto.
No, y gracias a ustedes, y como le he dicho a Oscar y le he dicho a todos ustedes, cuenten conmigo, estamos
Bello.
ahí para apoyarnos, nuestra residencia, contamos con esas 9 propiedades aquí mismo ubicadas en la Marginal,
Sí, bello,
en
que
la
todo está así.
Postilla, en nuestro barrio, y eso siempre están abiertas para ustedes, para nuestro público, y
Sí.
tratamos de que los atletas se lleven el mejor recuerdo de nosotros.
Bello.
Hemos recibido atletas estos últimos 2 años, por eso me he enamorado del surfing, por la relación que he hecho, atletas desde Río Guaida, Federico Moraes, vi la semana pasada que ganó en Brasil, Yolanda Hopkins,
Sí.
ha estado conmigo en varias ocasiones, que ahora
Bello.
entra al circuito. Tengo Brian Pérez del Salvador, Cali Muñoz de Costa Rica,
Excelente.
un grupo de atletas que han estado hospedándose conmigo y nos hemos enamorado del surfing, por eso me ve tempranito por ahí hasta tarde en la noche, porque si hicimos un compromiso para dar la milla extra, estar 100% con el compromiso.
Y nosotros muy agradecidos con toda tu ayuda y una vez más te damos las gracias por decir presente y continuamos. Este es el principio de un lindo futuro aquí en Arecibo y estamos aquí siguiendo para adelante.
Sí, no, y gracias a ustedes saben que cuentan todo conmigo al 100%,
Gracias.
así que mi gente todavía también queda, que nos está escuchando, quedan 4 días adicionales, nos queda jueves, nos queda viernes, nos queda sábado, nos queda domingo, tipo festival, vamos a ver buena música. Viernes, sábado y domingo, oye, traigan a sus chicos, a sus mascotas. Esta avenida Víctor Roja, la Marginal,
Sí.
es sumamente segura, traerla con sus patinetas, con sus skates, con sus bicicletas.
Zona familiar.
Sí, pueden traerlo, pasen por acá, un evento muy bonito y tenemos unos atletas de alto rendimiento que necesitamos que los conozcan para que se vayan enamorando y vean lo lindo que es el surfing, un surfing olímpico,
Sí.
y apoyarlos todos. Así que gracias a ustedes
Bello.
y muchas bendiciones y seguimos por ahí hasta el domingo, lunes o martes, hasta que esto se acabe de desmontar.
Esto no se acaba.
Así
Pues
que-
Tuto, una vez más muchas gracias por tu presencia y todo tu trabajo.
Gracias, bendiciones.
Bueno, mi gente, aquí Tuto, continuamos con este hit muy amable. El caballero aquí, Tuto, ayudándonos. Y bueno, estamos finalizando aquí este último hit del día. Este viene siendo el hit número 7. Y tengo unos scores aquí en pantalla. En primera posición tenemos a Parker Khan. I guess I'll switch it back to English for all my English speaking people here. Parker Khan currently leading with a 7.33 and a 5.73. He currently sits in first with a combination score of a 13.6, followed by surfer in blue, Wesley Santos. Santos out of Brazil, surfer in blue, also has priority, and he's got a combination score of 10.4. Also from Brazil, surfer in white, he kicks the door down with a 5.8 as his opening score. Also, along with that, Tanner, surfer in green out of the USA, he has an opening score of a 4.23. So those are your current standings right now with 6 minutes and 52 seconds here and counting. So far with priority, surfer in white right now. Surfer in white needs a 6.17 or better to find himself moving on towards the next round. Also, surfer in green. I apologize. Surfer in. Yes. All right, I apologize for that, people. I have a couple of people speaking to me at the same time. Anyways, out of the back, Wesley Santos, currently sitting in second with a 6.23 and a 5.73. With second priority right now and sitting in third, we have surfer in green, Sandvig. And Sandvig has a 5.6 and a 4.23. He's got a combination score. He's sitting in third. He's got a combination score of a 9.83. And then pushing on through. What's up, buddy? Pretty good. How are you? Welcome to the booth here.
This is nice.
This is cool, right? Luke, right?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Welcome to the booth here. Luke Weiler, winner of the previous heat. How you feeling, buddy? Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It feels really good just to surf a heat, get a heat win under my belt.
Cool.
I had kind of a rough start to it, but I was proud of myself the way I adapted and made the right decisions after, so it worked out.
Good. I like the way that sounds. You're proud of yourself and the way you adapted. That's what it's all about. We were discussing that. It's not easy out there. What is the hardest part? Is outside of it just being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit different than how a lot of the free surf days were before the contest.
Right
I
on.
feel like it's a little more offshore, so you got to stay lower on the wave and kind of makes the waves look a little bit different. So you got to make sure you're on the one that hugs the reef and has that little double up.
Right on. So you're learning to recognize this wave, I see, huh?
Yeah, trying to.
Yeah. So what are you looking forward to next?
Just my next heat,
Right on.
Taking it easy tonight, probably eating a good dinner with the Myers crew.
Sweet.
And yeah, just ready for tomorrow.
Right on, man. Well, wish you the best. I'm sure I'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully the waves will be a little bit bigger and you get a pop in, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Here we have Luke here, winner of the previous heat. Thank you so much.
Of course. Shout out Mom and Dad and all you guys.
That's right. Shout out to Mom and Dad and all his crew. Thank you so much, buddy. Excellent.
Thank you.
My man. Well, all right. All these cool cats are coming by, saying hi. Shout out to Mom and Dad. Luke's mom and dad must be pretty happy right now. Heat 7 in the water. Who's it gonna be so far? Surfer in red, Parker Khan, followed by Wesley Santos. They seem to be the 1-2 punch combo here. Khan with a 13.06 combination score. And W. Santos in blue from Brazil. He's rocking an 11.96. Leaving Surfer in white with a little bit of pressure under him. He needs a 6.17. And Sandig also, his second priority, needs a 6.36. So it's not a relatively easy score to get the pickings, but it is plausible. It's never over. Right off the top, coming unbuckled, unfortunately, Surfer in white, Surfer in bright, David do Carmo. Surfer in white. 2 minutes 40 seconds here. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So far, we got one more heat left for the day. And we're going to be calling it a wrap here. Been a great day of action. I've had a couple of people on my booth already. And we'll see what happens tomorrow as we continue on with the round of 96 here. It is us here for the WSL qualifying series. 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutos. Yeah, Surfer in white with priority and an opportunity. However, Surfer in green with priority right now. I see you on the screen. My partner on the microphone, Vito Rodriguez, the one and only. He and I basically switch out that seat. I'm stuck here in the booth, which is gives me a little bit more free range. He's more of a technical announcer, giving the surfers their actual scores and not adding too much sugar to the situation. I add all the sugar. That is me. 1 minute, 20 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's a judging panel right there. All of our judges taking care of business. 1 minute 15, 1:15 here. Surfer in red somehow controlling it towards the end. You see our panel of judges here. We have a mixture of WSL along with the Federation of Surfing of Puerto Rico. We're a collective team here, and we're trying to give you the best experience possible. With 50 seconds on the clock, it seems to me like Parker Khan will be able to pull this off, and he can hold on for a couple of more seconds here. We've got 40 seconds on the clock. Also, surfer in blue from Brazil, Wesley Santos with a 5.73 as a backup score, and also a 6.3 taking over that second transfer spot. 25 seconds here on the clock. Out of the back there, you got Santos that kind of saw digging and looking for something he liked. 16 seconds here. All right, and coming up next, we're going to have Chase Neiman, Darshan Antequera, who won a couple of days ago here. We got Milo Fuhrer, who also is moving on down from the round of 128, and Tommaso Layson. That's the next heat coming up. That is heat number 8. Heat number 7 in the books right now. Parker Khan with a combination score of a 13.6, taking the W. And Wesley Santos also moving on through with a combination score of an 11.96. Esos no son los scores. Esos no son los de abajo. Estos son. Pero cuando termina, como que no son los mismos nombres del siempre que lo. Exacto. All right, shakas to you two in the water. We got Chase Neiman out of the USA, Darshan Antequera in blue. In white, we got Milo Fuhrer, and in white, we got Tommaso Layson from Barbados. I want to thank Corona and his sponsorship here. That last heat, Parker Khan taking the W. A combination score of a 13.06. Well, as we can see there, out of the back, surfer in white, Milo Fuhrer making his way up the ranks here, finds himself in the round of 96 here. As you can see, the bar is open officially. It's so hot outside. It's probably like 100 degrees or so. So I can guarantee you, one of these Coronas will be so refreshing right about now. I'm off in a little bit. I think this is my last heat. I think I'm up in about 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Feel free. I think they have a special there. 2 for $5. You got the locals. Put a little lime on it. There it is. Out of the back, surfer in red. Punching the second, third, and third here. They got Chase Neiman. Out of the US of A, surfer in red. Out of the back, though, we saw surfer in green. All right, we got a open bar officially. It's approximately 4:03 in the afternoon for us. And we're finalizing. This is the last heat for today. Then we're going to continue on tomorrow with the round of 96 as well. We're going to start the day tomorrow with Nadavatar, Kai Barton, Jose Lopez, Brad Ettinger, then Heido Perez, Max Archer. You're going to have Beckham, Tommy Granger, Santucci. Titus Santucci is also coming up tomorrow. And Nicholas Coley. So those are like the first couple of heats there. It's going to be relatively interesting. All right, we got Surfer in Blue, Antequeras. Antequeras driving down the line. He's gotten used to this spot. He's been here for a couple of weeks now. He's feeling good. He's just coming off the W from the Alice Tour a few days ago. He's able to capitalize and take home a little bit of chump change there. A couple of grand, you know. Not bad for the young lad out of Costa Rica. We got the replay here. Right away, cracks that turn. Finds the open face. Gets another hack. And there he goes driving down the line, trying to close that section out. And he does. Antequeras, Darshan. And yeah, those are the opening waves here for these surfers. We're gonna, so far, best of the exchange, 6.33 for Surfer in red. Surfer in white comes up with a 4.0. Combination score for green is a 5.67. He's currently sitting in second. How about now?
Yeah, now I can breathe.
All right, next to me, we got Parker. On, what's up, my man?
Not much.
How was that last heat, brother?
Super fun.
Yeah, you did your thing, man. Talk to me. How was that first and second wave?
Yeah, you rarely get a 7 to start, so it felt good to just get that on the board. And
Yeah, I saw that.
Kind of go into cruise control.
For sure. You knew you had control then as soon as you cracked that open, right?
Yeah.
They're playing catch up immediately. So,
Yeah.
what else? What were you looking for? Any difficult moments? Anything that you were just kind of like, oh, this is not good? Or you're feeling really positive the whole time?
I mean, I just wanted to ride every single wave. I probably went on some waves that I shouldn't have and just held priority, but
Right on.
that's just how I surf.
Good, busy
ton
bee.
of waves, yeah.
yeah, busy bee, and then gets the results. You know, that's what Otto, Flores, and I were talking about
yeah.
from what we've been seeing from the previous heats and stuff, like the surfers such as yourself
Yeah.
that kind of stay as busy as possible, kind of were able to get into that right situation. So it worked out for you, Con.
Sure, yeah.
What are you looking forward to next?
Next heat.
Yeah, for sure.
Enjoying the day here. It's like Hawaii, you know. It's tropical, chill, fun.
Beautiful. It is a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Gonna go practice a little wave key by Brad Gerlach, and then
Sweet.
get ready for tomorrow. Yeah.
I love it.
Thanks, bro.
Any shout out to any family members or anybody you want to say hi to?
My mom and dad, and just everyone watching at home.
Thank you so much, guys. Parker Khan, thank you. See you tomorrow, brother. All right. Yeah, man. Good luck. All right. I like it when they come visit. You know, it's a good vibe when they get past their heats and they're sitting here, you know, on the other side. You know, it's like when you go to war, you're like, oh my God, there's going to be so many bullets. What am I going to do? But then you come out of the war and you're like, yeah, you know, I'm a warrior. I survived it. Parker Khan, and this is the last heat of the day here. And so far, surfer in white with a combination score of an 8.03 holds a slight margin over surfer in green. And we have replay for red. Red on his backhand. Neiman, who has a 6.33, and I believe that was going to be his second wave. I'm not sure if that's the case. Priority surfer in blue. Surfer in blue needs a 2.93 or better to get himself back in the action. Antequeras is certainly capable of doing so. It's a matter of time now. You got Antequera right on cue. Surfer in blue, driving down the line, full speed ahead, throws it up in the air, and there it is. He's asking. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite come out fully on front, but it's up to the judges. You know, that aerial shot looked pretty good to me. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. We got 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Antequera only needed, Surfer in Blue only needed a 3.63. And I'm sure that he was able to accomplish that and some. He's trying to get rid of that 1.17. We're looking at the replay. I don't know if our cameraman was able to get that angle. However, waiting for Surfer in Blue's wave to come in, his third wave. There it is. I think we just unfortunately just have the landing of that clip from that angle. Priority red, Chase is currently sitting in second with a 6.33, which is his opening score. Also with a 4.0. So red is leading the heat with a combination score of an 11.13 here. Surfer in white with priority currently sitting in second. It's a matter of defense. However, I'm waiting for Surfer in blue and his last wave to come in. See what that does for the young lord. As soon as it comes in, I will let you know. Because we got a 4.4 there for blue and a 1.07. We got blue again. Taking a look at it. This is the last 4 minutes of the day here. We got Surfer in Blue up and going. keep moving forward here. Surfer in blue, Antequeras from Costa Rica, staying busy out there. Waiting for the last scores to come in. Surfer in blue, see what that does. We got 3 minutes and 30 seconds, 3 minutes and 30. Surfer in blue is digging. Now he finds himself in that second transfer spot. Surfer in blue, Antequeras, desde Costa Rica, coming up with a 4.4 and a 4.23, which is just enough to catapult him into that second transfer spot. So here we go. You never know till the clock hits 0. This is a perfect example of that. Last week's winner, Antequeras, dropping in a 4.23 and making a game of it. Second transfer spot. We still got 3 minutes on the clock, though, so it's not over until the clock hits 0. Priority Surfer in white. Surfer in white only needs a 4.6 to advance, so he doesn't need a huge score either. So he could go either way with the last couple of minutes on the clock. My name is Alfred Bobe Jr. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so Surfer in white right now, he only needs a 4.6. He's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He does have priority. If he gets a little nugget, will he make it? Will he make it happen? You know, like, you never really know. One thing is getting the wave, and another one is executing. So, nevertheless, these guys are still busy down the line with second priority. Surfer in green goes on his backhand. He's currently sitting in third. Actually in fourth. Layson. He needs a 4.8. Isn't going to be enough. 2 minutes on the clock here. Final 2 minutes of competitions for day one here for us at the WSL qualifying series. 1 minute 45 here. 1:45. So far, Neiman, Chase, with a two-wave combo here. Just enough to hold the lead and not do too much. He's got second priority. Here's Surfer in white. Milo also currently sitting in second. Actually sitting in third. Surfer in green just took over that second transfer spot here with 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue has been bumped down 6.83. Last wave for green. His new backup score then becomes a 3.83. And there it is, just like that. Within the last couple of minutes, Surfer in green takes over by cracking the whip and coming up with a 6.83. Antequeras is like, what has just happened? He's got 30 seconds, fourth priority. We'll see what that does. 5.8 for Antequeras. We'll see if he gets the score he was asking for. He's got a 5.8 and a 4.4. Still not enough for Surfer in blue. He still needs a 4.87. Not an easy ask, especially when you do not have priority. And I'm sure a second priority is going to buckle him down. These two are battling it out for 1 and 2. Nevertheless, still sitting in first. Also with priority is Neiman. Neiman down the buzzard. Also, Antequeras on route here. I don't think it's going to be enough. That was day one, people. That was day one of competitions here. Here we have incredible day one of competitions. Welcome back, Oscar. A little selfie time, right? I love it. According to Bad Bunny, we have to take more photos.
Debiste tirar más fotos.
Oh my God. And I'm here super excited, not only because the day is almost over, right? But it was a beautiful, successful, beautiful day of competition here, Oscar. And I couldn't be more thrilled.
Great way to start this event, Alfred. Waves were super fun. We had offshore winds for the afternoon, so the athletes were stoked. And yeah, we see the level here. This is just round 1 and 2 of men, so there's a lot to come. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
I've got the official call for tomorrow. Let's let
There it is.
everybody know what's happening tomorrow. So we're going to
That's
do
right.
7:30 a.m. call for a potential 8 a.m. start. We're going to finish round 2 of men. So we're going to do heats 9 through 16. Then we're going to move into women's round 1. That's going to be round of 48, heats 1 through 8. And we might be running round of 32. So it's going to be a long day for the ladies tomorrow. So we hope to see you here. And for our Spanish-speaking audience, para los que hablan español, estamos aquí. Alfred Bové Jr., licenciado Oscar Martínez Borrás, gracias por estar con nosotros hoy, el primer día de competencia del WSL QS 4000. Mañana vamos a tener a los hombres, terminar esta ronda 2 de hombres, va a ser 8 hits, luego vamos a hacer la primera ronda de las damas, que ahí vamos a tener a varias boricuas en competencia.
Una de mis favoritas, Fabiola Alcalá, viene por ahí, ¿verdad?
Va a estar Fabiola Alcalá, va a estar las hermanas Soto, va a estar Mía Calderón, va a estar Yolari Carrera, Maya Kuzmovich, Amari Moore, Habana Cabrero, van a estar todas esas boricuas ahí dando caña. Así que tunen mañana, mi gente, para que vean toda la acción aquí en la Marginal Surfing Pro, traído por municipio de Arecibo, su honorable alcalde Carlos Ramírez Irizarry. Ahí vemos esa bella bandera mono estrellada que está soplando con el viento del sur. Y ya los boys están allá afuera practicando.
Ya estamos, papi. Hasta mañana, mi gente. Ha sido un gran placer. Alfredo Bove en el micrófono con mi compañero Oscar Martínez. Así que hasta mañana. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Calls at 7:30. We should get started at 8 a.m. Good luck to your competitors. Be well.